Alrighty, hello everyone. And we've got a single-sided Swiss tournament today that's being hosted by Sanjay. Up here we've got the set. It's a very packed competitive field. We've got 16 players in it. Oh, I should start the recording. Okay, I'm gonna just start that part over again. Apologies, so I can do it on the recording. So we've got a circuit opener. It's loosely based around the Delaware meta, though I know many of these people are not based in Delaware. This is one of the first tournaments. You guys figure out that YouTube stream, lol. Oh, yeah, I should think about it. Spray Bizzle. But anyway. Okay, anyway. Sorry. So we've got pack 16-person field. We've got a lot of Shaper, actually. Quite a lot of Shaper. A lot of Wu and Padma. A little bit of Steve and Sable. Some Adams here from a couple of people. And then lots of purple and yellow. Only one Ope. 2 Jintekis. Some Reality Pluses. Some Syncs. Some Sports. Asa Sports, Asa Sports. So basically, I think probably the only 2 HBIDs going forward, and as Mari. So I'll be really interested to see what this looks like. First round, we've got Man in the Moon versus Uramu. Will is probably where we'll go. Sanjay Janktavis is going to be a good match. Seb Pouch Surfer, I don't know either of them that well. Ocelot Analyze Chris would be a good match. Dear Yukon would be a good match. MB Kelly Jonas is also going to be a good match. Radiant Cold Lava is a good match. Armin. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there is. What do we. Sorry, Sanjay, I had you a little bit quiet. What do you need me to do? Yeah. Let me, you know what? I might just go and do it for, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do it. This is the, I accidentally made my website very bad, so it moves very slowly sometimes. But there is a way that I can do that change for you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you guys can't hear Sanjay at the moment, I think. So, whoops. And Rusty Rider, it was what were your two IDs again? Sorry, I have a goldfish memory. Okay. Yep. All right, let's see if I built my database well. And to answer Spray Bizzle, your question. Let me go mute to the Discord. Yeah, Spray Bizzle. So this is a standard tournament. Time has not started. Okay. Alrighty. Let's hope that this page loads. Okay, fantastic. And everything has updated too. So yeah, this is the... let's hop down. Alright, Sanjay, maybe we'll hop just for... so that people can jump back to the lobby without getting confused. Maybe we'll just hop to table 19 or something. Okay, I'll be down there for whenever you're ready. All right, so we've got a bunch of great matches. I think we will just... Okay, table 2. Yep, they're going on. I kind of want to start with this table 4. Though we might see them... We'll probably see both of them throughout the game. Is there any table people particularly want to see? We've got Padma versus Asa. We got Asmari versus Padma. We've got Reality Plus versus Cabinessa Wu. I'm actually very curious about this. I really want to see what Jonas has got. We'll probably go and find out later. Yeah, I mean, should we just go and watch this pairing because it's like 2 top X players? All right, so here we have Asmari versus Adam. Asmari, for those of you who don't know, says when your turn ends, name a card type, gain 2 the first time each turn the runner plays a card matching that card type. So typically the play pattern for Asmari is just to kind of sit on event, but you can do, especially with Adam, Find the Truth, because Adam's cards get revealed. You can actually make like some really intelligent calls with Asmari. And turn 1 just looks basically like moneying up, setting up glaciers, and similarly Analyze Chris is basically spending his first turn moneying up as well. Let's see. We'll set this in. I got a thing here. Okay. So I don't know exactly what's going on here. What's going on? Okay. So presumably this is Mari is trying to do something with the sort of the install advanced Drago fork. So for those of you who missed my fantastic spoiler video and should definitely go watch it, Drago Ivanov says you can advance this asset 2 host advancement counters, give the runner 1 tag, its ability only during your turn. If you pair that with like a seamless launch, you can then install advance, next turn seamless launch it, give the runner 4 tags, and then hit them with a boom. I don't know that that's 100% what Oscillate is doing, but this is likely to be what the game plan is. And yeah, this is new meta, new cards. I don't think we've actually seen any new cards. Both of these decks are probably actually pretty low on total amounts of new cards. We haven't seen, in fact, I think, any new cards yet. And we mostly see Chris just trying to make sure that he's staying up on money to play around hard-hitting news, which is also a fork that the deck has. And yeah, that's sort of where we're sitting at the moment. I'm a little surprised. Okay, so we're seeing. Whoa, that's pretty bold. An economic warfare into HHN could really hurt Chris here because he would go down to effectively 5 credits at the start of his turn, which makes it quite difficult to really kind of recover out. We've seen Rizeki in hand. We've seen. This is the thing that like I just as a very visual person, I often find it much easier to see the cards in people's hands, rather than um, um, I'm just a visual person, so getting just the text doesn't help me as much. But we're seeing multi-threaded paperclip, so Chris is finding money. I think basically got away with it for a turn. We're gonna ditch the paperclip, go and get an MK Ultra. So basically, Chris's whole rig is probably basically out at this point. With notable exception that he can't actually install this paperclip until he steals an agenda. Feels like during overclock, so lots of stuff in hand. Oscillet's sitting very nice and pretty at 20 credits, and at turn 5 has presented a potential lethal threat for the runner. So Chris has to go in with the overclock here. Be really interested to see what this ice ends up being. Being able to do this on click 2 gives him time to clear some tags from incidental ice that get rezzed here. And Chris's game here probably is playing a lot of very careful control runner, and Oscillate here is to continue presenting challenges to kind of make Chris kind of slip up. And Eric's calling out, like, I'm surprised we didn't pressure HQ to clear the boom. I'm assuming you mean on this, like, this click or, like, this turn. And I think that's definitely an option that Chris could have gone for. It's probably only a 50-50 to clear out the boom. And if you hit some bad stuff, that might be Chris's thinking here. But yeah, border control here is definitely rough. I mean, pinhole threading seems like a great include in Atom lists, because it's one influence, one card slot for a lot of value, and you're gonna get like a find the truth. So like, you're just packing value on value on value here. But if this is a Bologna, which is sort of how it reads, but I don't, it's it's unclear. All right, Chris letting the gain 1 fire so that he's got some credits to be, in theory, challenging this ice, because this turn his credits really matter. But I would definitely rather be Laura in this board state. The only case that I wouldn't would be that this is, like, with 20 credits, it's really hard for this remote not to be a huge win for Laura here, or Oscillate. And I think Chris is thinking here. I mean, even like a fun house, I think does some work here. So Enigma seems like a bit of an odd res here, but I guess it's 2 credits, and then if this next ice costs 4 credits to get through, which is definitely, like, most ice is probably going to cost 4 to get through, a Bologna would be completely safe. And I guess it doesn't cost that much, and you're, if you make Chris run through again, you'll be in a good spot. Yeah, double border control means that you're not getting into this remote, and does give that Enigma res a little bit more context. Wait. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like the play here for Chris is probably to try and sweep HQ instead. Just being presented the Bologna and saying, "Do you want to score?" This feels like Laura's set up a spot that's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Laura, we do know that Chris has a emergent creativity in hand, so maybe he'll have an out of emergent out a misdirection, but he's going to be on 4 credits. Emergent costs 2, and it is a double. So we can't quite get there. Um, but Laura's got lots of options here. But doesn't have the HHN in hand, so just goes install, take two. I'm a little surprised by that. To not then pop a border control when Chris is going to challenge this remote. Um, Definitely a little bit surprising. Maybe just a very awkward draw here that's full of agendas. I would be trying to look and hitting HQ here as Chris as soon as possible. Um, yeah, getting the 7 cards in hand is also definitely an out. It's one I've been playing some ESA just to try and be like, oh, I'm up against Ope until I figure out if they're on kill combo or not. I'll just play my Marrow, sit on 7 cards, and they can't kill me. And I'll just play Reg Anarch basically, but also not have like any threat really of dying. So I'm not sure what this upgrade is going to be in server 1. I actually don't have a good sense. Like Jinja would be my best guess that this is just like a Jinja Asmari list. We're seeing a pinhole threading coming in, resing and popping an NGO front here. I think single advance kind of says it's going to be something like an NGO. It is a Jinja City Grid, so Chris is actually obligated to trash it because of neutralize all threats, which does open him up to that hard-hitting news that we've mentioned a couple of times. That said, with Jinja and border controls, there may not actually be space for a boom in the list, because presumably you're on two. Well, two Jinjas is only 4, and then this would be another 6. That's 10. So there is room for boom. But yeah, maybe it does read like Laura isn't on HHN and is just going for value out of the remote. Which I think we've if you've been watching the UK stream a bit, the Brighton CO. Um, uh, if you, they were doing a lot of tag based as Mari, so all right, so we see Chris getting down double logic bomb and overclocking HQ, which I think is a nice line because this does read like Laura if she doesn't have oh my goodness, what's the name for the freaking card? If she's not on boom, she's probably on some. She's probably got some flood based on how she played the Bologna event, or Bologna kind of turns. And in fact, there's a Bologna, and Chris is now pretty nicely up on a. Even though he's only on 1 credit, he's got some ways to go. Or he's got like he's got lots of time before this game runs away from him. And can also just do stuff like run archive to see the top of R&D so that he commits minimal resources. But yeah, this is just Adam on a strong board state. So Jones, are you done with your game already? That would be a very, very fast round. Or maybe you're just multitasking, I don't know. But I mean, this is a tricky well, it's like it's not a cheap remote, but it's not like an impenetrable remote. We see an echo chamber. That does put a lot more credence into the idea there's maybe no tags in this list. Or it's not like a main component of the deck, because I think, like, I know other people are going to disagree with me on this, but I think Backroom Machinations generally does what Echo Chamber is going to do for you, assuming if you're on something like a Drago plan. Which then means you're probably also on a boom plan and all that kind of stuff. So, like, it's suggestive, even though it's not conclusive, that this is a tagless kind of Asmari. So. Oh, and there it is. Just agendas in HQ. Looks like that. I mean, there's half the deck has been drawn, and it looks like about half of the score, half of the agendas ended up in Chris's score area, and that's how it goes sometimes.
Oh, I just came in. Oh, oh,
Hey, Sanjay. Thanks for coming by. Let
she's
me
my
make
best
sure that
friend.
you're... Yeah, fantastic.
That looks like 9 points, and that's a lot of points. Do you want to
Yeah.
go find another game?
Yeah, let's go find another game.
Sounds good.
Let's see who we got left. Any tables look interesting or like something you want to explore?
Oh gosh, they all look pretty interesting. I'm
Yeah, they do,
very
don't they?
happy to
It's
jump anywhere.
all right. Trying to
You
think.
want to just go to table one?
Sure, let's just go to table one. So it'll be Reality Plus versus I'm gonna guess had no against Cabanessa. Um, all right. Let's see where we're at. All right,
Still
so
feels
we're
a
at.
little.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, still feels a little early. Well, we're in like the mid game because there's a lot of ice rest. Um, why does Cabanessa have no installed cards?
That is a question I was asking myself, and I don't have a good answer for that.
I
Um,
wonder. So we see a compile in the bin. Is this Cabanessa just not about installing cards?
I guess I'm just and like it's a lot of events here, right? Everything in the bin is an event here for Cabanessa. Um,
Yeah, I think this is actually like more fascinating than like having followed this game from the beginning because like this is a mystery for us to solve.
I know, like we could scroll up in the log, but I feel like that's the cheater's way out. So it looks like we just got had a no, actually, I don't think it was an HHN because there's no face up HHNs in the bin.
It
Um,
might have just been the Vasilisa and a Mausolus giving out these tags.
yeah, or even like a Vasilisa IP block potentially. So
This is
uh,
amazing.
yeah, and Yorumu is just gonna sit with two tags for a turn. That suggests to me that they have a hedge fund in hand, or it's not a hedge fund, a sure gamble. Um,
Yeah.
so oh yeah, Vale is calling out that there are three Rashidas in archives, and given the number of cards in R&D, they probably all fired. Um, so,
Yeah.
and there was also a headline steals being called out, so that might be where one of the tags is from.
Gosh,
Uh,
that's the start of solving this mystery, but this is a puzzle. Absolutely incredible. Oh, I just accidentally closed all my tabs that I'm using for running this tournament. This is a
oof.
disaster. All
Um,
right, I can slowly recover.
yeah. All right. Well, so Man in the Moon here goes for a install advance and a hedge fund. With all the ice res, I'm not immediately like you still want to play that hedge fund, especially if you can get value off of a single advanced card. We might even see something like that artificial crypto crash. I've been definitely seeing some people play around with that.
Oh, be still my heart.
I had one game where I got artificial crypto crash twice, and I was like, they install advance. I was like, well, I can't contest it this turn, but it's not going to be the third artificial crypto crash, um, so I'll be fine. And of course, it was the third artificial crypto
Oh,
crash. And
it's a little more fancy than artificial crypto crash. It's the new Astro.
yeah, it is new Astro. It's been one of the decks I've been having some fun with is trying to just Astro train out of Vladisbursk grid, Pravdavost,
Yeah, that
because
sounds lovely.
it's a lot of fun, and you can fast advance a Bologna if you have a single remastered scored and two counters on that Flatus Burst grid, which is kind of fun.
Interestingly, so I guess one question is if JNet removes cards from the game, um, would they show up when we come in later? I think it would. So it's
Yeah,
not like
yeah,
there's some program removed.
they would show up in the top left corner. So this might just be a blank 4515 Shaper ID right now, um,
Fascinating.
which is actually sort of like has been one of my arguments of why people should generally be playing Dao instead of Cabanessa Wu. Is
I mean, you
like
got that link though. That's pretty good.
I mean, hey, against like double IP block, it's not irrelevant for sure. Um, but yeah, all right. So
Yeah.
we run on Spin Doctor to make them shuffle two unseens. So probably handling a little bit of flood here. Um, I'm just this. We've got 38 cards left in our stack. Okay, down comes a compile. Are
Oh,
we gonna
this
like
rules.
compile out of Propeller, just taking an entire Mouseolus, and then just like walk in and take this remastered? That seems like a
Totally
kind of
works. You
fun
can,
play.
if you don't care about being tagged or getting net damage done to yourself, you get in for 1 credit here.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And that actually might be why we don't see any programs on the board. They've just been compiled.
Yeah.
I love it. Now, the one question is, what kind of tag punishment, if any, besides just the IP blocks, is Reality Plus on? Surely Reality Plus is all about that tag punishment. Ooh,
Yeah,
interesting.
it's
Going to
going to R&D with an agenda showing in server 1 I think is an interesting line. Um we're going to see, is this a Gauss or is this a Propeller, or I guess, there's plenty of other plausible options, but no, it is the Propeller. I guess both options are effectively the same in this case.
yeah. This is actually really elegant. Like the thing with Propeller is that it's so clumsy at um sticking around, but with this technology, you use your propeller and then it's just gone. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it
It
just
boosts
comes
for
right
free.
back.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about this R&D access because it's not. It's just a single, which I feel like if you have disposable tricks like this, you do want to save them for big impact runs.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, this was basically an inside job. Uh and it's like, well, you don't usually inside job uh for a single on R&D or HQ. Like usually that's a play of desperation, if anything. Um
yeah.
so
I also wonder about how this. Um, so now we got to wonder about Man in the Moon's agenda suite because if they're on remastered edition, they might be on 3.2s as well. We know they're on 1.3.2, but they can't have
yeah.
any more copies of that. But it wouldn't be surprising for them to have a set of agendas that have some amount of Project Beals. That said, Reality Plus is a 40 card ID, and we're already seeing 3 kinds of agendas. And are they not on 3.2s?
Yeah, that's a great question. So like if you like we see what? We see 7 points out of the 18, and presumably there's like, so if we say that there's like it could be that this is the one of remastered that they need to round out their agenda suite, right? Because 3 Balonos would be 9, tomorrow's headline and 2 Beals would be 15. So third Beal and 1 remastered could be a plausible suite, but they could also be on multiple remasters. Earlier, when you were saying like, oh, what tag punishment could they be doing? I wouldn't be too surprised if Man on the Moon had gone for something like, instead of going for Boom, which a lot of runners are packing tech for, going for psychographics because it's like a really good fast advance win condition that like plays around clock quite well most of the time. Um, like better than basically every other fast advance tool in the format. Um, and you're also it also plays into that. Oh, I'm just getting tempo from my tags and kind of accelerating that tempo.
Ooh, we see some installed cards now. Flame Out, an absolute treat in Covenant of Woo, where you just get a free 9 credits to spend on your propellers, your mayflies, your whatever you
Yeah,
want to use on there. Um, one thing I love about this deck by Will uh, is that this Cabanessa Wu deck is that it is so in the spirit of Cabanessa Wu. You know what I mean? Oh, the game's
yeah.
over.
The
That
game's
answers
over,
that
but
question. Yeah, but just like um, I gotta talk to Will more about this deck because it looks sweet. Yeah. All right. Let's see. How are we doing on games? Looks like we still have plenty.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
okay. Let me catch up on my data entry.
Sounds good.
Actually, I can enter that game. That was a win for Man in the Moon.
Okay.
You know, the thing about Netrunner is that, or the thing about running a tournament is that data entry is really fun.
Dan asked if this tournament was single-sided Swiss, and yes, this tournament's being run in single-sided Swiss.
Oh yeah. Oh, I hope nobody played 2 games.
I don't. I no. Dan's a local to me, and I think just is watching.
Oh,
You.
got it.
Eh,
I just would make me disappointed in my communication if that went.
yeah. Hey, also, though, if you can get 2 games done in 35 minutes, you're playing some fast net runner.
I mean, that's Netrunner, baby.
Mm,
Let's see. It's very cool that people can enter their own round results on Aesop's tables, though it is tricky for me because I don't know like who has. I
yeah.
have this entry and I'm like looking at the unentered things. Yeah, it's interesting. Do you want to jump in
Okay.
another game? We have
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
about 10 minutes left in the round. Do you want to go
Do you
see
want to?
what Janktivist and Rust Rider are up to?
Sure. Yeah, it's the only CTM of the whole tournament, an ID that many
Oh, the
people
game's
have.
over.
Oh, all
That
right.
happens.
Never mind then. Uh, I guess we will. Do you want to go to Sea Bass and Pouch Surfer?
Yeah, that, ga- that game's over too.
Okay. Well, you're loading a little bit faster than I am.
Um, there's a bunch of them.
That
That is a
just leaves
square.
Radiant and Cold Lava, right?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Ooh, though
Okay.
this game looks
Wow.
like it might be ending soon because this looks a lot like
A deep dive turn.
a deep dive turn.
Yeah.
Absolutely disgusting that you see here Cold Lava is using oh, they encountered an Archangel.
Oh, wow. That's
And they
so.
can pay through it, but that's hilarious.
Do you break this with your endurance? I feel like you have to.
Oh, you could. Well, they let it fire. I guess they want to save their endurance
But it's
to
gonna
do
get.
something.
I mean, it's gonna get bounced back to hand, right?
Well, you can beat the trace.
I guess I'm a
Oh,
little
they have
surprised that
33.
Radiant.
Oh, they have 33 credits.
Yeah, I was like, wait, Radiant could literally dump 11 credits into this and like
I'm surprised they
bounce up
don't.
everything. Oh, it looks like maybe they are breaking with the endurance and things aren't actually
Oh,
working or
okay. They're
something.
they're thinking about these numbers. That makes sense.
Okay.
Um, we are running a little short on these. Oh, we have Gauss, which is a terrible breaker, but
Well, yeah, we also
can't.
have a 4 strength Amakua, so it kind
Oh, we
of.
do have a 4 strength Amakua. Nice, 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 nice.
Oh yeah, it got the 4 strength off of that Archangel access. That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, at 5 strength, most stuff we can handle. That's one of the things we can handle. Um, so I
One
think,
second. I just gotta
yep, no
come
worries.
off voice for
So
a second.
we're going for the deep dive. I'm going to guess that we like click for. Well, I mean, we don't need to click for the credits first here. We can do the deep dive first. Um, we've got Steve for that gamble value, and there's the Bologna that wins the game. So, all right, deep dive. Going through this Glacier Asmari list, even with Eula, Hydra, and toll booths and Hydra's res everywhere, it's just not enough for our corp here. So that's the whole round finished, I believe. Um, and yeah, that's. I mean, this is the thing I've been finding with single-sided Swiss. Um, that sometimes like rounds just end super early. Dan, it doesn't do a full ID breakdown, but let me go and pull up the main page. It's on my list of things for, well, it was going to be this today, but then I was decided to stream this instead. So in the near future, hopefully, maybe tomorrow, maybe during the week next week, I will try and fix it up so it loads a little bit faster because I think I have some guesses as to what I did wrong, as to why it's going so slow. But this is the ID breakdown. We see lots of purple and yellow, a sprinkling of red, a single op, and then lots and lots of shaper. Actually, more woo than Pudma. And then a couple of Hoshikos, a Freedom, a Lu. I think Vale, the idea. I think what I like, if I was to play today, I also, even though I've been playing almost exclusively op, like on JNet, I probably wouldn't be playing it myself, because while it's fun and interesting to optimize, I'm not convinced it's actually strong, or that much stronger than other options. I have some brews that I think are getting there, um, but the it folds to tech has been a big problem. Now we're not actually seeing people put that much tech into their lists, and there may be, counter tech that you can think about in op, but it's definitely a bit of a tricky one. So let's see if we can load round one in a reasonable amount of time. So, okay. Yeah, a CTM was very interesting. We very briefly got him on stream, and he had just conceded to an APOC Anarch. We see mostly runner wins. We see 3 corp wins and 5 runner wins across the 8 tables. So let's see. The corpse that won, I don't. Okay, so uh, let's go see. Corpse that won. So NB Kelly won on Reality Plus. We saw the other Reality Plus, Man of the Moon, got their win. And I've already forgotten who the third corp winner was. I think it was Deer on Sports Metal. Oh, and actually you can see it here. So, and then we see Pudma, Adam, Sable, all picked up wins. Cool. So presumably round 2 will be starting momentarily. But just we see how things go. I'm going to step away for just a second to get some water. So Alrighty. Looks like we're finishing up the last couple of round results. I think Sanjay's just literally going through, checking all of the results, which makes a lot of sense. And we should be up and running very soon. So, oh, I'm sorry. There is something else going on. Deer is throwing a little quiz show. That's why there's some stuff going on in between the rounds. Let me go and see if I can. You know what? We will stream a stream, I think. Let me figure out how that's working.
Yeah,
installables that cost more than 8.
Yep, installables that cost exactly 8. Let's get going. Everyone ready? We're gonna have 30 seconds before I reveal the next item.
Yes. D, looking at your screen, it looks like it's just showing your slides, not like the presentation mode.
Oh, that's annoying.
That is annoying.
I'm super sorry about that.
No worries.
How is it doing now? Let me do it now. Can you see?
No, it's still presentation mode.
That is infuriating.
I think to share presentations, you have to share your screen as opposed to the window.
I get it. Yep. So I need to show the full screen. Yep, that makes total sense. Thank you. How's it now?
That looks
Good.
I'm trying to figure this out. So
the first round will be the Eye of Horus. We'll do 30 seconds before I switch to the next one. So, Eye of Horus. The first one is F, NVN, T assets, 0 or O, 0. You can submit now for 5 points. Or in 20 seconds, we'll go to the next one.
Let's see.
Next item is F, hospiroid, T, assets, O, 2.
God. How do I unpop it? Well, we're just gonna... Okay, hold on. Apologies, guys. I just don't know how to use Discord. There we are.
Cool. Next
So
up
I think
is
we're trying to get a commonality.
F, Wayland.
Like, what's the thing that's common
operation
between all of these different
04?
things? Okay, so it's what's going to connect the 4 items here. My bad. I just don't know how to control Discord, apparently. I'll have to get this figured
And
out.
the final one, F, hospiroid, T, operation, O, 17.
So yeah, this is what's the commonality between all 4 of the things that you find with these searches. I see it now. I think the idea is you also want to write it down after each one's revealed, and the sooner you get the pattern, the more points you get. Is how I'm going to interpret how this quiz works. So I will not say it though.
Superb. And we're going to do one more before the next round, but I'm not going to reveal the answer. You can get your answer for 1 point at any point in the round. Next one, with 2 reads, is a picture round. So, 30 seconds for 5 points. What is the connection between these pictures? Here is your first.
Well, this is the sort of stuff I'm really bad at. So, picture association, not my thing. Do I know anything about hockey? I think the answer is no. Like, is it other?
Cool. Your second picture for 3 points. What is the connection between these two pictures?
Oh, is this political assets? So what would this be? Oh my goodness, why am I forgetting this? The name of all of them. Got Sensi Actors Union, Bioethics
Okay.
Association.
Your next picture.
Okay, seems like maybe I'm wrong. But like politicals. Oh, this is where my brain's really stumbling. Boom, boom, boom. Okay.
And for 1 point, the final one. And again, you can take as much time as you would like to get 1 point if you find the connection.
Sync. Trip. Oh, is this some kind of... Oy. I am... Political assets. Excavator. Trip. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. This is...
I'm going to start the timer for
Cool.
you to find your things for round 2.
Yep, let's get going. Take care.
The turns are up. I'm actually going to the
Alrighty.
tournament. The player I need to drop.
Let's see.
So now I'm in it. All right. I'll just highlight that if there's any need for judge calls, we also have backup judge Pouch Surfer. So
1 sec. I'm
See,
gonna Sanjay's
the game.
helpful announcements. Because they're not as helpful for you guys. So we've got what happened to round 2? Oh, this is the wrong window. Whoops. Many things open. All right, so we've got Cold Lava Deer, Analyze Chris and Kelly, Pout Surfer Man of the Moon, Janktivist Sanjay, Close De La Roche, and Seb, Urmu and Will, Yukon Radiant, and Jones and Rust Rider. One of the things I want to upgrade here is so that you can also see the IDs of everyone over here. But that's going to take, again, this is on my list of refactoring things. So it's in the works, it's on my list, but it will take a little bit to sort out. Let's see. What interesting corps do we have in the top here? For the tournament, we've got... We just do table 1? Should we bounce around? Looks like we maybe had a drop already. So Sanjay is probably going in for that dropped person. Not sure exactly what happened. Maybe something came up for someone. Let me just shoot Sanjay a quick message. Okay. All right, so maybe just me doing the stream, but that's all good. Yeah, let's just head into table 1. Looks like they've started already. This is the 1 OPE, so like I'm kind of obligated to watch this game. It's gonna be OPE versus Padma. I heard one person say that. I should probably check that that's actually how you're supposed to say it. Nisei.net. Obligated. Yes, indeed. You are obligated and obligated. Is the pronunciation guide on this thing? Dun 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 dun. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's go to the blog. We haven't missed anything. 2 steps ahead. Mechanics, Midnight Side, Midnight Side replacements, community spoiler roundup, pronunciation guide. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, it is pronounced Pudma Isbista. Vista. This reads to me like they're trying to put an. I can only say this with like a Isbista, which feels like a Boston way of saying Isbister. Like the dropping the R's, like is Pudma from Cambridge? Like I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we've got Op versus Pudma. This is a matchup I've kind of been I've been seeing a lot, and I've been doing pretty well as Op. It's not an easy matchup because the boat does beat a lot of Op game plans, but Op also can have a lot of. Oh, I'm hacking here. Yeah. Oh goodness, that's a good one. I'm sorry, that took me a second. I'm hacking with my icebreaker. No, that's not how you would say it. Jesus, despite living in Cambridge now, I still can't do it at all. Icebreaker. Brecca. I don't know. Now I'm trying to figure out how you would say breaker in a drop all the R's accent. Alrighty. So let's see. All right, Cold Lava's taking a mulligan here. And we'll see what tier takes and round start on the time it started on the round. Let's see. All right, install, take a credit. Pretty standard. Like, I've been cutting hedge funds. I would imagine most people aren't, but it's been a fairly common thing. We're doing Deuces Wild into hedge fund, into Cass, into Earthrise. So Captain's getting set up. We're seeing a Maryland campaign get res. Maryland's such a nice card in Op because when you trash a 3 cost, you can go grab it, and then you can always trash it. It goes back in your deck, so it doesn't actually take it. Like, keeps your density relatively lower relative to other cards you could be putting in. It's nice, easy econ, and the runner isn't that happy to trash it most of the time, especially if you're resing it for free. But all right, so just doing some setup here. We're gonna charge up our Earthrise. A very nice, like, kind of baseline value for Earthrise is you can always charge it with Captain Pudma, get your extra power counter, and then see, in this case, see a card off of R&D. So you've turned a single access and draw 2, which is actually a pretty nice setup here. Log Vault is a really nice protection against boom. I'm sorry, I keep calling it Log Vault. It's Stone Ship Chart Room is the name of the card. And then we see a Hyperbaric come down. It's a card I'm not too high on, but I know people have been playing quite a bit of. And then we're just going to Dirty Laundry, see the unseen card at the top of R&D. Oh, so the Hyperbaric came down to go and steal the SDS. We see a Spin Doctor draw. I almost wonder if you... yeah, it's a weird one to Spin Doctor that preemptively. It does stink here as Cold Lava to go, oh, I got kind of owned a little bit. Not realizing that was an SDS, but if you're on SDSs and the runner puts down Hyperbaric and Dirty Laundries, it might be worth looking at. I wonder if there's any simul chips in this Pedma list, because a lot of Pedma lists, because they're so heavy on endurance and like stuff like hyperbaric and Euler, it's just sort of it's not worth the slots for them usually to be on simul chip. They just don't have good uses of it. They don't really use SMC. They end up cutting it entirely, so there may not be more hyperbarics available to Pudma here. But Deer puts down their endurance. They even have a rigging up to make it even cheaper. I think, when you're playing stuff like hyperbaric, I'm starting to feel more okay about rigging up. I generally am not too high on rigging up as on the whole, but it is if you can find support tools for it, like enough density, it's pretty decent. Okay, so lots of drawing happening here. We've got a Maryland and a launch campaign. Launch campaign seeing the most unlikely return to standard play, I think, in a long time, mostly because it costs 1 to res, which means it ends up getting tutored a lot, and you don't feel too bad about it getting trashed for 2 credits. We're going to start icing up. I would almost want to see a double ice on R&D here. Given the SDS, it's probably more likely that Cold Lava is doing some kind of kill combo, but it's a little bit hard to tell. And that's one of the interesting things to me about OPE, is you can do viable non-kill, like vegan lists, and I think they're potentially pretty strong. I've had a bunch of, turn 8, turn 12, between 8 and 10 turn wins with sort of fast advanced strategies. So we'll see. Yeah, let's see. I mean, just protecting the Maryland is an interesting choice. I guess is to say this is going to trigger, I'm going to get some value off of it. This almost suggests to me that this might be an MCA OPE list. Like, that's actually how I would maybe take a read on this, because you want to get this Maryland trigger off. I don't think it's going to be worth it usually for the runner to deny this. They can just go and get the actual card you're going to put in this remote next turn anyway. Maskarovka comes down, gets broken for 2 boat counters, but you only spent 3 on it, and it's going to always drain the boat, which is pretty reasonable. We see an unseen card. I've been doing some other stuff at this 3-cost barrier slot, but Maskarovka is A, some absolutely banging art, and B, like a pretty solid card if the runner face checks it. A 1 to res 3 strength barrier is quite good. All right, Maryland campaign is going to get used. Op is going to be used, and they're going to get the MCA austerity project. So I think if I'm Cold Lava here, I really want to ice up server 1 a second time, because there's no ice in the game, I believe, that 2 boat counters don't get through. I guess Endless Eula does. And so I suspect that's what that draw was for an ice, but and it looks like Cold Lava found it, and then he will MCA. Depending on the... Now, interestingly, it might be a little bit like 30 cards left in the deck. The kill combo may not be assembled. A pinhole threading from Deer here also looks pretty brutal. But if you're doing the mutually assured destruction combo package, which I believe is on the front page of NRDB right now, Andre put it up as the gunboat ob kill combo. On this following turn is going to be the last time the Deer has to actually go and get it. Okay, so we see envelopment, and this actually means that this server is completely safe this turn. And this is one of the reasons I think actually OPE is well positioned in boat heavy metas, is because envelopment is so rough on the boat. If they break all of the end and run subroutines, the trash this ice subroutine fires, which then goes and grabs a border control, and so the runners just like not getting in if they're on only boat. And so this is a really nice, like, early-ish mid-game kind of ice that presents lots of challenges to the runner. You see Spin Doctor being used on 2 face downs. We see a Drago and a Boom. So that suggests to me that there's probably a Boom in hand already. So if I was Deer, I would either be drawing for a pinhole threading or running at HQ here to try and get the Boom out of hand. Because if you can get the Boom out of hand, they may not be on 3. Then we'll have to see. Oh no, this is on 3. So if Cold Lava is just running this list, which I think it's a solid list and a pretty good place to start, it's not implausible. We're seeing the top card of R&D. Ob can basically always, well, not always, but very often see a fresh card off of R&D, which is pretty good. Yeah, this server is actually still pretty impenetrable, which is very nice for Cold Lava, and they have enough credits to ice it up again. We see an Economic Warfare. Was that in this list, or is that a... No, it's not. So this is a variation. This is some hard-hitting news stuff going into an MCA. How is this influence? So this must be a 1 of MCA, because this is 6 influence. This would be 9 influence, 10, 11 influence. So either there's a 1 of HHN, which seems kind of strange. If you're going to bother putting the slots in for Economic Warfare, you probably want 2. So if we make that assumption, that's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you only get the 1 MCA, the 1 Drago, 2 HHNs, 2 Spin Doctor, or 2 Spin Doctors, a Maryland, and probably the last Spin Doctor. So that's probably all of the influence in this list. We see Deer drawing, I think, well, for a misdirection that's too late at this point, I think, because of MCA austerity. So I would probably just be running HQ to try and hit the Boom out of hand, and hope that you make it for an extra turn. See a Tithe come down. I think you can actually just let this fire. There's not even a need to spend boat counters here. Yep. You do lose a Deep Dive, which would probably be the out here, is like stealing a 5-3 and going for the dive. But I think this is just sort of one of the interesting board states that Oak can set up, where it's like, yeah, it's very strong. It requires you to have answers early, and it looks like in this case, the runner either didn't have tech out or and the corp got what looks to be a pretty solid draw. We do see a Revolver, which also helps make rigging up a thing, and we're on a turn 7 flatline. So, very nice Ope win. The power of envelopment. I think I'm going to toot my own horn and say this has been a card I think I've been very impressed by, and I think continues to show why it's pretty solid. And Deer here is calling out, yeah, if they'd kept their Stone Ship installed, it's actually really hard to die to Boom. You basically, whenever you have 4 tagged, you just pop it at the end of, like, if you're in Boom threat, you can discard down to 5, then at the start of the corpse turn, draw up 2 cards, and suddenly you're surviving. I think, you know, they popped it so they could try and find a program to steal the SDS, which I think is a play if you don't think you can go long against Ope. But I suspect that this deck can go long against Ope, and can just sort of play it out a little bit more carefully and slowly, and wants to make sure it's not dying. But also a turn 7 kill combo is pretty quick. Let's see. Let's hop over to table 2. We've seen Analyze Crystal already. Let's try and get into Jonas and Rusty Rider. Oh, and that one's over. We see a sports medal with 5 scored agendas to 3 scored agendas. People are finishing pretty quick. We've watched Man in the Moon. We haven't seen Pouch Surfer. I don't think we watched Yukon or Radiant last round, though someone might have to correct me about that. Okay, so this is a very minimalist board state for turn 8. So a lot's been going back and forth, I would imagine. We see lots of Bravados, a Chesvy in the bin, a Fairchild, and a Hydra Resed on Provdavost. And we just see Radiant... Yukon here is just playing hedge fund, taking credits. I'm assuming Radiant will be back in a moment. Is this Paragon? Okay, yeah, this is Paragon. Smoke. I was just about to call it Paragon. Smoke is, of course, not Smoke. It is Sable. Okay. All right, they're having some technical challenges. Let's go see. We got... Let's do Seabass versus Clos de la Roche. All right, Clos de la Roche. Looks like they're playing more or less a kind of PD style deck in Asa. We've got Steve Cambridge on the other side. We've got Chesva Revolver. Do we have other breakers in the bin? No, we do have a Twinning, which I think is a good reason to include Chesva. We're using those Chesva credits to trash the Chrysium Grid on HQ. The Steve trigger does not hit. And there goes the paperclip in the bin. If there's a Seamless in the bin, which there is not, this would be a threatened win, though I'm guessing this was probably scored out of at the end of last turn. Yeah, that's what it was. I personally would be very tempted to like install any card in server 1, pull back the fully op, and just try and power through to draw my agendas, because this board state, almost anything on this remote will be pretty good. I'm actually pretty surprised to see Eli. It's a card I basically haven't seen play since IP Block was released. Or actually, I think Hagen has mostly replaced it for me in HB. I'm guessing this Eli being there suggests that there is Trieste model Bayreuth, one of Pinsel's champ cards. Yep, and there we go. This line seems a little bit weird to me, or just a little bit unusual, because you could have had an extra click, but I guess you wanted to get the double upgrades in HQ, then do your single install so you weren't eating your Acer trigger. We're drawing 2 cards and then gaining 4 credits, so we've basically played a short, we've replaced the card, plus a card, and then we've also played a green beans on top of it. Which is pretty good. It's interesting that like I always get baited into trying to go for 3, 4, or like 4 or 5 trigger fully operationals, but like even just going, draw 2, gain 4, or draw 2, gain 3 is a very nice return for a single card. You need to do a bit better if you're going for big deals, but I don't think you need to go for big deals. You probably can have it as a one of in this sort of deck. But while the runner has, like, if you have a code gate, ideally here, you can force agendas pretty easily in most cases. Even with a pinhole threatening threat on the board. We see Seabass. What did they do? They exposed a Maryland in server 1. And then we see a Maryland res. This is Anacam Steve, so doing lots of drawing. Clicking for credits. We install 2 upgrades. We fully op and do the same thing where we draw 2 cards, gain a bunch of credits. Now we have a click left over. So we can even advance one of these cards that was put in. So this does seem a lot to me like it's like a Managarm and a Anoetic Void. So just like that classic style of precision design. But because all of that econ is no longer in the agendas, you have to find your econ somewhere else. And so ASA ends up being one of the best ways in HB to make that econ if you still want to go in this I'm going to score 4-2s kind of game plan. Or I want to score out of a remote kind of game plan. I think you have other options available to you in HB. We saw Jonas was playing Sports Metal, and I suspect that's going to be one of the strong corps that you can play in this format. But Seabass is being presented with some real challenges here. Pinhole Threading is obviously would be a great card to have in hand, as would Breakers. And we see a Fairchild 3 being res right away. Basically has to be triple clicked, and that might be enough for the game if one of those upgrades in server 2 is an Anoetic Void. Seabass could also like trash their Pad Tap, trash their Chesva, and then probably get the run ended, which might be the correct play here. But being down 6-0, it's not looking too solid for them. But okay, they spend 3 clicks. They're going to install their... actually, they don't even need to. They can just trace 3. Yep, that's what they're going to do. Paying 3 to pay 3. Excuse me. And here comes the Void. And that's going to end the run and probably end the game. Unless this is a poorly bluffed, a poorly considered GFI. And this is one of those cases where, in theory, a Pollock would be better than a Pinhole Threading because you're not sure. But anyways, Close to La Roche takes it on turn 11. That's that game. Let's see. Maybe we'll go over to this Analyze Chris and B. Kelly game. I would be surprised if this was still going. But let's see. All right. So this is. It looks. I'm gonna guess like a consume. Nope. It's It's an imp. An imp Friday. Imp just Lou engine. Which is actually probably what you want against sports. So we'll have to see if there's any agendas face up in archives. There's 1. There's also a virus, and then 4 face downs, probably all Audacity away. We're sitting on 6 agenda points to 4 with 1 click left. 5 credits is not enough to Biotic Labor. It is obviously enough to Audacity score out, though it's unclear to me how many decks are on 2x Audacity versus 3. I think it's a little bit tricky to know. I know typically for influence spreads you end up on 2 because of GFIs, but maybe Elvigar Bifurcation is fixed for that. Oh no, it's not on here because it came out too early. So NB Kelly's I think taking a bit of a think, trying to figure out what they want to do here. I suspect that they got purged. Okay, they're just going to play the gamble and say, I'm not going to lose this turn. All of the 2-1s are gone. Being at only 4 points to 6 does mean that Sports has a lot of options for root stuff here. And if Chris just clicks up to 7, that's a lot of threat that you can just Biotic out the win. Basically any of the it just has to have points on it, and 7 credits is all you need. So I'm guessing we're gonna see we're gonna see runs on HQ. The whole goal is to try and shut this stuff down. We're going to load up Imp with Knobkery. We access the Biotic Labor, and that's gonna get imped, which then draws a card, gains a credit. So this run ended up being a basically as good as you could hope for. And now I guess the question is, do you continue to run? I think the answer is probably... It's hard. You need to run at some point. But if you steal an agenda, that might draw Chris into his outs. So we'll have to see. And I think you'd really like to have multiple imps installed here. A Mega Pre gets stolen, so I'm going to guess that Chris probably draws 2 cards here. Because again, he's just looking for his outs. If MB Kelly can find one more agenda, they win the game. They could actually consider running... It's tricky. I don't know if you run archives here. Because there could be 2 agendas, but if there's not 2 agendas, then you're giving free tempo away, and you are just giving free tempo away here. So I think you have to run HQ again as this last click, and just hope that you snipe, whatever it is in 7, and hope that gets you there. That said, there are not many fast advanced. Well, so there's only 1 biotic in the bin, 2 audacities, so there's probably 2 more biotics. It would need like red level bass is another way to basically play a 3-card biotic or a 2-card biotic labor, and would be an option. But yeah, I think as NB Kelly, you just have to run HQ here. I don't think there's really any other choices. But maybe I'm wrong there. There's just enough stuff you could trash or steal that I would go for it. 5 agendas, or in a score area, 6 agenda points to 6 agenda points on 4 agendas. You're definitely happy with how these agenda steals have gone. As if you're Chris. And they get it, the global food. Very nice. So NB Kelly grabs the win. I kind of like this freedom imp, like this build your own freedom with a Knobkery imp, just so that you can always go for you can kill all of these combo decks that are kind of running around. So NB Kelly gets a nice win on just stealing a bunch. Very cool. All right, so that game's done. I guess we'll go look at Armin Firecracker versus Uriemu. We watched a lot last time. Maybe we'll go to Pouch Surfer versus Man of the Moon. We saw the very end of Man of the Moon's game last time, so we're going to see the very end of their game this time. We, in fact, saw the end of this game. This looks like it was won on a big old deep dive. And so that takes us over to one of our Jinteki decks for the day. So this is Ag Infusion. Maybe it's an all 5/3s Ag Infusion. That's pretty uncommon. I was about to say there must have been an APOC, but no, this must be the Harbinger that got Aesop's at some point. So we're seeing an Aesop's Pawn Shop Woo. We've seen some Stoneship chart rooms, which I really like. A little surprised. So I've been trying out Reaver Woo with the idea that Stoneship chart room now is a diesel that you can trigger on the corpse turn, which is pretty cool. But this is just lots of events, some deep dives as a finisher. Lacosta just going and doing its Lacosta-y stuff. Brand does look like it's a bit of a problem for this Icebreaker suite that's leaning heavily on 2 propellers. Because basically a single brand eats up most of a propeller. Oh, interesting. This isn't a 5/3. It's an NGO front. I wonder... Yeah, Captain Cody, I guess my hypothesis might be that because you now have 3 cards that you can at paid 3 more cards that you can at paid ability speed pop on the corpse turn, that Reaver gets you a long way. And Logvault's already really good against a lot of the kill combo stuff. I've had some struggles with it, and it may have been that I was playing... what's the card called? Environmental Testing, when I shouldn't have been. Or it may have been that I was playing Into the Depths rather than Creative Commission. I would argue that that one's a little bit more plausible. All right, we're spec working away the Mayfly, which is pretty surprising to me. Okay, we're gonna overclock this remote. I wonder how we're getting through this IP. Oh, I guess we're just paying through the IP block, right? That makes some sense, some good sense. We see a mind game. This card has so much text on it, but effectively just deflects you to a different piece of run. I don't know that. I guess actually, Captain Cody, I think I kind of disagree with that. I think I'm more likely the fact that environmental testing trashes itself, so it only costs me 1 click, and I don't think I'm usually getting more than 6 credits off of a technical writer. I might be wrong about that, but that's generally been my I want the not. I'd rather have those 6 credits, but I could be very wrong about that. It also could open up a version of the deck where you play if you have Earthrise casts and environmental testings, you could well, I can't sell a technical writer, right? If I do, I'm not getting the value. Oh, and it's just the oboe, so Armin goes and grabs it. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't written off environmental testing yet, but we will. All right, so this is the very last game. Well, hopefully these technical issues don't go too badly. Okay, so we've seen the game evolve a lot. We see a hunting grounds go down, which I think makes sense in a meta where everyone's just slotting IP blocks to handle turtle. Well, now you get to counter the counter. Oh, here we go. All right, they're just going in for the access here. Radiant's going to grab the card. We'll see what it is. Oh, we got a Paragon first. Rashida, so that's a nice little trash. And then you probably just click for 3 credits because what else are you doing here, right? 1 card left in the stack. I guess we get to see, is this deep dive or is this okay, all of the influence is sitting in hand here. That tells me it's got to be a deep dive, but I think there's not going to be a deep dive unless Radiant just clicks for credits for 20 turns here, which is totally a reasonable out here. You're on 2 agenda points, so if you say, okay, it's going to cost me 6, 12, and then what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So another 6. So that's 18. So probably as Radiant, you want to be at about 25, 30 credits before you go for your deep dive. But nothing's going to stop you once you get there. So click for 4. And you can remember that you've got the extra 2 on Chesva. Yukon's only got 3 credits, so they're not really threatening to do a score anytime soon. So you can just take, get up to 25, maybe 30, so that you can make sure you can steal 2 Bolognas if that's what's presented to you. And you'll be there in 2-3 turns, and you'll be all set. And you can deep dive. One of the interesting things, this is Prov to Boast, and none of these ice are advanceable. We haven't really seen. We see 2 ubiquitous Vigs and a Drago, so it looks like this is mostly trying to advance stuff in a remote. Analyze Chris says, Ope is an interesting interesting to powerful ratio is quite high. So does that mean that it's much more interesting than it is powerful, or just that it's both powerful and interesting, so its sum of the 2 is high? You said yeah, and I of course, because of delay, I don't know. Okay, the former. So it's more interesting than it is powerful. I suspect that's true, and I think that's also why a lot of people didn't bring it, is because while it's really fun to play on JNet, it's just not actually that strong. And someone probably will break it eventually. I think that's true. But a little surprised to see Radiant going for the deep dive here. I don't know what else this would be other than going for the deep dive. Are you trashing the Chesva here? Because like, there's not actually a threat. I feel like you could just click for a bunch of credits. Oh, also, people should check out. I think I figured out. Let me see if this works. Can you guys see those emotes? I think I figured out how to make op, and endurance emotes. And in theory, I think you just have to be a follower to use them, not a subscriber. So, you know, go nuts with your boats. And if you have other ones, I've got 3 more emote slots. So, okay, so we're just going to go and run server 5. Cool. Boats are live. I'm glad it worked. Mesnichevesto gets rezzed. That's basically... Oh, hunting grounds to prevent the Mesnichevesto effect? Seems odd. Wait. Oh, yeah, I guess you don't want to pay 4 to prevent losing 3. Yeah, in this case, so... Yeah, I think as Radiant here, you just sit back, take credits. I would have probably just let this one go, especially after they advanced the ice rather than the card in server 5 that says it's not a 4-2. Okay, so I mean, we just click up to 30 credits over the course of like 5 turns, and if Yukon can't win before that point, then I don't see how Sable loses. We don't know what this ice is, which does make it a little bit trickier, but one of these is a boomerang. Yep, this is a game that's been having some technical issues, so yeah, that's time. I'm actually a little surprised to not see... I would go for the deep dive here, because I think you have enough. It's net 6, so you run this first. Then that would be another 6. Oh, actually, you don't have a way to get through the Fairchild cheaply anymore. Because this is net 1822, so actually Radiant didn't have enough for the deep dive, I think. So this may be just a timed tie, which is pretty bad for Radiant, who I think had this game very cleanly won. But see, this could be an agenda in server 5 that Yukon was faking out. Yeah, I mean, this is... I've definitely been like, should I slot a chisel in my boat decks just so I can deal with stuff like Endless Eula and like just the annoying cheap, the echoes and things like that. I don't know. It's something to thought about. Oh, Paragon gets the $1. Does that steal the Bologna? Yes, it does. Oh, brutal for Yukon there. That's the game. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're... Yeah, that's quite the finish. I'm sort of glad that Radiant did get the agenda there, because they definitely had this game won, but yeah, I think there's no outs here for Yukon. Yeah, so 24 turns. We are in a Glacier meta. All right, so we're going to see if I can figure out the Discord thing so that we can go to Deer's little quizzes. Alrighty, let's go. Why are you not working for me?
So once more, I'll give you 30 seconds to look, but you can submit at any time or just write down your answer, and how many points you did it for. Um,
Apologies. There's, for those that want to follow along at home, there you go. Okay, Heartbeat, Mantle, Excalibur, and Sanity.
and I think we have time for one more. So one more for this round. First up is Saint Kagwa. That was worth.
Hmm.
Next up is Ahmedabad.
Yep, well, this is the sort of quiz that I am just drawing blanks on. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know how to fill the time of the air, but I'm literally like, I don't know what this would be.
Next up is Tonington.
I feel like I should be Googling, but that also feels like cheating on all these quizzes. So, for those of you who have missed it earlier, these are 4 that are somehow related, and there's some underlying structure. So the example I think was like, oh, if we have Morningstar, Endurance, and I forget what the other card was. It was like, oh, all these cards cost 8. So there's some commonality between these 3 things. And the thing you're trying to guess is the commonality.
And your final one is Diego Francisco. And that's going to be the last one. So send your answers to Sanjay or to me. And keep in mind the next one. Take care.
Yeah, if you want to, I'd say you can also keep them to yourself, and we'll tell you the answers later.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go over answers. Actually, yeah. Okay. So before we start round 3, I just did want to say, we will be doing a lunch break after round 3, or do whatever you want with that. So there's an extra 30 minutes between rounds. If you scroll up in the chat, there's a tentative timer or time for how long things are going to start. Pairings are up. Let me post them in the chat. Here, so I'm going to start the timer. Here are pairings. So yeah. Let me know if there's any issues. I'll stick around in the main lobby for a second while people find their tables, but please go find your tables.
All right, so for the stream, we should. Great. So this is the standings after 2 rounds. We've got MB Kelly, Cold Lava, Man of the Moon, and Close de la Roche all undefeated. Analyze Chris Deer, Armin, Pouch Surfer, Jonas, Radiant, Sanjay, and Janktivist all have picked up a win, and then Seb, Uramu, Yukon, and Rusty Rider are all struggling a bit, but still have time to make it out. I think they decided normally you would run 6 rounds for 16 people, but they ended up wanting to run an odd numbered set of rounds, I think, to reduce the size of the cut, and to give people 7 games instead of the 8 they would normally get in double-sided Swiss. So we've got Cold Lava versus Man on the Moon. I think that's going to be Cold Lava corping again as op. If people don't want to see op again, we can. Otherwise, maybe we'll go. I don't think we've seen NB Kelly's corp yet. So maybe we'll go there first because we just watched Cold Lava play op. So let's go to table 2. Did we watch this already? I don't think so. Okay. This is round 3. We've got Sable versus Reality Plus, and one of these players will go down a game and lose their undefeated, and the other one will continue. I think this is one of the fun things to me about single-sided Swiss relative to double-sided Swiss is it's gonna promote people like it does sort of do the gauntlet and pairing up thing, but still keeps people in it. And when you have reasonable sized cuts, there's lots of options for going. All right. Okay. So we'll go to a different game. Maybe we'll go to table 3, unless people really want to see the op. We'll watch Sanjay versus Jonas. Let's go. Cool. All right. We've got Sanjay is playing. I'm gonna guess Sync, right? Yeah, Sanjay's playing Sync, which I've played against once yesterday. And I think they were on a boom plan, and I just sat on 7 hand size the whole game, and they were pretty sad. Jonas is going to be running as Cabanessa Wu, so I'll be interested to see what this Cabanessa Wu looks like. It's not had success with it yet, but I've heard through the grapevine that their opponent drew very, very well, and yeah, so it's actually, we're seeing Shaper filter to the top, but there was so much Shaper, like, it was gonna end up sort of, like, yeah, it could be more evenly distributed, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it fall back down a little bit. We're gonna get started in a moment. I think Sync is, there's been a lot of new NBN tagging cards printed, and paying 3 to remove a tag is a big deal. It's a real ability. The flip side on Sync, not so much of a real ability. And the other thing here is that Sync is a 40-15, and Sanjay does love his slightly off meta corpse, but then tries to do the best build he can out of those. So I'm looking forward to see what's going to go on with this set. So, So just waiting on this game to start. Let's see. Maybe while we're here. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the whole turn starting. So we're going install, install, install. So we're doing some kind of shell gaming nonsense. I'd be surprised if this doesn't end up going tall, but it very well might not. And Jonas is just gonna say, "I've got my money. Let's go. Let's see what you got for me." And so it's now Sanjay, up to Sanjay to do the res here. Long fig here on this thing, though also it might be JNet lag. That's also a real possibility here. And let's see. Okay, there was just some weird prompt nonsense. A Tranquility Home Grid. It's an unusual include in Sync. Does suggest you're just doing some jammy stuff. Rashida in server 1. Yeah, I wonder, do you run server 2 here, or do you say there's got to be an agenda? Okay, so we see a telework installed and clicked. That strongly suggests to me this is an Aesop's list. Sanjay is going to draw a card, which makes me think, again, stuff is flooded. Advance twice. This does mean there's the potential for an annoying Checkist Scion, or a very early... It's hard to do a Drago kill from this place, but Jonas is drawing up. It's an NGO front, which also makes a lot of sense. That's the best case for Sanjay here. I think as Jonas, you probably leave this Tranquility home grid. Oh, but no, he decides to trash it. He's going to use his telework and just click for credits. So that he's, while Sanjay can, in theory, HHN, it's not probably very good with Wu having basically a 3-click misdirection available to them. And misdirection does dunk on the ID does dunk on sync a little bit. And now we see install advance, the card that was originally in server 2. So that's either an upgrade that got put down in server 2, or server 2 was a Vladisbursk grid. At 8 credits, Sanjay is threatening to go seamless launch boom here, potentially. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Jonas ends up running it, though would be ending up... Oh, okay, the log vault is nice. It means if it is a seamless launch onto this card in server 2, Jonas can just pop his... Or actually, after the Drago is rezzed even, Jonas can pop his Stone Ship chart room to draw 2 cards and survive out, ride out a boom. And we see an ice put on server 2, and an NGO front is popped so that a new card can go into server 2. I think as Jonas, I'm assuming Jonas is playing for a deep dive style game plan, so just wants to make sure the board doesn't get into a kill state for him, and then kind of go for a big swing later in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if this turn ends up looking much more like a build-up turn. We've yet to see Wu used, even for something like a SMC Rozeki. All right, so we're seeing a Spin Doctor go, 2 NGO fronts go back on the deck. Sanjay wants to just install advance and have it be a credible threat, make lots of money. Generally, runner decks are going to be equipped to make more money than corp lists. Yeah, Wu does care about the runner ability, but okay, we see another ice, another card goes in server 2, and a card goes in server 4. We're just going to be drawing here. We're going to be clicking the telework, probably, and hopefully installing like an Aesop's or something. I think as Jonas here. How many click to draws have we done? Because I have been justified in playing a Proco yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's get Proco in this Wu list. I'm sure that'll make it better. There's some closed prompt being forced all over the place here. All right, what are we doing with this last card here? Or last click? Probably doing the telework contract, going up to 22 credits. Do I need a co-commentator so that I can say Message Vesto if it comes up? I don't know, Simply the Onion. I'll leave you to judge that one. All right, so Sanjay's protecting R&D, icing up server 2 even more, and then advancing the card in server 2 one more time. Okay, so we definitely should have been playing Proco at this point. I'm saying that mostly as a meme. But let's see. Where are we at? Sorry, I tapped away. Install advance. We got a Palongi out, a paperclip into the bin. So this remote probably does actually fold pretty quickly to most shaper nonsense. It has to actually be 3 different types of ice before it really presents much of a problem. And doing something, and Jonas has lots of options for handling it in theory. We've seen 2 spin doctors popped already as well. I think only one of them has shuffled any face downs. Actually, no, none of them have shuffled any face downs. So at 28 cards in R&D, there's probably one agenda floating around. So we're going to draw 2 cards with deuces. I wouldn't be too surprised to see an expose and make a run. Okay, protecting server 2 at position 0. So now that we know, okay, so this is actually a double ping server. So Jonas is 100% in here and is going in early enough to kind of like waltz through. This ice can just be painted with Palangi, but it doesn't even need to be. This is just a triple barrier remote that is going to be walked through. So we'll see if this is a Czechus Scion, a Bologna, or a whole bunch of other options. Jonas, oh, I know why Jonas drew the 2 here. It was so that he could survive a big Urtica cipher. And now we're going to see it's a tomorrow's headline that wasn't scored and a Prysac. Which I'm assuming it's going to get trashed. I'm very surprised that tomorrow's headline wasn't scored. Because now we just get the misdirection, clear 4 tags. And even an HHN doesn't really do much here. Okay, the cheeky Rashida out unprotected is a nice little play. Let's see. Okay, and then it's just clicked to install an ice, click to install a card in server 2 and advance it 2 times. And Jonas just says, okay, I've now gotten 2 points. I can steal 2 more agendas probably and win the game. And so just going to continue to set up, grab the telework money, put down some casts, do some more drawing. But Sanjay's going to keep shoving this remote. This remote's not that taxing. It's a 5 total credits for Jonas to get into. But Jonas probably wants to spend some time setting up an econ engine. There's finally a diesel. It's the first diesel found. I have been feeling like you need slightly more draw in these ASOPs lists. So definitely a thing to think about. Simply Onion's calling out, actually probably a little bit ago, that Sanjay's probably holding a boom already. I don't know how you ever turn tomorrow's headline into a real boom threat. Or it's quite tricky too. But maybe that was the line that Sanjay was going for. Or maybe a market forces. Like there's lots of reasonable tag punishment. And I think sync tends to lead to the runner floating a lot more tags. But like Jonas with the Stone Ship chart room is still quite safe as long as they end every turn with 5 cards in hand, which they do, and just spending telework, gain a credit, creative commission. Sanjay's going to go and score a Bologna, which does put him in a now mean that install advances are in fact threatening to win the game. But Jonas is up quite a bit in terms of credits, and so has some threats. Yeah, oh, that's also a good point, Simply the Onion. If they are holding a backroom machinations, that does turn a tomorrow's headline into basically a 4-3. Though I feel like if you were... I don't think that works, because you would just advance it, score it, and play the backroom. So, not exactly sure. All right, so we're seeing the spec work on the paperclip. I wonder if you could just like pull a Harbinger out of the deck, but there's one in the bin, but there's probably one more. And we finally see an Aesop's come down halfway through the list. It's going to keep Jonas's economy really purring here because he's actually got triggers on both of the like two turns lined up. So this basically ends up being a one card, 1 credit plus 5, which is pretty solid. Sanjay double trashing the pings because their usage is basically over and doesn't want to pay a bunch for them. I think if you're Jonas here, you might grab the woo first. You might woo for SMC just for safety here. Because the if this is not a barrier, you don't guarantee get this paperclip out to then go and use the Palangi. But it's a turnpike, so it doesn't particularly matter. You're probably just going to end up paying. You might even pay into the trace here. Well, I guess you've got misdirection, so it's not really worth it. Right, you're paying 4, or you're spending 2 clicks and a credit. And 2 clicks and a credit is probably cheaper than 4 credits here. We're reinstalling the paperclip, breaking the IP block, accessing the card in server 2. It's the last spin doctor. It gets popped. I would not be surprised to see this Tranquility home grid disappear, or rather get trashed. Ping goes back into R&D, so just trying to ping Jonas a lot with tags. At 5 credits, I would definitely be tempted to try and poke somewhere else, as we've got Aesop's fuel. Diesel is definitely a thing that's valuable as well here, and then probably clearing the 1 tag because you don't really want this board state blown up. And I missed a click in there somewhere, so Creative Commission for the last click, discard an SMC. You're sitting at 15 credits. You're pretty happy here as the Woo player, but the downside is Sanjay is still basically always in the advanced threat. Triple economic warfare is quite the hit, but Jonas is going to bounce back, I think, pretty quickly. But triple economic warfare is a huge swing. So definitely, a 12 credit swing is a lot. But Jonas is going to be back up, already back up to 6, can probably just, oh, yep, there's the Harbinger. So you might even click the telework this turn. You don't have, just so that you have a little bit more reach. And then next turn you're going to be at 13. And, even though Sanjay's play was pretty rude, you've got options. So this is full remote camp Shaper. I would think that with 2 Rashidas down, 3 Spin Doctors down, 4 points, you maybe don't have to run this remote. It's sort of expensive to go through. I guess you could use Palangi and go in for 5 credit or 6 credits, but yeah, it's a tricky one. Okay, so Jonas is going to do that. That actually suggests to me that this is going to be a big dive turn. We see a Drago Ivanov. So now the math becomes, can you trash this, get a deep dive off, I think. I think you probably do want to trash this, but Jonas is making the call not to. I think that, I also understand that, because there's not going to be a lot of threats here. There must be some bug that's popping Jonas to see cards up. I would not be surprised to see an Archives run here. Yep. We'll see if there's been any agendas left in Archives. There has not been, so we see some tag punishment. There's 2 hard-hitting news, a Psychographics and a Market Forces, so maybe no boom. Though that does make the Economic Warfare's Tranquility home grids look a little bit stranger. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's still room for a boom. And so now I think Jonas is trying to decide if they want to play their deep dive. They will be able to steal a Bologna. They will still have enough credits. Oh, they're APOCing. Maybe? Maybe? Yeah, this is an APOC. Okay. Yeah, and they're just trashing all of their cards. They're using their log vault just to get as much value out of the board as they can. And here comes the APOC. They're on 7 credits. So yeah, this is just APOC Shaper. So pro code doesn't make sense if you're on APOC Shaper for sure. And does clear out that remote pretty nicely, resets the board. You're ending on no tags, so you're in a pretty content spot. And actually, all of those economic warfares going is not too bad for you. All right. So we see an Ngolo discarded. That suggests to me that there's maybe a second Ngolo in hand. But I'm unsure if that's truly the case yet. So. All right, we see a ping rezzed. So paperclip comes down. This is going to actually take basically all of Jonas's money. Though the other option is probably just to leave it, because this might just be the Drago that we saw earlier. Yep, I think that's probably Jonas's call here. This is just Drago. And it's better to clear the tag, click for a credit, and hopefully install a useful card. Yep, and that's the Aesops. That's pretty much exactly what you want. Maybe this isn't the Drago, because I feel like install advance, or like advance planogram wouldn't be the worst, or advance. Oh, here comes the hard-hitting news. Okay. That's not great for Jonas, though we still haven't seen any lethal tag punishment here. Jonas might have some room to recover. And like any number of a simul chip comes down and a program hits the board, there could be some stuff again. But Jonas definitely has some figuring out to do now that that HHN landed. Harbinger comes down. Is a simul chip going to come down? Nope. I think probably drawing for it, though it's going to be too late already on this turn. I think you're assuming that the one of Market Forces and Psychographic are most of the tag punishment, and that there's no boom. Or you're drawing for a log vault, which you can then just go and pop as soon as it gets installed. Be a cast discarded. I guess actually you can't be killed unless it's exactly Market Forces boom. I'm sorry. I'm gonna Stone Ship Chart Room is gonna be the bane of my existence for the rest of my time playing Netrunner, I think. And I will probably get banned from commentating Nisei events because I can't say the same thing. Oh yeah, Planogram Boom would also have worked. Though I think all 3 planograms were already in the bin. Simply the Onion, so even though I misspoke and said it was exactly Market Forces Boom, I ended up being accidentally correct. All right, Jonas just taking the turn, clearing out tags. Is this going to be the Drago something? Not going to necessarily be the Drago something right away, but doesn't mean it's not going to be not that. This is also threatening to be the game-winning Bologna. And Jonas may have a hard time getting to 5 credits and getting past the ping, which is definitely the threat that Sanjay is presenting here. Is this going to be another APOC? Just to deal with this Bologna? That'd be pretty wild. It looks like it is. Okay. I'm just going to drag you down into the dirt with me. No, oh, there was a Beal in Archives too. So now if Jonas can get up to 5 credits, over 2 turns without archives being iced. There's probably, well, it could be the Drake. Did we see? Now I'm forgetting what ended up being in that remote. I don't know that we ever saw. Okay, well, that ice does strongly suggest that the winning Bologna is in archives here. The last question is, does Jonas play a third Aesops? As both players are just going to be scrambling around for points for the rest of this game. All right. Oh, and there's the third Aesop's pawn shop. Sorry, I was checking standings for the Brighton tournament. So, excuse me. Jonas sells some stuff off. I feel like can maybe just click for credits here. And then run archives next turn and go for the win. Because an unadvanced card in server 7 basically can't win Sanjay the game here. Yeah, Sanjay does have a lot of ice in this list, right? So this is 3 pieces of ice, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, not that much ice, right? Oh, wow, it's the third Rashida. That's maybe not ideal. Okay, credit Viarcation. Install, advance. So once again, Sanjay is threatening the win here with the Bologna. But I think even just an archives run, if you can get Sanjay below 3 credits, you'll be in a good spot. You're up on 10 here as Jonas, so I might go... Actually, just run server 7 first, right? It's probably a reasonable line. If it's a Bologna, Sanjay has to protect it, and then he also has to protect the one on archives, and so you have options. But this is definitely a turn where you can stop and think about it because you have options in a bunch of different ways. Ika probably gets you through most stuff, though we haven't seen any code gates. Literally any code gates. Okay, that is the Bologna. Oh, and there was an NGO in server 7. And Jonas... Wait, what's going on here? I think Jonas would not have had enough to break the drafter and steal the Bologna. So I'm not sure exactly what happened at the end there. Because it'd be 2 to host, 2 to boost, 1 to break. That would be... Oh, no, that'd be 5. You're right. So Ika breaks are 5. So, yeah, Jonas still wins. Thank you. I should know that. I'm like one of the biggest Ika fans in the world, and I apparently don't know how much it breaks drafter for, which is a little sad. All right. I wonder if I can adapt Saharasa to be a Twitch bot. That'd be kind of fun. All right, so that was table 3. Let's head over to... We've seen Ope already, though maybe we'll go and watch the last few minutes of the game, assuming it's not done yet, so we can see. Yeah, simply, I would have to just be like a link to NRDB for cards or something. So, okay, this actually looks like what late game Ope board states look like sometimes, where it's quite tricky to actually pilot out a win if the runner's on their toes and keeping your board state down. This we have seen is a kill up. It's a we've seen a hard-hitting news and an MCA austerity. both in this list. So it's not my preferred version of Kill Ope, but it's a card deck viewer as a Twitch plugin. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Sad Doug. And like, I would love to get like a hover thing or something. I also want like if someone wants like, I'd love to look at a project of because I know Team Covenant has this thing now where they have a little. I'm assuming it's an AI in the background that just listens to their voices and pulls up cards, and that's on my like wish list of things to try. They built it, I think, during the pandemic. Oh, and then okay, yeah. The other thing that Cold Lava is doing is they're running hard hitting news, which I think is a really nice include in op, because it makes that it forks the runner on either dealing with your board. So Sadsuck, it used to be Team Covenant's producer, but I think during COVID, they switched over to an actual bot. I got a clarification from them in a YouTube comment on one of their random streams, and they just named it. I think they named it after their new person, so it's like whatever that person's name was too. So I think it's a doable project, but it requires a lot of time that I don't have at the moment. Well, a mixture of time and motivation, to be completely frank. But anyway, Man the Moon with one of the classic Shaper counter cards, and was pivotal to the last match as well of Misdirection. Gold Lava is up a good number of credits, but it ends up just having to click for credits because it doesn't seem like they have a way to advance their board state from here. Probably something like an envelopment and scoring out of the server 10, or at least threatening to score out of server 10, is probably their out here, because we've seen an MCA already go down. And 2 spin doctors. Oh, they're just going for a big mad play, but they can only do 4 cards, so Man of the Moon can click for a credit and clear all the tags, which seems not ideal for Cold Lava here. This seems kind of like a soft concession. I think if you are playing Ope, you want to have some sort of idea of what your game plan is against Misdirection, and it can be combo kill. But I think if, like, this is just my personal opinion, brutal sad Stug. If you're going all in on combo kill, I would rather play like a Biotic Laborer and a Bass than I would an MCA, because MCA dies much easier than those 2 pieces do. I mean, I'm personally playing Double Bass, but you know, that's neither here nor there. We're going to install a 1-cost card with Ope, I guess, which is a little surprising to me. Oh, okay. I think they did the triggers wrong. Ope triggers in a weird way. I don't know what card you're excited to grab here. Okay, so we're still doing the same play, trashing the same stuff, and just going to switch the thing. It's probably actually something like Maskarovka to go and grab stuff. And actually, Sad's like, in theory, what I could do if I want to get it to pull Message Vesto and Stoneship Chart Room, I could just train them on me saying the wrong thing over and over again until the AI learns, right? Just give it lots of samples and just completely confuse it. All right, so we're just installing and resing a Maryland campaign in the new remote. Runner's going to click for a credit, clear the misdirection tags, and then proceed about their way, basically. This one looks like controlling the pronunciation, yeah. This one looks like it's over but for the crying, or however that saying goes. Oh, and there it is. Fantastic. All right, that should be very close to time on the round, I expect. Bum, 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 bum. I feel like we watched them last time. We'll go see this CTM list, I guess, with a little bit of time left in the round. Let's see. Great. Okay. All right. So we're looking at CTM. We've got Amani Sinai DBS going 4-2 for the runner, but 6 tags on the runner. And market forces just drained their economy entirely. There's a 4 advanced card in server 2, which is either a Drago or a Bologna, probably. I don't know. It's an interesting one. Seabass is definitely going to have some interesting boards to build out of. They have literally 1 installed card with 15 cards left in the stack, a pad tap recurred. I have to imagine Amani Sinai has been doing a lot of work here, just bouncing things back and forth. And Amani Sinai does seem like the reason to play CTM if you're going to try and make it work, because people are installing so many big cards, notably the Endurance. It gives you lots of options. Seabass just taking 4 credits because not much else you can do here. Spin Doctor going and spinning away some cards. Let's see if we can figure out what they are. Oh, interesting. So like this is a Lacosta CTM. So we're going to spin back Market Forces and Predictive Planogram, Reza Nico campaign. We've got Self-Growth Program as well. So even more just I can land a tag and tempo you kind of stuff. This is a very, very different build of CTM than what we were seeing kind of before rotation. DBS triggers. The new DBS, I think it was NB Kelly who implemented the DBS set aside, but I might be misremembering that. But having the set aside zones actually work properly is fantastic. So let's see. So I wonder what Rusty Riders like we're on Market Forces. We're probably also on Psychographic, so we have an actual win condition. We're going to advance, and score tomorrow's headline. So it's now all tied up, and I would much rather be Rusty Rider here. You also get to return the Class Act to hand here, which, you might argue is not ideal, but... Wait, is this a May ability? Oh, you may trace X. So they just elected not to. They said, I don't want you bouncing your Class Act. That's going to make killing you harder because you can just reinstall the Class Act. That's kind of a funny line. Okay, so can I zoom in just a touch? Yeah, I could just barely zoom in. So Seabass here, we're clicking for 2 credits, it looks like. And then, are we just going to run through the Endless Eula? Yes, let's go. Let's just steal send a message and win the game. I'd be surprised there was a send a message in this, but... I think this only works if you run HQ, steal an agenda, and then run R&D and steal an agenda. Which, like, hey, it's play your out, right? But I'd be a little surprised. Okay, Dirty Laundry and Dirty Laundry. We access an Endless Eula from HQ. We're going to run R&D. Run Archives also makes some sense. Nothing to show there, though. A Toll Booth, a Nico campaign. Discarding a Revolver. DBS draws. I think we're just waiting for Rusty Rider to land in their finishing blows here. Do they have the Psycho? No, they don't. So they're just going to install and advance. This could be La Costa Bologna. And it's not really getting touched. Seabass taken 4. And we'll see if Rusty Rider's got it here. Looks like they do. I I think this Lacosta install is technically incorrect unless this isn't a Bologna. Just because it's more expensive to res the Lacosta than to advance the Bologna a single time. So, I don't know. It's like, it doesn't matter in this board state. Rusty Rider is so ahead that you can do a little bit of styling. I guess if you, but it's you know, not really a criticism of the play. Got him into a good spot. I think that was the final game. So after this round is lunch, but I think there's going to be one more quiz section. So if that happens, I will hop us into that. But otherwise, let's see. Let me. 4 starts after lunch. Let me get this going. And we'll do a countdown, and we will set up the countdown. I think it's 45 minutes, but or maybe it's only 35. I'll have to ask. So stop the recording. I'll see y'all in a bit. I'll get some tunes going. Oh, it's actually 26 minutes from now. Okay. 25 minutes. Reset the timer. All right. Let's get this show in the road, and I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right, we're back just a touch early, and I'm joined by Whiteblade to talk about how the tournament's going so far. I think you've been watching most of the rounds, and we've got the standings up going into round 4.
Yeah. It's like how many rounds is the tournament?
So normally it would be 6, but Sanjay wants to try doing it as a 7-round tournament.
Sure.
So
Okay. It's tough because it's early. I think the big takeaways is runners seem to be doing a bit better than corps. But I mean, like, it's hard to say, right? Because we're only like 3 rounds in. But there's a lot of
Yeah.
people who are like there's a lot of corps that are at 0, right? Like if you from 7 down, there's no corp. Those players don't have any corp wins except for Rescue Rider.
yeah, that's a good point. They've probably only had 1 or 2 chances at corp. Actually, no. I mean, these are mostly people that have had 2 chances at corp. So this does sort of, yeah, and just lost both of the times. So that does definitely suggest this is a bit of a runner meta, which people have been hypothesizing it is.
I think we'll see. There's a lot of Shaper today, which surprised me. I didn't think this many people would play Shaper.
Sorry, Eric. Yeah. No, I was surprised at how much Shaper there was too. We've seen 1 APOC Shaper. I think the other ones have looked a little bit more either, Pudma endurance stuff or Wu, just kind of Wu shop stuff.
Sure.
And I think Pudma is a nice, easy deck to build a lot of the time, so it makes a lot of sense. Like, you put the endurance in, and then you spend a little time tweaking a couple of cards, and you have a pretty strong kind of baseline. So it makes a lot of sense, I think, that people are on it so much. But I'm not sure that Shaper's really optimal, so.
That's interesting. I mean, I think on the runner side, on the corp side, it's shocking to me that Reality Plus is up there instead of Asmari.
Yeah. I was
because
I
it's
was
like,
pretty surprised.
It seems to me that like Asmari maybe is strictly better than Reality Plus, but obviously these people are doing something different. What else? It's a lot of Midnight Sun cards being played. Certainly having an impact on the metagame.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's between the rotation and the Midnight Sun cards themselves, there's a lot of impact on the metagame. It's interesting, like, a lot of the decks we've been seeing do well are a little bit closer to old school kind of decks. Like, we're not, like, we don't see any Essa here. We see 2, actually the Sables are undefeated so far, so they might be pulling
and the Padmas, like, you see 2 Padmas here.
Yeah.
There's an Ob deck.
Yeah. And we see, but then it's like, oh yeah, Sports Metal, Reality Plus, Asmari, like, they're probably not using many new cards. They're probably using them incidentally to fill up little holes. And that's totally fine too. Like, that's part of the purpose of the rotation. And I think Corp side, the new cards, it's harder to figure out exactly how those slot. Like, I think people are playing almost exclusively OP on JNet Casual, but I think no one feels like they've really cracked it into a list that's consistent. So I'm not too surprised to see very few people on it.
Do you have any players in the field that you've got your eye on as potential favorites to win the tournament?
I mean, I have a lot of people I would put some money on doing really well. I think, like Deer, Jonas, and Analyze Chris to me, even though they're all a game back, would be like strong contenders to me for being people that would take it. I think Rusty Rider, would have thought I think got off to a rough start, and may have a bit of a hard time climbing out of the 3-point hole, but definitely could get there, I think.
Yeah, so for Jonas, also known as the Big Unit 3000, he was the second place finisher at Worlds this
Yeah, yeah.
year.
And Deer is a local who's been kind of just running over a lot of people, including some
Deer
very
is
good players.
isn't Deer the like fake Nats champion this year?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an impressive victory. So we got good players in the field. Everyone's good players. We got Is NB Kelly from the West Coast or Australia?
I believe Australia.
Okay, so this is a late night or maybe early morning.
I think probably a late night, but yeah.
Do we want to watch Table 1?
Yeah, I think we're at the point of the tournament where Table 1's a good table to go on.
So this matchup is who's running here?
So we've got Close to La Roche running against Man on the Moon. So it's Sable versus Reality Plus. Yep.
That's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Let me get over the right tab. Cool. I think we're just going to be waiting for time to get started. I was telling Eric before, one interesting thing is both of these players have played the runner sides twice and corpse side once, but just because of how heavily favored the top half of the tournament is with runner wins, there basically wasn't a better pairing strategy that the algorithm could find. So these two are just playing against each other as well, they're both undefeated, so let's put them up against each other. That may end up meaning that someone ends up with an unusual number of games played, but we'll kind of have to see. I guess I don't have to do the dating.
Do we know what kind of Sable Close to La Roche is on?
I think we've seen. I think we've seen that. I don't remember. I think Sanjay wants to join us on comms. Did someone else drop? I guess that could have happened too. Oh yeah, it looks like someone must have. Yeah. Cool. Let me go and get him into the call. And this is great because I have a meeting that I'll have to go to at one point, and so all of the two of you do commentary while I just bounce around.
Hey, Sanjay.
Hey, Sanjay.
To join you. I was like, oh, I want to join comms, and then I turned on the stream and heard you were here, and I was even more excited to get on comms. Also, I love that you absolutely recognized D as the reigning U.S. Fake Nats champ. I like that you got your lore down.
I know more about the Netrunner tournament scene than people might think I do. I keep tabs.
I would expect you do. I mean, yeah.
So you're Sable in this matchup, right? I think we're probably just Reg Sable here, right? Or do you think maybe there's a chance we're APOC Sable? Because it feels to me those are the two big archetypes. You either Reg Sable or APOC Sable.
So as a little bit of a newbie, is Reg Sable imply deep dive?
I think so. I think it's like, oh, or maybe like the twinning Sesvi. It's just basically like, hey, we're gonna make a bunch of money, maybe do a bit of multi-access in the mid to late game, and try and just like play what I would call like pretty heads up fair Netrunner. And then Sable APOC is basically saying, hey, listen, I get an extra click for my ID ability, and that's really good with APOC because it gets around card abilities like Border Control or Biovault to deny the APOC run, basically.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I feel like the one interesting thing about this meta, like in terms of whether you want APOC or deep dive. I guess it is kind of corp dependent. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
And I was absolutely flabbergasted by how few Waylands we have in this tournament. There's one Ob. I don't know what that means for anything, but
Yeah,
this
I
was
think
not
that
the set of corpse I was expecting.
yeah, I think
I
the
think tougher.
Bristol CO had 0 ops, which I was pretty surprised by. Well, but
Okay, so looks like we've got Man in the Moon. Close to LaRoche had a pretty good first turn, landing diversion of funds and playing Dirty Laundry. And so now there's this question of like, am I going to draw cards set up? Personally, or you can contest through remote. I think if you're the Sable player, you're probably thinking like, what could the server one ice be? Probably Ping, right? Ping is Ping or IP block are like two of the best ice to push behind this deck because when you res the Ping, you get the money back. Hunting Ground's coming down here, which is nice because it denies the Funhouse equity. But we have Ping Res, and that's going to be a free res for Reality Plus, as I'm going to take the ID trigger and get 2 credits back.
yeah.
Yeah, vanilla stays in the meta as long as you're a Reality Plus ping.
Oh, and we get the Rashida out of R&D for basically 0 clicks, which is pretty nice here. Yeah, it's I've been playing with the Sable, and I almost like pretend that the mark, like I have a blank ID that sometimes has an upside, and I think Close de la Roche has been actually utilizing their mark pretty reasonably, and we see Man in the Moon going for what looks like a really fast score on turn
This is
3
tomorrow's
here.
headline.
Yeah, yeah.
This
Tomorrow's
is
headlines.
really interesting to me.
Them getting that 2 credits back makes it look a little less shaky, though it is very aggressive. Especially against a Crim who can, I guess, economically depress you into oblivion.
Ooh. Citadel's a really good hit here. We kind of have like 2 of the best tech cards versus like what I would call NBN tag tempo, which is Hunting Grounds is good deny. The IP block trigger, the Funhouse trigger allows you to actually like get the turtle down and like be a bit more aggressive. And then Citadel is going to allow you to clicklessly clear all those tags because Reality Plus just sort of hands tags out like candy. You've got Ping, Funhouse. Maybe sometimes this deck even plays Snare. Um, it's good, looking good. We just need to sort of find a way to get into the remote here.
Oof. Ooh, losing the Begalter off the mouseless is actually potentially quite significant.
Yeah, now I'm running
2 points back.
I'm kind of running through all the sentries that Reality Plus is likely to have. I guess they could be on Hydra, which would
Yeah.
be fascinating.
If you're doing Vladisburst grid, I could also see a Vasilissa.
Oh yeah, I love that guy, that lady.
Yeah, and I guess actually, we are criminal. We have Boomerang, so like losing 1 breaker is usually not the end of the story. And this Bravado lets Close to the Roche really get in with a lot of tempo here.
This
And
is
steal
quite
Bologna.
good for Costa La Roche. We're on 5. We're going to steal this Bologna. We're going to get the money back from Bravado and be able to clear the take clicklessly with the Citadel. And now Man in the Moon's in a tough spot because, like, traditionally this deck wants to, like, sort of bluff never advance in the remote. Maybe, like, threaten a remastered edition or an artificial crypto crash. And now it's like, okay, if we put an agenda in the remote and they guess right, we don't get a second chance. Like, it's game over. So we're basically we're playing the game point now.
Yeah. Also, if this is a deep dive Sable, Man of the Moon is on has a sword of Damocles hovering over them, or because like Sable hasn't even brought out her multi-access to get points. These have just come while doing some normal little checks.
I think it's a tough spot to be in as the Reality Plus here because your money is sort of dependent on them running. And if I'm close to LaRoche and I have deep dive, I'm just going to sit back and draw, right? The only way they can give me tags is if I actually run and get those tags. So I'm going to sit back, make some money, draw into my win condition, and they have to push in a remote. Oh, and the Tapworm comes down. We haven't seen Tapworm basically in the previous meta, we didn't see any Tapworm at all.
Yeah, it got unbanned when they did the big ban list revisit, but Sandbox basically kept it out of the meta entirely. But with Sandbox gone, it does seem like Tapworm comes back as a way for criminals that, want to continue to play that sort of old school denial game. And this is the backup for when your denial doesn't work, or just as a way to suck tempo away out of the court.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Pad Tap. Very similar names as well. Where just like, yeah, you just get rid of it. But if you put too many of these barriers to the corp getting rid of, like some of them are going to stick around, or the corp is going to take 10 million years to actually get going. And
Yeah,
Man
it's
of the
just
Moon.
tough. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I said Man of the Moon. We were already talking about. He doesn't have the time to dilly dally. This is tough stuff. Ooh, nice.
We're gonna double seamless and score Bologna.
Well,
Okay.
that changes the nature of the game a lot.
Wow. Yeah,
Alright, so
now
LaRoche, what you thought was going to be sort of a nice cruise to a round 4 win, it's looking a lot more dicey now, especially if this Reality Plus, it might have fast advance tools. It might be playing Biotic. It might be playing Audacity. You don't know when the game's going to end now.
minor thing is that currently there's nothing that breaks this ping on the table. So it's possible. It wouldn't be a position I would enjoy being in, but it's possible you can just double advance this Vladisibirsk and score a Beal out of hand.
Alright, so we see a Funhouse on HQ. I would not be surprised to see a poke on HQ here, because you get to
Yeah.
avoid the on-encounter trigger, and then deal with the subroutine for basically 1 credit off of the Citadel.
It's pretty good. You get to see a card in HQ. We really want Sable triggers on Archives or HQ right now. R&D's a pretty dead server for us, just because we can't. Letting the Mausolus fire over and over again, like potentially if they have a fast advance out, taking tags draws them cards, right?
Yep.
If we could also pay into the subroutine here just to deny the Reality Plus trigger, basically saying, "Listen, we have more money than you, and this is a game about money. I'm worried about Biotic. I'm worried about." Oh, we have an undo click. Oh, this is probably.
Oh, they missed up the hunting grounds because they meant to the pay window at the wrong place. Yeah.
That happens all the time on JNet. Oh, we're just no res. Okay.
Just no res. Okay. Oh, and there's the paperclip. So that puts Man of the Moon now close to the Roche. Just basically has to be ready to go into server 1 every turn for a credit, at least for a little while.
So this is where if you can get a Funhouse or even like a Mausolus on server 1, you just keep putting the runner in 50-50s, right? You're basically like, hey, listen, this is a Mausolus. You have to keep running through the Mausolus, and is it Spin Doctor or is it Beal? Is it Spin Doctor or is it Beal? We could also maybe have some fast events from hand. If I'm close to LaRoche, I want to probably trash this Vladimir Grid next turn.
Yeah, that probably does. Yeah, that's probably a big one, because even though there's 2 seamlesses in the bin, there could always be the third, and you can just lose kind of on the spot. Oh, we're pulling back. I guess maybe we're going to trash the... Nope. Okay, we're going to advance the Vladisibirsk Grid twice, which I think is probably better than playing the hedge fund here. Though, close to the Roche was...
I think if Man of the Moon was able to put another ice on the server, this would have been a lot more attractive of an option. It's certainly not exciting if they're looking at what they have in hand and thinking this is the best thing I can do, which is drain the runner of a fair amount of tempo. They have to install their paperclip. They have to go break the Vladisibirsk. But it's if there was another ice, it would have been much sexier.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing I'm actually realizing is also, if you just advance it once, it's the exact same kind of scoring threat, because you can advance the Vlad grid, advance the agenda once, and so you're saving yourself a click and a credit of tempo that you're now going to kind of throw away.
I think the tough thing about double advancing here is you're basically giving your opponent more incentive to do something they already wanted to do anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they wanted to trash the Vlad grid anyway, and now you just wasted, like, not wasted, but now you spent your turn essentially playing into their game plan.
Yeah, I guess you could also make the case that the first advancement was okay, and the second advancement was more sketchy.
We could play hedge fund instead of playing that advancement, which would have given us room to push. This Sable's like this Sable's teched out. We've got Hunting Ground, Citadel, and Caldera in our Sable deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possibly the line that Criminal can take, because basically all of the tech for every corp win condition is either blue or neutral. And so you can just be like, you know what? I'm gonna take singles and cancel out all the tech, and if I assume that all the corpses are on like these kind of funky kill game plans rather than tempo score out game plans, you're in a pretty solid spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crim's the new shapers. Anarch's also the new shapers.
So this
Shaper.
tapeworm's made us 5 credits so far. Which is
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah. We're gonna falsified, guess an upgrade.
It's
Spin
interesting to
doctors.
falsify here because it's 1 credit to check the remote, right?
Yeah.
But we just want money. Are we setting up for deep dive maybe?
Yeah, I think like
Oh yeah, especially with the penny shaver down, it's like a little free to check.
oh yeah, it's basically it is just neutral to check. So
We could have just held the falsifieds for when like there's 2 ice in the remote or something.
yeah.
Especially when it seems like Man in the Moon's one of their best outs to win here is sneaking something through. Falsified denying that for 1 credit is huge. I wonder how many
Yeah.
Sable is on, because it seems like Sable has like every tech card you can think of, but eventually you run out of slots.
It looks like it's on just Rozeki and maybe the tapeworms is Econ.
Yeah. Yeah. Along with like the standard kind of events.
Whoa! Public
Yeah, we saw
trail.
this in the central access. I think you have to. Do you pay into this? Oh.
Oh,
Nothing weird's
don't have
going
to.
on. Or maybe there was a weird. Okay, so we're going to double Ice HQ and then Ice Archives.
Yeah.
So just trying to turn off Sable, that feels like you're treading water to me over actually making a winning window for yourself, but it's not like an unreasonable approach.
I think if the Sable play, you're just gonna run all these ice. Like
Yeah.
you have hunting grounds, you have all these tools. Like we're just gonna pay into this choice.
Yeah, you don't even need to. You can paperclip for your way through.
Oh, you're right.
I think that was a funhouse that got discarded. We see a Backroom Machinations. Backroom Machinations feels weird to me in a mixed point agenda suite where we've got both 5/3s and 3/2s. But I could imagine some scenarios where maybe you get three 3/2s, and then you can just use Backroom to close out a little bit easier than you could score a Bologna. So that might be the thinking behind it.
Reminds me of the very classic like sync agenda suites where it's like, yeah, I'm. There's a lot of ways to add up to 7. I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
So this has to fire because we don't have
Ooh.
a Sentry Breaker anymore.
Oh, another free ice res for Reality Plus.
Oh, hunting grounds denying the advancement trigger. I'm not sure that matters a ton, but we got value. I guess like they maybe advance modules, but I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, I think if they res the turn
The
or
funhouse
the
here, you kind of
funhouse.
got punished. Oh, is that people?
Did they overwrite the funhouse? I must have missed that.
They overwrote the
They-
funhouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we see public trail again in HQ. So if I'm close to LaRoche, I'm probably just clicking this penny shaver for credits and maybe drawing.
This is the overextension, right? We can imagine if we have deep dive in hand, you're just thinking like, oh, I can just like play deep dive and win the game. But
Yeah.
we're not going to overextend here. We're just going to click for money. I think that's good. We're not really being threatened by a lot. All the ice is resed, which is good for the Sable player because it means that Man in the Moon has sped down, and you basically have 100% information on what the board could be. And I mean, it's like 14-6, right? Like, what are you threatening in the remote that you have to have something from hand, ideally? The public trails, like you can play public trail, they'll just pay 8. The public trail's not going to do anything.
There's also the question of what kind of punishment can they even do with a single tag? Like they public trail and what Backroom Machinations, Retribution you. It's not a very potent thing.
I think it's probably some combination of backroom machinations.
Yeah.
I think if
Yeah.
I'm first.
I could
we
also
gotta
I
run
could
this
also see
remote.
like I could maybe see an all-seeing eye being in this deck as well, or like some other kind of swing back tech.
Been resed.
All Seeing Eye would be sweet. wouldn't win them the game.
This is a
That's
Blackbird,
true.
right? It's a
Oh, it's a
prize
prize
sack.
sack.
Free
Heck
prize
yeah.
sack.
Another free tag for them.
The Citadel devalues the prize sack so much here.
Yeah.
We just made 2 credits from the Reality Plus trigger because the pad taps, which we just can't afford to trash. I think
Hitting with
scoring
boomerang,
that
also-
tomorrow's headline really set us back as the court player.
Yeah, it seemed pretty aggressive and opened up the, Sable a lot of room to do a lot of stuff in the early game. But
Yeah, especially when the threat of like hard hitting news and just the fear of yellow is a really potent thing that protects you in the early game, and they kind of took Fields down there.
all right, here comes the second ice. So this is like, I don't think you particularly need the falsifieds right now, but this would be the case where you kind of would have liked to have had the falsified still in hand, so you could find out, do I need to actually go for this or not?
Yeah, boomerang, click, run the remote, like, show me the money, like.
Yeah. All right, so we're using hunting grounds. We're going to boomerang. We're going to go in for a credit. Yeah, I think for Close to the Roche, it's just about playing it slow up until you can draw a boomerang and a deep dive probably in hand at the same time, because I can't imagine you're on twinning at this point.
I think you're just drawing again, right? We're just drawing raw win cons here. We got
Yeah.
Citadel's like giving us so much value. It's absurd.
Yeah, the Citadel is triggered almost every turn, and it's like basically 2 credits each time. It's pretty great.
Prize Sec fan, I gotta say, I like the card, and sometimes it's just nice to like randomly knock cards out of your opponent's hand. I don't think they've been particularly valuable this game, and they often aren't.
Tapworms made us like our 9th credit this game, which is pretty good. 0 for 9.
Oh, you're keeping track. I love it. At this point, Cluster Rush's credit pool is a majority Tapworm bucks.
Yeah, this reads like a deep dive play. I don't think you go into R&D otherwise here.
It's interesting to me that you threaten a deep dive on this turn when it's like, if this is the turn to decide to push a deal, you could actually be pretty punished here if you whiff on the deep dive. Whiffing on the deep dive is pretty unlikely. There's 4 agendas left in the game.
Oh, okay, never mind. They're just checking R&D and then deciding to... I mean, the thing is, yeah, even though the Vasilisa fires, it ends up probably making the runner money if Man of the
The
Moon takes
Mausolus
tags
already
here.
fired this turn, so they already took the pad tap trigger.
No, I think they broke that subroutine. Or did they just... Yeah, they broke the tag and net subroutine with Unity.
Yeah, so they fired the pad taps already.
Oh, you're right. They did. But Man of the Moon is slowly getting back up there in credits.
Yeah, here we're seeing the fundamental back foot on traces that Corps have, that they have to play into them first, and then the runner decides whether they want to bother.
So you're close to LaRoche. I think we're sort of moving into a spot where like 5 turns ago I was like, I don't understand how the Reality Plus wins, and now it's like, okay, the criminal could fumble the ball a bit. You just keep dragging to the remote. Oh man, we didn't threaten anything to remote this turn. I think you have to make them run through that remote every turn. Tapworm made us $3. Absurd. It's just like funding basically our deep dive. I think we're happy to check for singles here. We got a click back from Sable.
Yeah, and the credit off of Penny Shaver means that this run basically ends up costing between the Tapworm
$2.
all this stuff. It costs very little.
Trash
Like-
retreater.
I guess because there's no threat this turn, going for the dive.
I think it's good, right? Like if the dive whiffs, you don't lose the game next turn. Like we can potentially just like go take me and run through Moslos or something. Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty dire, but it's better.
Oh, I don't like. Oh no, Rashida was trash, so R&D was already fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's the
and that's
remastered anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I think we sort of blew out our econ when we scored tomorrow's headline. We really struggled in the mid game because of it.
Yeah.
Jeff, I might need a little bit of help on something. I misentered a round result.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
I think I'm just not looking at the interface right.
Yeah.
in
Which
terms
one
of,
do I
like-
need? Which one needs to get swapped?
So table 5 was a corp win, not a runner
Okay.
win. Deer versus Pouch Surfer.
That should be fixed now. Cool.
Probably.
Spite's actually responding kind of zippily. I say as I then click something and it hangs.
Yeah, it happens.
All right. Let's head on to another table. Okay. No
Table-
stream on table 1, so it's just table 7, I guess.
Love it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's interesting that like I think there's very valid concerns about like people running out of time in single-sided Swiss, but like most Netrunner games are done in 20 minutes, so 35 like ends up being pretty reasonable.
It's good for the PE grinder players. You can just like prompt them down to the time. It's great.
I mean, I think the thing with PE Grinder, in my own personal opinion, is that like the biggest sin of PE Grinder is taking a bunch of time away from the game it's not even involved in.
Yeah.
And it's nice that it doesn't get to do that here. Not that I want to just sit down and grind out for 35 minutes, but you know, I've done worse things in 35 minutes.
That's fair.
I have done many a worse thing for 35 minutes, but this seems like a big deal ASA maybe. We're sitting at 25 credits against I was gonna say Deep Dive Woo, but they went for Steve, which is honestly probably still better than going for Sable most of the time. But
I think the cool thing about DJ Fenris, even if you're on a deep dive plan, is that you get to like really make the call when you install the DJ Fenris for your specific matchup and for like. So I wouldn't say that we know it's not deep dive, just that like they have their heap full of cool tricks they want back. Also, if they're on Beth, like they can get that Beth click, no problem.
yeah, in this game, that Beth click seems pretty guaranteed.
Yeah, that's actually the real power of Big Deal. You just turn off Beth Ko Ren Chang.
So, I think as Asa here, it's a little bit like, oh, why are we putting an up like the double install in the Gatekeeper remote is definitely you would have preferred to do it in server 1, and I could see it being 25 credits, maybe saying, you know what, I don't need another, like what's another 4 to me, over having a slightly more optimal positioning. Well, this could also be something like a, you know, like a ganked Shriest or something, though this is not really a server for ganked, but
We need every credit. We're gonna play 2 more big deals. That's 34 credits or something. Come on.
yeah, it's true. It's true. It is one of my jank eternal ideas of if I play just a 5-3s and the 2-1s in CI or something, can I just big deal twice and win the game?
You know how much your hand size goes down every time you play a Big Deal out of CI? That's amazing. What other effect reduces your hand size by 17?
17.
That's really good.
The
Oh, wait,
games-
wait. Can we use is Big Deal a transaction?
Oh, is it?
No, it's not.
Surely not. It has enough things going on.
I think it's just a terminal.
Oh, that's too bad because we could have played it with Brian Stinson.
Yeah. I just really, really love how like all the champion cards are like, hey, here's a cool win condition for you to play around with. I know that you were part of that, Eric, and
Oh,
I appreciate it. Also, minor scoop. I think we might count mutually assured destruction as a B card because it's like a plan B, and it's designed.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
of course
good.
and of course it's designed by the the first Queen Bee, which
The
doesn't hurt.
inaugural Queen Bee.
Yeah, the current reigning Queen Bee, since I haven't assigned one in a while, suggested always have a backup plan as a B card because it's also a plan B, and I was like, well, you know what else is a plan B? Mutually assured
Who's the current
destruction.
Queen Bee right now?
NetDad. I haven't found one in a while, so there's only been two.
Nathan's one who's like actually a beekeeper, though, right?
Yeah. We've gotten a nice mix
It's
of
pretty crazy.
bee enthusiasm.
Mana gun. We have to pay for this mana gun. Okay, Flame Out should have one more credit on that shit. So what is a mana gun? I guess it's like a Rashid here or something. I actually have to hop off. I'm going to go play X-Wing with some friends.
All right, good luck.
All right.
Thanks for having me on for just a game, Jeff. Good luck with the CO guys. I'll see you guys around.
All right, fantastic, Sanjay. I'm finishing up a second half of lunch, so I'm gonna leave you to do the commentary for another.
All right,
2
I love
minutes.
it. And I might leave for a second if tournament stuff has to happen, and then we'll just have some dead air, and that's okay too. People can deal with it. But in the meantime, it's kind of nice having this overclock, these overclock bucks to pay into your Managarm, because I don't know if they had a plan to use all this money. If not, I guess to trash the stuff. Yeah, what am I thinking? Their plan was to trash the stuff. It's also a little unfortunate that they all they have to get in here is the Mayfly. It makes me wonder about what is Cabanessa Wu's Breaker Suite. One of the sick things about Mayfly with Cabanessa Wu is that you never truly lose it to Cabanessa Wu's ability. Oh, okay. We're gonna redo this. Actually,
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of little JNet hiccups today, so there's been a lot of little...
Jeff, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. So, all right, so we did a rewind. The card ended up on the stack, so here we just did a draw. Now we're going to overclock again. So we're going to get through this Gatekeeper for 2 credits.
Back.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. So we're gonna see this run again. I actually can't tell just from looking at stuff what the issue was.
Yeah, it's not clear to me either. Maybe there was some... Maybe this is a Managarm Skunkworks and a Anoetic Void in the same server, and Seabass messed up the res.
Yeah.
But that's not what's happening here either. So
unless they're going to redo this run again.
Oh, I think they just like gave themselves a credit from Flameout or something.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So it was just like a credit fix. They probably could have just given themselves +1 credit, but however the players want to do it, it's obviously up to them.
Yeah, I think one of the things in terms of like JNet like savvy is like eventually you get like a little bit of an intuitive sense of like what is the most efficient way to unwind to fix whatever's going on. And sometimes you guess one way is the fastest, but then you get clicking and you have regrets.
Yeah. All right, so now we are seeing that overwrite of the Maryland. The Uramu got an off-world office out of the remote. Oh, I didn't realize there's 2 Gankton archives. Okay.
Oh, that's exciting. That's very exciting. And also, the Spin Doctor is probably going to go get him. Actually, is that true? Maybe not.
There's probably higher value targets, but I definitely could see like I found this when I was like building an HB deck. I was like, I have all of my like cards, like my econ packages together. I've got all the ice I want. I've got the operations I want, and that's all in faction. I've got influence to spend. Well, I've got some ansels, so let's put it in ganked for that like 1 in 10 where it just wins me the whole game on the spot.
Why not try out everything the runner has and everything they've ever known?
Yeah.
Though they have 2 of them, so like they're committed to they're a little bit committed to the bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, always commit fully to the bit, right? If you're gonna commit to the bit, commit.
Now, I also wonder, in terms of what Seabass is up to, Ganked could also be built around. We could also be seeing a deck built around Trieste,
Yeah.
Monobiroids, because certainly just having a little sneaky Pencil Champ card out in the wild. Who knows where it is? Maybe you won't know until it's too late. Nothing we've seen in the Ice Suite points to that being true. I mean, I think one of the downsides of that card I've heard some people analyze that like it warps your ice a little bit in a way you don't like. But we're gonna see what this card is. This actually feels a little high stakes to me in terms of guessing right because they are not rich.
Yeah, no, it's all when you're on the like sub 5 credits, the falsified guess feels like it's like game breaking, one way or the other. But here they did guess right, and I think this is a pretty reasonable agenda read. That said, it depends how many Rashidas are in the bin, and only one does make it like that could be a Rashida pretty easily as well.
Yeah, if they had a Rashida, they'd put a Rashida. If they had an agenda, they might put an agenda. So especially with that, I don't know. We don't know whether Cabinet Wu saw the seamless launch before, or knows that they were on seamless launch.
Yeah.
Yeah. 30 credits and 4 points. You know what combines with having a lot of credits and the ability to score out a 5-3? We're actually going to end the round very soon. Time is 2 minutes away from being called.
Okay. Well, so Seabass probably just needs, like, technically could just hold it out, but I think, it's pretty plausible if you're playing an Aether to slot a one of Big Deal in. And it's a nice, easy way to finish. Though, interestingly, like, it doesn't seem relevant in this particular board state, but technically Big Deal is one of the only fast advance tools that the runner can almost always outclot.
Because of the way Big Deal is worded, you do have to do a little advancement on it first time if you're trying to score out a 5-3. I guess you can always do a rude 4-pointer or 2-pointer out of with a Big Deal without a lot of warning.
Yeah, you definitely can, but the idea is that if they get their Claw out and still have a Simul chip left, even if you can purge in that paid ability window, they can just get the Clot back a second time before you have the opportunity to play the event.
Right.
So.
Yeah, because normally you can put the counters on there and then say, okay, and in my paid ability window, I'm going to get rid of the Clot and score out this agenda, whereas Big Deal doesn't give you that leeway. That's fascinating. That's a great point. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking about making a little info video for startup players about how Clot windows work, and that's a great thing to mention.
Yeah.
Big deal. Actually, do we have a Clot or anything to get a Clot in the bin?
There's currently no legal way to get the Clot onto the board right now because there's no events to trash with the Simul chips or programs, I should say.
Oh, you're right. Wow. No, there's a Overclot, or no, there's a Mayfly in the bin, right?
But you need
what a big deal!
What a big deal! Seabass wins the game. To finish the point, Simul chip, because there's been no installed programs trash this turn, Simul chip can't trigger.
Oh, you're right. Yikes.
So, yeah.
All right, All right, looks like everybody's done. I'm gonna hop into the public lobby and have things go.
Good. While that's going on, I will try and set things up. So we can look at the results. So it was a lot of runner wins again. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 7 runner wins. So actually pretty close. And at the top tables, it's still a little runner favored. I think actually every round, the top 2 tables. Oh no, not every round. First round, second round, though it's a little bit hard to tell. Yeah, okay. So this is definitely looking like a bit of a runner meta. We're going to see Clos de la Roche go up to 12, and then a bunch of people are going to be at 9. We'll have a couple of play down, play ups, but we should be sort of in a good spot going into the final 3 rounds. So normally this would be a 6-round tournament, but we're doing something else. Okay, let me try and get this.
Operation 17. As folks observed, these are all Netrunner DB inputs, but the cards that they are inputting is significant. I think most of you could have figured out that Hospiroid Operation 17 was big deal. The other ones are also Midnight Sun cards. Wayland's Operation 4 is Mutually Assured Destruction. Hospiroid is Trieste model Bioroids. And be an asset. It could have been Chekis Scion, but in this case, it's referring to Drago Ivanov because these are all champion-designed cards from Midnight Sun. There are exactly 4 of them, making it perfect for a question of this sort.
D, it does, D, if I can interrupt, it does look like you don't have your screen sharing.
Every time!
I know.
It looked fine to me, Sanjay.
Oh, it does? Never mind. Forget me. Sorry.
Leading me astray. Next one, we see a picture of a mother and a hockey player. The hockey player is, I believe, John Ispister. A picture of an election, picture of a factory, and a picture of a water tap. Ma Ispister. Campaign, factory tap. These images all can be followed by pads to make Netrunner cards. Number 3, Heartbeat Mantle Excalibur Xanadu. For this one, you have to look at the flavor text of these cards. Each of these cards contains a literary reference in its flavor text, specifically a quote from an author. Saints Kagui, Ahmedabad, Tawnington, and Diego Francisco. These are all Netrunner portmanteaus, with the other part of them shifted around. So Saints Kagui is Saints Louis and Chicago for Shiloh City Grid. Ahmedabad is Ahmedabad and Mumbai for Mumbads. Tawnington is a technical cheat. It's Boston and Washington for Boss Wash. It was originally Novovostok, but technically Vladisibirsk isn't in Russia. But Tawnington is a pretty good reference to everyone here who lives in the East Coast. And Diego Francisco is Sansan. For Twisted Flax, this was, I think, the meanest one because you needed more than Netrunner knowledge to solve this one. The colors blue, purple, red, and green should reference another deck builder. These are all Netrunner cards who contain Slay the Spire cards in them. Buffer Drive, Rainbow, Vault, Vigilance, Cleave, Wild Strike, Dash, and Neutralize, colored by the character who runs them. And the final one, these are 7 of the 8 cards in Midnight Sun, which were designed by first-time illustrators. And they were paired by who the illustrator is. The one illustrator who wasn't in this set was Dave Lee, who did Augustina Pavlova. And that is round 1. So next time we'll do round 2, which is what comes forth. Keep track of your scores and keep them firing. Thank you.
All right, so I got basically
Alright,
no points that whole stream.
Thank you so much. I love this happening. Timer. The new pairings are up. Round 5. Great.
All right, we'll head to table 19. All right, so round 5 should be up. We'll go take a quick look at the standings. Okay, that looks like... Oh, no, this is the standings. Okay, yeah, this is the standings. Yeah, those were hard puzzles. Okay, so we got a clump of people at 9. It's going to be a top 4 after 7 rounds. So I think one of these 6s will make it up, and these 9s will have to fight one of these 6s. The lowest ranked 9 is probably fighting off the highest ranked 6 for the last spot. We have close to LaRoche at runner +2, so they better be playing Corp this round. Good. And we've got a couple of plus Corps down here. Laura has dropped. Sanjay ended up dropping as well, because I think someone else dropped. That may mean that we'll probably end the tournament with a plus bias. Though ending on 7 rounds means that everyone's going to have a plus or minus, but it might kind of balance out at the end overall. And let me just tell Sanjay where we are. Let's see. At table 19, whenever you're done. All right. Let's see. Okay, so round 5, we've got Close de la Roche versus Deer. That's probably the match we'll go and watch. Man of the Moon versus Analyze Chris, MB Kelly versus Cold Lava, Armin versus Jonas, Radiant Rusty Rider, Seb Yukon, and Iramu Will against Pouch Surfer. This we don't need anymore. This we do. All right, so all right, so we've got Asa Group or Asha Group versus Captain Padma Isbister. Isbista. Padma Isbista. Just dropping all the consonants. So I think Close de la Roche, they showed up on, I think, Metropol's stream playing basically Precision Design, but in Asha, which I think makes some sense, because that deck was still good, but was lacking econ, and Fully Op is some good econ. Simply Alien says Captain Padma is better than Wu. I think that's true, but I also think that Captain Padma is not that great either. Like, I think Shaper IDs are pretty weak across the board. Like, this is why I'm like...
this game so I can
watch. Hold on.
Well.
Oh, I'm muted. That's why Sanjay can't hear me.
Okay, so... Oh, yeah.
Now you can hear me, I think.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were at your meeting or something.
No. Am I supposed to be? No, I've got half an hour, so I can probably go through the end of this round.
Oh, I didn't mean to make you anxious about that.
no
I actually
worries.
have not seen any Padma yet, so I'm thrilled to see what D has cooked up.
Yeah.
Speaking of what D has cooked up, Jeff, I didn't send you any of the Only Connect stuff, right?
I don't. You did not, though. I've been trying to get in on the stream to show it to the viewers when I can.
Oh, cool. All right, neat.
Yeah.
So
we
yeah,
just
that's
went over the answers for round 1. Some of we had seen most of the questions, though not all, and I got, I think, only the champ cards, and I think I only got it on the last possible one. So
I think sometimes the fact that they're theoretically gonna get 5 points in it might like be bad for your ego, because it's almost impossible to get it in one. Like, you shouldn't be like, wow, it took me all 4. You should use all 4.
Yeah.
Don't sweat it. Oh, I love Earthrise Hotel with the captain. Just draw 2 feels so good.
It does. if this is one of those rude HHN Asas, which
Oh
I've-
no!
that would be bad, but I don't know that it is. Close to LaRoche has been playing basically a PD and Asa kind of list, so that's I think a little more likely, but
Gotcha. One thing that is a little bit of a interesting thing in terms of power levels with regard to hard hitting news is that for the longest time, like shapers weren't real in
Yeah.
standard, and I feel like they are now. And shapers have just a really rude tech card against hard hitting news and in misdirection. You saw a little bit of that, I think, in my game against Jonas, where it's not insurmountable. Like it's a tempo hit to find it, install it, keep it on the table, pay the credits. But it's still, you're not excited to see them get rid of all your tags for very little.
Yeah, so Deer guessed wrong on the server 1 here, and guessed an upgrade when it was the Vitruvius that had been left to cook in the server for a turn. And then actually went down to very low credits to install the Hyperbaric, which surprises me a little bit. But and now is face checking R&D after Close to the Roche gets their Vitruvius counter, spends 3 credits. They got, the Hyperbaric charge ends up basically being worth 2 credits, and over the course of the game that can really add up. But Fear Shadow 3 on R&D is definitely rough if Hyperbaric is your main tool for handling.
Yeah, that's going to take a long time before it is powered up. It is Captain Padma does remind me a bit of Akiko in a bad way. In that, like, if you're the corp and you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna specifically make R&D a miserable place to be," they can kind of blank your ID. I think the inherent power of Padma and the regular influence numbers make her a lot better than Akiko, but it's a similar weakness, I think, of this ID that you want to be running R&D every turn if you could, but you're going to be triggering your pool charge ability a lot less than you'd usually like to.
Yeah, I mean, that said, the one upside here is that the corp has to be putting a spiky ice. Like, it's almost back to, like, the old replicating perfection days, where, like, if your ice just was end the run, like, sometimes a click for 2 cards or a click for, 2 credits is totally worth, that's worth it as the runner. And that's so, like, you want to have a spiky ice on the outside so Padma can't just run it and bounce off.
Yeah. One thing that's a little interesting in terms of D's decision making here is that they opted to put a charge counter on Hyperbaric, which saves them 2 credits instead of putting it on the Earthrise Hotel, which essentially means that next turn that hotel. Oh, maybe not. But essentially means that hotel is leaving for good.
Yeah.
Stoneship Cart Room is drawing 2 cards. Interesting.
So really,
I wonder
yeah.
what they're digging for.
I would guess if they're playing Hyperbaric, they might be on rigging up Endurance, and that might be what they were hoping to land the combo of. But they did also find a sure gamble there, which probably is going to make them feel much better going into this mid game here, where Close to LaRoche is probably going to be on 4 points. They can just pull back a Vitruvius and seamless advance. And be in a really solid spot to close out the game.
Yeah, Deer opting to spend a nice chunk of influence on Miss Bones, a very potent tech card, and unfortunately discarding it in a matchup that you're not unhappy to see it if you can get into these servers. So It is exciting to think about what could be in D's hand.
Yeah, D's got to have, to me, like, maybe this is they drew their, like, one of breakers instead of their economy cards, and then they're like, well, I need my breakers to win the game, and while Bones is something I absolutely want in the matchup.
Interesting.
Wait. Why does
So
the Vitruvius not have a
Vitruvius
counter on it?
The Vitruvius was chilling there.
Yeah, and they decided that installing a remote in server 3 was more valuable than the Vitruvius counter.
Wow. That
That's
makes me
kind of
think that there might be like a bunch of agendas in HQ, and you're trying to unload them, maybe. But
yeah,
you
or
can
you're like,
probably
oh,
just
I need the Rashida to keep because I'm ahead on tempo right now, but I actually only really have 6 credits, so I'm a little bit vulnerable. I kind of need some extra tempo to fire.
so if you have a
Um,
Rashida, like I feel like you just go get a fully operational again. I
yeah,
do love seeing Vitruvius's. After the absolute travesty of um. All right, one counter going on hyperbaric the old-fashioned way by
yeah.
paying 2 credits. Um, Now, if this is a gank, that's not very good because this hyperbaric now is super strong. Oh, it's Patricium.
Tritium
Interesting.
makes a like I can see why you would put Chrysium like Chrysium in Asa makes a bunch of sense. You're probably just like trying to keep your hand clean, and it's like worth an install. Like you install it because you also got the gatekeeper down at the same time, so it didn't cost you any resources. And sometimes it'll be handy, right? So,
Yeah, that's a good call.
all right, here comes down the eco. We knew it's a drafter on server 3, so Close de la Roche has to ask themselves: is it worth D? Should I spend 3 so that D has to spend 5? Um, this is the trade they're opting for, and it is the Rashida in server.
Good call. Good call. This Ika looks a lot less exciting when you're up against Asa, and there's just 10 million servers, and the Ika has to constantly be up and around with its poor little um, squid tentacles. Oh, and actually, interesting. Plus the Roche killing the drafter with the Ika with it. Can't do that against an architect.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot.
D quite
And
rightly saying, okay, that's not server 3. That's not server 4. That's actually server 3. Let's get real
yes,
with the numbers, JNet.
yeah. Come on, JNet. Let me overwrite my servers properly, right? For all those interactions where it really matters. As D here, I am sort of tempted to run at server 1, um, because
Yeah, what do you
it has an upgrade in it. I'm presuming a Managarm, though it could also be a Void, but I think a Managarm is more likely. And diffusing that might lead Close de la Roche to play a little bit slower, which is definitely how D wants this game to be going.
Yeah, and Asa is low on credits, but Asa always has the ability to just pop up out of nowhere from very low totals to very high ones with the power of fully operational. So uh, certainly them both being in the low credit totals is an advantage to the corp, especially with them on 4 points.
Yeah.
And D having to, I think, stitch together quite an elaborate setup to get some big accesses if they're not interested in just getting little singles.
Yeah, I understand why you don't want to go for little singles when the board's in this state. You really want to try and hold the board down. So we're drawing. We're halfway through the deck. Only have got 2 cards down, um, and ditching some career fairs, citadels, overclocks. Uh, Lots of. I mean, the citadel's not necessary, but the career fairs and overclocks are econ that I think Deer desperately want. Would love to have gotten value out of in this board state.
Yeah, and you see, it looks like uh, D hasn't found the tools they need to like really put the screws to this corp. Central pressure isn't amazing. I mean, and actually, I think there we go. There's
There's
the
the
skipper, as it were.
Yeah, there's the thing we've been waiting for to come down for quite a while. And Deer is doing I think, the correct play where if this is a Managarm, they're going in with 2 clicks left because they're not going to have the money.
Yeah, that's some heads up play. You know what this could be, and it's going to be absolutely devastating. An Ikoa project. It's not, but wouldn't it be funny if it was?
It would be quite funny.
You're always one click and one credit short, as they say.
Yeah, and the Mana Garden would even live because Deer is only on that single credit. Oh, it's a Void.
And with the Void being there, they don't have the money to.
I think they have. Oh,
Just,
you're right. Oh no, okay, so they did pay.
okay,
Yeah, I
got
was
it,
like,
got it.
no, if they had the 2 credits to res the Mana Garden, they had the credits to res the Void.
Now they can come back in. It's not amazing. Yeah, they
It's
can come
actually,
back
I think
in.
it's pretty
They got
reasonable.
their.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just go ahead and do it. Yeah, I think click for a credit is totally reasonable too.
Yeah, because if it's a Rashida, getting to trash Void and Rashida for
Yeah,
2 credits is very
is
appealing.
definitely better.
I would have thought to click for credit, and I think now that I think of Rashida and seeing the play, it's like clearly the better move.
Yeah, it is
ends
very
up not
clearly the better
mattering.
move. Yeah.
But yeah, that was some good heads up play. Now there's still both. I think the thing that I said about Asa having the ability to bounce up and recover from the credit doldrums quickly is true. But they're going to need to do that because at the moment, if you give D the opportunity to like take a few turns off, they're going to be mega set up. You're in trouble.
I would really value the run HQ for a single here because it gets you that boat counter, and that lets you bypass the fact that you don't really have any money.
Right.
And we do see that's what Deer does. It's their last click.
I was watching a game on stream on the Brighton stream, the CO, and they're playing in person, and somebody was on endurance, and they kept on missing successful run triggers on endurance, and it was sad to watch.
Yeah. It's Netrunner's got a lot of triggers to keep track of, for sure, and it's so much of the value of the endurance is in those in that once per turn trigger.
Yeah, I will say that successful run triggers are my favorite triggered timing in the game. Everything else, my turn started, so I'm going to trigger 17 things. Oh, you gained credits. So I installed a card, so that triggers something. No, I don't want to be bothered at those times. But successful run, that's valid. I like successful run triggers. Every other trigger is on notice.
Yeah, no,
that's not
run triggers.
I should say I'm a guest on this stream. This is not the official stance of the Sanjay stream. No, it should be. It's I think it's good.
No, successful run triggers are great because they require the 2 players are interacting with each other, and that's one of the fundamental strengths of Netrunner. As much as I love my linear game plan on interactive decks, Netrunner is definitely stronger as you interact. And it's like I'm a little bummed no one brought Essa today.
Yeah, our splits were so weird. And yeah, nobody. Do we have? We only. Yeah, actually, we have 4 Anarchs, 2 Hoshiko, 1 Freedom, and a Lu.
Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty smart. I've been having a lot of fun with Essa, and I think I'm sitting at like a 60-ish% win rate on it, which is enough that I'd be like, hey, if I'm having fun and I'm not too serious about the tournament, maybe I'll give it a try. And I think I haven't played against. I've played against some, and they'll be doing stuff like Peace in Our Time, virus spamming, and just doing a lot of core damage. And like the one I've been having a lot of fun with is just like, no, I'm gonna spend my influence on like 3 copies of Bravado and like just throw myself at the corp. And
Bravado is like one of the most beautiful. Hey, I forgot to spend my influence. Can you give me something that's sweet that I don't have to think too hard about, that I'll appreciate having? Bravado's wonderful for that. Ooh, are we gonna get 2 deep dives? There are 2 deep dives in the trash.
So
no,
it's actually 2
career
career fairs, yeah.
Overclock seems great. Oh, 2 career fairs.
So I think that tells me there's probably a daily cast in hand.
Yeah.
I think that's what would make sense to me for that sort of play. And I think you're okay with letting server 1 go because it's probably not a game-winning threat. But Deer is saying, you know what? No, go and show me more stuff. Like, if this is a Rashida, I don't want you getting it. It's a Fairchild 3, though. Oh, it looks like maybe they had a bit of a whoopsie there. But I guess you get through this for...
2 boats and a credit.
Oh, yeah.
The thing about it, if they res a Fairchild 3 on them, you no longer care about getting into the server as much.
Yeah,
if it's a Rashida, you're sad,
but
they can't win the game with whatever's in server 1 with 0 credits and whatnot. And you're not too sad to see this because you can get into that server decently later, assuming you have your endurance counters and your and hyperbaric. I mean, here we're seeing the strength of hyperbaric. We saw the weakness of hyperbaric, where for a while D had a decoder but couldn't break any code gates. But now we're seeing how potent it can be.
Yeah. Yeah, and to some extent, if you're like, oh, the endurance is going to be part of my early game, then yeah, playing a more late game decoder in hyperbaric makes a lot of sense. I think we saw where that can get punished a little bit, but now we're going to see where it starts to get rewarded.
Now there's 2 fully operationals in the trash. At the time, now we're also kind of feeling the pain of. That one Vitruvius counter was used to decent effect to sneak out another Vitruvius while also gaining tempo. But when you have the ability to spend a Vitruvius counter to gain, 8 credits or any combination of 2 cards and 2 credits, adding to 8, or getting a void back, or getting we're seeing the cost of it.
Yeah.
That you only got 1.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's like I would definitely think that a Vitruvius counter is maybe worth a little bit more than a Rashida Fire. At least, like, depends on the timing and flexibility and stuff. And then, like, yeah, if you're just recurring a fully up, it may not. Rashida may actually be giving you more impact for the same card. But
one of the reasons I'm excited to see if there's a new PD deck, because I just want to see Project Vitruvius in PD. It seems so fun.
Yeah. Just to clarify in the chat, people are saying, "Oh, how did they break Fairchild 3 for 1 credit?" They used Hyperbaric to break 1 subroutine, and the Endurance to break 2 other subroutines. Because this has always been the thing you can do in Netrunner, though it's almost outside of maybe Boomerang, never really been a thing that's come up, is that you can use as many different icebreakers to break a single piece of ice as you'd like. And even non-icebreakers in the case of Endurance. Which is...
Yeah, good question. I
think
this Dirty Laundry is really nice, getting this nice HQ access that's worth a whole bunch. Actually, getting back, I wonder if you want to wait until you get 2 of them, but offering Falsified and maybe Overclock is a really cool split. Oh, they're getting Overclock or Miss Bones, saying either way, give me something to trash some of this nonsense you put into your servers.
Yeah, I might have actually preferred, like, the Overclock versus Falsified, I think is also a nice choice. Though the Falsified, I think, is more likely to actually be 0 credits. Just because you don't, like, I would have a hard time calling whether server 1 was an asset or an upgrade there. Like, there was some world where it was even an agenda, too. Like, it's not an easy one to figure out.
Yeah, and in this situation where D's on low credit total, getting the right hit with your Falsified matters a lot. Though, just as a expose effect, it can be really powerful when it's like, hey, is this run really worth it to you?
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, for example, this turn, I think as D, you could, like, go run HQ, grab Falsified Dirty Laundry, or Falsified Overclocked, and then be like, yeah, oh, actually, the Overclock's gone. So you could do Deuces, or even like falsified Sure Gamble, like it's the same card at this point.
One nice thing about Miss Bones here over the overclock is that it gives D the option if they ever want to clear out that Crisium grid, they can do that for free.
Yeah, and that does seem to
Which,
be
given
exactly
the
where they're going.
and given the 2 deep dives in their trash that Steve can fetch back for them, that's like pretty nice.
Yeah, that's actually more money than you would get off of Overclock or like any of the econ cards that you could recur with Steve in the heap here.
Yeah. Actually, they can deep dive this turn if they feel so inclined.
That's true, they can. You're right.
That's wild to think because they're on 2 credits, but they're on 2 credits and have to trash a Crisium grid. It makes sense that you don't, especially with this being the first run, res the Crisium grid. And actually, that's if you're on an Apocalypse or a Deep Dive, any of these quest cards, it's really powerful to make the most expensive run first. Because
Yes.
if everything goes well, you can keep going with your plan. And if things don't go well, you can skip your plan.
Yeah,
Um,
I always try and go to the unknowns. This is actually one of the reasons I like DAO a little bit more than the other runners for this, is when you're going for these quest plans, you'd be surprised at how often you steal an agenda and what was going to be like a 5 or 6 cost server to get into becomes like a 2 cost server to get into. But
yeah,
that's my hobby horse, not good players' hobby horses. So
it's one of the things that I loved the most about when I was getting into the game, that I loved about the ID Gabriel Santiago. He has an ability that says, "Hey, if you run HQ, you gain 2 credits, so you're incentivized to run HQ." And I think it's the same with Gabe as it is with being able to dirty laundry here is really nice for for tempo.
yeah,
That
so
they
there
get
must be the
to.
third deep dive in hand. I feel like.
Oh, there must be, right? Because why would
Yeah.
you? That's really nice, actually.
So
Because
I guess this is the. Oh, I guess okay. I was gonna say if this was not Luminal, I think this decision of do you take the GFI or the actually I think it might still be interesting even in this case. Do you take the
yeah,
Luminal or the GFI?
yeah. I mean, you're
I
not scared of them scoring out a GFI that soon, but GFI is like the way they win in one agenda score. And
yeah.
every GFI you take out of the deck means they need to do so much more work to win the game.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. So I agree with D's line here of, yeah, I'm more likely to lose if a GFI sneaks by than them having to sneak by 2 agendas. Um, so
and HB can be so sneaky and scary with their 5-3s because they just like, oh,
yeah,
actually, I had 2 seamless launches. The game's
yeah,
over. Sorry.
and we know a
Um,
seamless launch got shuffled back into the deck, so that is a threat that exists in every unadvanced card.
yeah,
Zeroth,
and with the corp on 4 credits, we're not anticipating a big deal anytime soon, but
yeah.
the corp is not going to be on 4 credits forever.
As D, you're really trying to stabilize your economy and figure out some long-term solution to all of these Hoggins and now IP blocks. Because just boating through all of them is not really going to be like you can get through 1 a turn potentially that way, but that's not a lot. So. And Phil was asking, is this a Delaware thing for exclusively Ghost Branchers or more like a tax purposes Delaware tournament? And this is a little bit more of a tax purposes Delaware tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have 3 out of the 4 currently playing Netrunner players from Delaware represented in the tournament. I think 2 of them dropped. I dropped because I wanted to run the tournament. Laura had to drop, but Thomas is doing well, top Delawarean. We also have some of our local friends from Philly. Dan Bouchard reinvigorated the Philly meta. It's been delightful. Actually, D here is, in my mind, one of my local friends now. It's lovely.
Yeah. I wonder if you go
But
for the deep dive
good
again.
shout in terms of that is why we call ourselves the Ghost Branch.
I think the company I work for is a Delaware company.
Yeah, I'm sure it is a
Yeah.
Delaware company. It sure is from Delaware. Um, Interestingly, it's not just for tax loopholes, though that's a big factor. It's also because Delaware has a lot of well-established precedent with regard to corporate rulings. So
Oh,
companies like
interesting.
being incorporated in Delaware so that they like know have a better sense of their legal risks and liabilities.
Oh, that's a today I learned that I really appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, It's a shame that that fact is not covered in the art for Czech Scion.
Yeah, yeah. They had to make some other. They had to cover some other ground for Czech Scion,
Yeah, I
which
think reprint Czech Scion. Actually, you know what they should do? They should make a better Czech Scion that gives you 2 extra tags and make that the new Delaware card.
slowly continue to escalate it until it becomes a good card. Like at some point, a 0 to install asset that gives 5 tags. Like that's gotta be good, right? Like
Is Czech Scion not a good card?
I think there's use cases for Scion in a way there aren't for Ghost Branch or never have been for Ghost Branch, but
Like I'm thinking about how miserable it would be for a seamless launch in hand. All of a sudden makes this deep dive like a little scary, right?
oh man, you wish you had that extra click here so badly. Um,
Oh wow.
just a mere like 8 points in R&D shown there. One, two, three. Yeah, 4 agendas shown there. Um,
Yeah, simply the onion in chat calling out the D rules. Absolutely, because not only are they like an absolute shark at Netrunner, they are the reigning fake Nats champion. I know my friend Laura is hoping to challenge them on that next PAX, but they also made this very very sweet only connect. It's great. Um, We also got Will and Pouch Surfer in our local Philly area. It's been just fantastic. Like seeing the Netrunner community like come back has been so heartwarming.
yeah.
There's still 2 deep dives in the trash, right? You can do that Steve trick all over again.
Yes, you can. I think it's going to
That's
be
terrifying.
it's going to be a bit of a challenge because D is running like has more or less run out of boat counters, is going to need to find a second propeller or a long-term solution for this like Hagen IP block situation. Um,
Yeah, one thing that's interesting is that we did see like there's 10 million agenda points in R&D right now. Um,
yeah. So like
like,
go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, and you also know that both the GFIs are gone. So yeah, going for that single on R&D for 5 credits, you've still got like a 3 in 12 chance. So like 1 in 4 chance of just winning the game off the R&D signal here. Um,
Right, looks like they survived an R&D access, but it's not a foregone conclusion that these R&D accesses are survivable.
yeah,
um, and especially putting the ASA deck. Oh, we're a little short on time actually.
yeah.
There's only 5 minutes left in the round. How's my data entry going?
I was actually a little surprised to see that Deer used boat counters on the gatekeeper rather than just breaking it with credits.
I was surprised about that too. I feel like it makes sense to keep your money up, but at the same time, their boat counters are also very valuable.
Yeah, I think the boat counters go a lot further than 2 credits here most of the time. Um, so the draw once tells me that Close de la Roche almost certainly grabbed an agenda, though they're not playing it out in server 6. Um, so this is interesting. I wonder if that's another Chrysium, or maybe they're putting like one of their scoring upgrades, like the Managarm or the whatchamacallit, Analytic Void on R&D because they realize that that is a big way that they lose this game.
Yeah, that's a good shout out. Though if they don't win the game, like how do they? Like I think they're
Yeah.
especially with time approaching. Like this is some more like tournament thinking. Like time on the round is coming up. Like you need to be ahead on points. Um, I wonder if they're on by. Ooh, they're using clicks. They're just using everything in their power to get through these ice clicks, boats, credits, whatever you got.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to
Interesting
me.
question. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
because like the endurance counters like breaking Hagen and Enigma is like worth a lot of credits to me. Like it's worth more than 2 credits, I think. Oh, we're seeing the Chrysium grid to come down to deny the endurance charge, which now means that Deer isn't going to get to use the endurance next turn at all. And they didn't win off the top of R&D with Spin Doctor increasing the agenda density once again.
Yeah, Spin Doctor doing work here.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go off mic for just a sec.
Yep, no worries. And Maryland's coming back in, so R&D's density is basically strictly going down. So Close de la Roche like has a bit of a window here to try and force something to at least get to even points, and it's Deer has to figure out their path to going and finding enough accesses to go and find these remaining agendas. But all right, so you install on server 2. I'm surprised we haven't seen an install in server 1, which seems to be the scoring server. And we're installing another upgrade on R&D. Maybe this is the one that's a Manic Armor and Anoetic Void. If I'm Deer here, do I run server 2 and make Asa spend a bunch of money on this IP trace? I actually kind of like this line. How many Chrysiums are down? Oh, okay, we're actually just going to empty out the propeller. That makes me a little bit less of a fan of this, though maybe we have another propeller in hand, which would make this pretty reasonable. And then we're going to go and see. This is a Nico campaign that gets us our endurance counter. That's all good and fine. I think you leave this Nico campaign. You don't particularly care how many credits the Corp has at this point. It's really about making sure you can get accesses.
We're seeing here the power of taking those 2 GFIs, because I think often 2 GFIs is all an Asa deck would be on. And,
Yeah.
I was scoffing at the idea of big dealing, but you let these campaigns go on, like, they can big deal now.
Yeah. Yeah, so Chris was asking, we don't respect Big Deal, and like, no, we don't respect Big Deal when the 2 GFIs are stolen. It's
All right, that is time in the round.
All right, I'll leave it to the judge to call in the chat, but I think honestly though that means that this is a win for Deer, because even if they don't actually get the agenda off the top here, because we know that server
Unless they
2
can
is
big
not
deal
an agenda.
something,
if
then they could get a draw.
That's true. They could big deal for the draw here. Oh yeah, and they go 1 deeper. Yep. So this is probably gonna. Oh no. Okay. So that's the win over the Deer. Yeah. Cool. Well, that was a.
Yeah, because time was called during D's turn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'll let you type it out.
So there was time in the round during D's turn.
Yep, you called time in the round in D's turn. They finished their turn.
Yeah.
Close de la Roche took their turn, so D is ahead on agenda points, so they win the game. They get full points for the win.
Yeah.
Whoops! I just hit some keyboard combination I've never seen before.
Actually, maybe I can pop. I'm gonna pop into voice with them if they're.
Yeah. Go right ahead. That's gonna be.
Oh, they're not. Okay. Okay, they're not.
Okay.
Um.
Well, already time was
Yeah.
called
Thanks.
on
Yeah.
your dear. So close de la Roche's turn. Okay. What's the final one?
You gotta stop so you can go do our cool trivia thing.
All right, we're seeing if we can win it off top of R&D. We don't.
All right, we
and,
can't. Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. I'm gonna hop in the lobby. Here we go.
Oh wow, there is a third GFI. That's wild. But that's I would have never thought there was a third GFI. Crazy. All right, that's how games go sometimes. All right, let's see where we are after the round. So, runner wins down the board. Wow, that's well, I was a little dismissive of it being a runner meta based on the UK results, but this certainly looks like a runner meta over here. Quite wild. Let's see, over in UK land. I guess I could pull that up while we're waiting to fill some time. We've got this Brighton CO. We've got the standings. They're in the cut now. We have runner getting 2 wins past the Corp. Corp getting 1 win past the runner. Corp getting 2 wins past the runner. Even. Corp. So this is like apparently across the pond is a Corp meta. On this side of the pond, it's a runner meta. Who would have thought? Definitely not me. So interesting. I think, you know, as with most early stuff, it's really hard to tell. But let's see. I'm going to have to actually duck out of streaming the tournament for a little, or commenting the tournament for a little bit. But actually, maybe I can figure out a way to be in 2 Discord meetings at once. So while I just try and sort that out, I will continue to vamp. And let me put up the standings for the tournament that I'm actually covering, rather than someone else's tournament. Let's see, are results in for this yet? No, we're still waiting on these 2. I wonder if there's some sorting out. Got a lot of updates to download on Discord. Okay, let's go. Just waiting on things to load. Rusty Rider 1. And I'm not sure what's going on with the last game. So for this last game, or for this round 6, I'm gonna maybe get Sanjay to do commentary. I will not be able to hear it or move the screen around too much, but I'll at least have the games on stream. So there's actually going to be 2 more rounds because people wanted to play more Netrunner rather than play the OP guidelines, which I think is totally fine. It's probably going to be a bit overkill for this number of people to do. This is really a 16-person tournament, and now it's down to a 14-person tournament. So it's going to be a little bit over-determined, but we'll see how that goes. And yeah, even though we know, like, Closer to Roche was very, very close to winning there. And see what we can do. We're almost into Discord. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some fancy stuff with my sound settings. So let me get that going. While I figure this out. We're gonna do it this way. Apologies for just vamping on stream, getting the wrong thing up. We're waiting on 5. And hopefully Sanjay is going to. Oh, there's some quizzing going on. Apologies. That's why nothing's happening on this for a bit. Wait, was that a 6 out of 7 tables went to runners? Okay, well, that definitely happens. Let's go in on some other stuff. Actually, you know what? We will join the quiz late, I guess.
Why the heck not? Number 2. Question. Item 1 is turntable. Again, you want to figure out what the 4th one is in the sequence.
I like where this is going.
Well then the second one is Knob Curie.
All right.
Number 3
Slowly figuring stuff
is
out.
Patchwork. So you have to tell me what the 4th one in the sequence is.
Oh, maybe not. Killed some audio setting here. Because I didn't hear T saying patchwork, and I'm assuming they must have.
And
yeah, I can see their
if you need a review of any of the questions, you can bug me or Sanjay. And if you want to just write it to yourself and keep track at the end. Take care.
Disconnect. Since Garen's going to go to table 19, I'm going to leave this Discord, and we're going to try and get things to work. I have to go join a meeting. So this will not go to the table 1. All right, I know this is going to be disappointing to everyone, but I'm actually back to talk about Netrunner here. I know everyone would prefer the lo-fi chill beats, but they're going to take a break. 19. All right, so let's take the note down and get going. So we're going into the final round, and Deer and Chris have managed to completely devastate me by getting into a position where they've won. It's been 6 rounds. The highest possible score is 18 points. They have both lost 1 game, so they're able to ID because they will get 1 point from the ID. They will both end on 16 points and will be locked in for the top 4, 2 of the top 4 slots. So we now have 4 players playing for the last spot, and they are actually, I think, when Eric asked who the pre-tournament favorites were, I think basically these were the people I would have put in the pre-tournament favorites. So we got Close de la Roche, Jonas, Rusty Rider, and Cold Lava. Actually, Cold Lava is fantastic. Is a very new player, but doing really well. 6-6, so 2 wins with each of their decks in a meta that's been pretty runner favored. Though round 6 was a corpse sweep, round 5 was an almost runner sweep, round 4 was an almost runner sweep, and round 3, okay, yeah, it was 1 off of a runner sweep. So it's been a real runner heavy day. But yeah, I mean, everyone had to play 6 rounds of Netrunner, which is about as many as they would play if they were playing double-sided Swiss, because everyone IDs in the last round. Not quite true, but a lot of people 2 for 1. Okay, so Radiant conceded their match. Yeah, sure. Yes, let's, got it, no worries. Let me go in. We will, so if you go, it's if you go to round 7 and then go /admin, there's an undo pairings button at the very bottom. Yeah. This is okay, who's the extra person you need to drop? Okay, was it? Yeah, I see NB Kelly dropped, and that was probably the extra drop. Okay, cool. Okay. So yeah. Thank you guys for calling out that you can't hear Sanjay. I need to set up Discord to go.
Okay, let's
the
just
right
tell
output.
everybody.
Yeah, no, analyze Chris. I agree. I think the top 2 players IDing is totally fine. From a tournament perspective, it's always going to happen if you're doing a cut. But
they earned their ability to do that.
Yeah, for sure. Losing 1 game out of 6 is quite strong. And yeah, I think most of the other pairings make totally sense.
Okay.
A deer in the headlights going for the jugular. Okay, this would be easily resolved if the last round counted double. Then there'd obviously be no IDs. So, cool. Cool, so we're just waiting for this round to get started. I think we're waiting for everyone. There's probably a couple of table reshuffles that had to happen at the mid to lower tables. But I think that's being sorted out. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. This stream's been up and running for 5 hours. We still got the cut to go. As much as Sanjay hates the cuts, I think we're going to be doing a 4-person cut, and we should have probably some good variety. We've got locked in 2 sports medals. We could get very, very heavy sports. So that would be a 3rd sports. But then we also have CTM, ASA, and OP all threatening. We're guaranteed an Atom, guaranteed a Pudma, potentially another Pudma, potentially a Wu, potentially a Sable, and potentially a Freedom. So Rusty Rider pulled in some really interesting ideas that people have mostly said aren't quite good enough. Jonas we've seen a lot of today. Close to La Roche we've seen a lot of. Cold Lava we've seen a game of their OP. I think we saw a game of their Pudma, but I don't remember exactly, I'll be honest. Alright, looks like time is going to start very, very shortly. We should be going into the final round of Swiss. Cool. Looks like we're actually just going to start right now. Here we go. All right, so we got OP, and it's an OP kill combo list. This one's on 1 MCA, 1 Drago, 1 hard-hitting News, 1 Maryland, 3 Spin Doctors, and I forget what the last couple of pieces of influence are. I think it might be an extra HHN, because it's also on economic warfares. So it's really trying to punish the runner for contesting the board, and then also saying, if you don't contest the board, I will go for you.
Oh, this is a kill op? That's exciting.
Yeah.
I think also I think this is the best Wayland deck in our tournament.
Yeah, it's also it is the best Wayland deck in our tournament in your tournament for sure.
Easily peasily. I do think everybody made a smart decision if they were on the fence about op not playing it, because this deck seems so hard to pilot. Op bends my brain in a way that, like, normal Netrunner is really hard, and like I feel like Op is going to be so exciting, because if you play Op to its full potential, especially after like we figure out exactly what's the best Op deck, that's really intimidating. But like, who can do that?
It's interesting. Like, I've been playing a lot of Op, and I'm like, I think it's a very solid deck. I think I'm starting to get some of the cool play patterns that we all have been really hyped for. But part of me is also going, but I could probably just play a slightly more vanilla deck and do the same stuff, but a little bit more robustly. I don't think that's always going to be true. I think and also there's obviously, like, I'm one person and I shouldn't toot my own horn that much. There's a lot out there for Op to use. So,
I mean, you're a very good player, and I think like maybe even like this might play to your strengths a little bit in terms of like having like breaking stuff down very quickly. So I'm excited. I think you're a player that I'm excited to see how what you can do, like when you have months of experience with this ID.
Yeah, there's definitely I think there's a lot out there. I've been seeing some really clever stuff with Op, and so I think it's just a matter of finding all of the correct, like, the plan that can do the deck that can do at just enough, like, fork the runner just enough and use its own ID ability to make that so consistent as to kind of bend the game a little bit into its will. Here we see Cold Lava doing a thing that you don't see a lot of Ops doing, which is scoring. And I think this is the thing that Op decks need to figure out, which is, how do I threaten the runner if they have kill threat if they're able to manage the kill in some fashion. And scoring is a good way to do it. And false lead in particular is almost more of a kill card than it is an agenda, but it does do both purposes for sure.
Yeah, if you're trying to win the game, spending 3 credits to score a 1-pointer is not the most efficient thing you can do, but nothing is more terrifying in the runner score or the corpse score area than a false lead. Previously on this stream, I've expressed some annoyance at different timing windows and cards asking for your attention when they don't deserve it. False lead. I love the card. It's very cool, but very annoying in terms of like, oh, you click for credit. Like, do you have any actions? Terrible.
Yeah. This is a card that it's funny. Like, we've seen a couple of these. Regal with Mining License does see play in a couple of decks, but like Launch Campaign was nowhere, and then all of a sudden Op brings it right back because the 2-1. There's not a ton of great cards at the 1-res slot at the moment. Most of them involve scoring, and it's like, oh, Malapert Data Vault's really nice. But usually stuff is like, oh, if it's 1-res, it's either an economy card that's kind of marginal because it only costs 1-res, or it's like a tool piece. But having that bridge.
Interesting question how much Jonas wants to go through this. Looks like disrupting Cold Lava's economy is worth it there. It's always fascinating with envelopment that Paperclip wants to, you break the Trash This Ice subroutine for free if you want it, and you really want it because trashing everything. It's so funny that there's a subroutine called Trash This Ice, and people are just breaking it.
Yeah, I have seen I finally had a game where someone really pressured me and made me use a border control so that, or actually I think it was maybe I used a Stavka to grab an ice, and they're like, cool, now I'm going to go and run your envelopment that's got no counters on it and just get rid of that ice for free. So it's a super fun dynamic.
The cool thing about the ice is that I think it's actually priced where the Trash This Ice is very reasonable if you're playing this in another ID, because that's a lot of end the run subroutines if you're trying to rush.
Yeah, it's like people are like, oh, this is only an op, and I think it probably won't see a lot of play out of op almost ever, but 5-res for 5 in the runs is going to be hard for most tools to get through. And so if all you're trying to do is score 1 or 2 agendas behind a piece of ice, envelopment's a pretty good cost to stop ratio.
I think it has that weakness in terms of card evaluation where if a card could be better in another context, but it's really good for you, sometimes you don't realize how good it can be. If you're playing it in Built to Last or something, you're just like, oh, I don't want to play this card because I know it's better in op. But you're not playing op, you're playing Built to Last. And do you want a 4 routine 4 in the runs? Do you want to kill somebody with Chief's Lee? Play envelopment. It's great.
Does this actually do more for Built to Last than Pharos? In some board states, right?
Oh my goodness, Pharos, what a beautiful ice.
What a fun shocker. All right, we've seen an Enigma come down. This is I've seen a lot of people discuss the merits of Enigma versus Afshars in op, because they're basically competing for the same slot. But I think
Jonas, you see a total rookie just checking the ones card in archives. What a noob. Doesn't even understand how Netrunner works. Wasting a click for no reason on that archives run. Really pathetic, I gotta say.
I think now waiting for the Spin Doctor to get used. I don't know that Cold Lava probably won't know this, but we've seen Jonas on stream already, and this is an APOC Shaper list.
Not to toot my own horn, but I think that game against Jonas that you streamed my game against him, right? That was
yes, that was such a great game. That was super
my goodness.
cool.
I'm sorry to be on the wrong end of it, but like I was on the wrong end of it by a credit. If he wasn't able to APOC that last Bologna, goodness.
Yeah.
Or if I had been patient and iced out Central.
It's always hard to know. And like APOC is one of the reasons that op can be tricky is that if you don't know it's coming, it can really blow you out. And a lot of op boards require that you're ahead so that you can do one of your combos to kill. So like it's people are like, oh, op's gonna like completely break the game and get banned, and like it probably like it's definitely has the potential to get banned, but it also has a lot of ways for the runner to interact with it, more so than something like CI did, which I think is hopefully a good sign for its long-term health for the game.
Seemed like Shapers. I mean, there were Shapers that made an appearance at Worlds, but it seems like Shapers have been in a bit of a hiatus lately, and it's nice to see the cool Shaper tricks. Like, hey, that paperclip is already back in action.
Yes.
Because Aesop ate it up and gave you 3 credits for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Really sick. Now, you said this is an op Super Heavy Logistics kill list, right? So
Yes, it is.
they're trying to mutually assured destruction, trashing stuff, thus getting a Bass Chiriboga and stuff to kill the runner on the same turn.
I don't think this one's on Bass. I think this one's closer to Andre's list that that's the front one on NRDB, where it is using MCA austerity policy.
Sick.
So it can win through both. It can either use MCA austerity policy. If you start the turn with 2 clicks, you can mad boom. Or if it starts fully loaded, you can MCA fetch a Drago, advance the Drago, and boom. And I think this one's only on 1 MCA, and it's also on 2 hard-hitting newses, which I don't think Andre had any of. Or I presume it's on 2. I've seen 1, and it's got 2 influence left over from my counts from previous games. Because I think it also has economic warfare. So it's actually a much meaner version of Andre's deck.
Yeah, Corp deck building is such a challenge because sometimes you're like, oh, I diversified my win conditions, so I'm so smart because I have all these different avenues to victory. And then sometimes you say, oh, I made myself hyper focused and really good at the one way I win, and so I'm really smart. And there's not like just a general like creed that you can say it's always better to put more win conditions into your deck, or it's always better to optimize for 1. And so, goodness, it's hard to deck build, and and it's fun to deck build, and it's a fun time to be playing that runner right now.
Yeah, I also want to call out, as Analyzed Chris was saying in the chat, like the OB rebound potential when you like, oh, I tricked my launch campaign ticked twice and then I extracted it, so it's like a net like 10 credits, and you then go and get a Spin Doctor from your deck for the troubles. Like, it's some pretty amazing rebound potential out of a Corp ID, which is the thing that Corps have often kind of struggled with if they're not like scoring tempo positive agendas.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing in op deck building that a lot of cards are balanced around like their trash cost, especially economy assets. So like the 0 slot, like is busted. Like NGO front, Spin Doctor, Rashida, Drago, just like 0's incredible. You're playing these launch campaigns because, oh my goodness, that's a big Stafka.
Yeah, this is Stafka on the outside of a server is real nice. And here it's just going to trash an SMC. Now, unfortunately, here the Simul chip is now active. So like this is Stafka's it's really good, I think, against Cream in particular, Anarch to some degree, but against Shaper it's a little more situational for sure.
Yeah, they've got a lot of these tricks. Now we haven't seen the op ability fire, so we might see the other cool Shaper or cool op trick of getting, especially when you get a subroutine that they can't break. It's really funny. Like if you go get an Enigma or something here, it's neat.
Yeah, it probably is going to be yep. Okay, it's not the Enigma because I think we've already seen the Enigma, so it's the Afshar, which is the other side of this. And so
it's so hard to play because like if Cold Lava was like, oh, I should go get that Enigma, they'd have to like hit the Spin Doctor, go shuffle the Enigma back, border control, just a million things going on. Like Op plays like a runner.
yeah,
It's fascinating. Like the runner turns are like so much longer because the corp is just like, here's what I'm doing, and runner actions are it's one of the reasons why like chess clocks and Netrunner don't really work because there's such an asymmetrical use of time. But Op is like, hey, I'm here too. I'm doing stuff, and I love it.
All right, so Jones throwing down a Ngolo, then simul-chipping the Palongi into play. I'm assuming to break the Stavka for 2 credits rather than 4. So like a classic Shaper kickflip. And there's a send a message stolen. Whoredom goes up on R&D. Mausolus, the other one. This has been one of my like slam high number of copies of into Ope.
Just cut it from my sync deck, and I was really sad to lose it. Mausolus.
Yeah.
I needed the influence for Boom because they took away my flatline card out of yellow where you just exchange the information.
Yeah. Yeah, you say who needs to send a missile to your house when I can just like swap some data files around?
Yeah, we can just talk.
So this is a board state where, this is part of why Op is so hard, is the runner can kind of get ahead of you. And it's like, you have the tools in your deck to claw around and play with this tempo, but you have to figure it out because a lot of your cards are good for like the turn you res them. And so it's about getting that repeated slightly above value from the res and finding your path forward through that. And Jonas is one of the best players in the world. Some would argue the second best player in the world by at least a metric, and it's gonna keep you pretty honest here.
It's interesting to compare Op to this similar effect in other card games. I'm thinking specifically of Birthing Pod, which is a card that like you trash a creature and you get to install a creature that has the install cost of 1 more. And when you're going up in direction, like the value is inherent to what you're doing. But when you're going down, you have to like sort of eke that out. And it's really cool. Also really like thematic in terms of like Op is just, squeezing the planet for like every last thing it has, just making things worse, making things barren, and making things terrible, but they're gonna get their value.
Yeah, it's pretty.
ID.
It's such a like. I know there's been there's a lot of complexity. There's like a lot of text on the card. There's like tons of kind of rule space spent on the card. But I'm really glad that Nisei went through and printed this ID because, you could have printed all sorts of different Wayland IDs. But going with something with this ambitious of design, and as you're talking about, like this really evocative, like it really feels like a Wayland ID in that it's just trying to, scrounge every little bit out of its tools and just sucking the whole board dry. It's pretty, it's just such a great concept.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to, I think, first time Nisei writer, long time Nisei member, Anarcho Mushroom, for a really lovely and haunting piece of lore around Op Super Heavy that I think like is informing this take of mine. Like them describing just like chewing up the earth and just spitting it out like nothing. Beautiful. sorry for the distraction from the game. One thing that's interesting about the send a message play is it did cause Jonas to commit a lot of resources to the board. Like the Ingolo is installed, and that makes Apocalypse interesting. That said, Jonas has 21 credits, so they might not even need to APOC unless they're sort of control of the game needs to be wrested from them. And until that happens, they don't need to Apocalypse.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like this is the like everyone's like, oh, APOC is so linear, and like it certainly can be at time. But one of the interesting things about APOC is it really does say to the corp, can you make a threat that I have to respond to? Because otherwise, I will sit back, accumulate resources, and kind of force you to fork me. And you know we got a lot more tools in Borealis that will help corps create those forks and force the runner to move before they act. But in this sort of board state, you know, it's often correct as the runner to kind of sit back and make sure that you stay ready to pounce on whatever the corpse game plan is.
We shouldn't discount, of course, Op Super Heavy and Cold Lava, because, goodness, if you have a false lead scored, it's just like a beautiful sword of Damocles hanging over the runner. Like sometime, someday, you're gonna have less time than you thought, and I hope that's not too bad for you.
Yeah, you can even wait for that turn where the runner, like, you install advance, and the runner says, you know what, I don't think I can get in that remote. Let me run HQ, run R&D. Oh, never mind. Like,
yeah, good, nice 2 runs.
Yeah, thanks for spending all that money.
Yeah, certainly, it's a little less
are we going to trash
powerful.
the other Stavka? I think that'd be fun.
Ooh, that is really nice, actually. That's some nice synergy.
Oh, okay. We're grabbing Marilyn, I guess? Or the Regolith. Okay. Yeah, I guess Stavka is still just annoying enough. And we don't have any econ assets at 3.
Now, can they get the... They can't break this Stavka and the other Stavka.
Oh, that's a good point.
Easily.
Yeah, they'd have to, like, simul-chip the paperclip to get a Palongi or something.
I would say this certainly makes an Apocalypse a little more exciting.
Oh, that's the second boom, I think, out of hand.
Yeah, though they're only on 5. Yet again, Jonas, total noob player, just checking these single things. Oh, maybe they threw away an agenda. What a rube.
Oh, I wonder if after this archives run, Cold Lava should have forfeited here, because losing this Regolith is probably GG.
Yeah, actually, related to that, really heads up play for Jonas to make the archives run first.
Yes.
Because the weird thing about false lead, for those not familiar, is that it says lose 2 clicks if able. And so if you can't lose 2 clicks, you don't lose any clicks.
Yeah.
And so it's most potent on when the runner has 2 clicks or 4. Yeah, but when the runner only has 1 click left, it doesn't do anything.
Oof, and that's an SDS gone. I'm actually a little surprised Jonas didn't trash his Ngolo there.
Yeah, I actually wonder is he going to simul-chip the Ngolo? No, he can't.
Well, either he's going to have a second Ngolo in hand. Oh yeah, he actually can't extract. He can't simul-chip that Ngolo now.
I guess he can simul-chip.
Oh, he's got a deep dive instead. Wow.
It's the other one, and found another SDS drone deployment. Amazing.
Amazing. Cool. Well, so Op didn't quite make it over the finish line today, but Jonas played a really immaculate game and kept the corp down. So,
I do agree with not trashing the false lead there, because like that's your win condition. Like it ended up being, if they had perfect knowledge, they'd be like, yeah, I need to use this false lead. But that's I think the best way they win. So like they can't just give it up to prevent an APOC or to prevent some accesses, unfortunately.
I wonder about that because I think the like.
Or at least it's defensible not to.
Yeah, no, it's 100% defensible, but I think it's like, oh, if I stop them, I can suddenly be on 15 credits, and now we're on credit parity, and maybe that makes this a game again, right?
Yeah.
So, let's see. Should we go and catch Close to LaRoche and Rusty Rider to see which of them is going to make it into the cut?
Is it? This game is for the cut.
This game is for the cut.
Sick. I do wish I.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
It's old. We haven't gotten to see Rusty Rider's runner really set up yet, and it is Consume Freedom. Consume Valkyrie Freedom.
This is a deck that won Worlds.
This is a deck that won Worlds, and it's on twinning as multi-access here. So
this looks legit.
This is cool.
I'm also jealous because I was trying to build a good Freedom list. And I couldn't figure it out. So
yeah, I mean, same here. So,
like, the question here is, can I like ignore my jealousy that Rusty Rider is built something so sweet looking? And I think I can. I'm a big person.
Wow, really nice. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I will say that twinning is a little bit more interesting when the counters don't come quite as easily. Because these choices about whether you want to save your one access for now. Wow! Wowzers!
That was an explosive finish there.
That is the Freedom way, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess right. There's 7 cards left in R&D. There's only 4 agendas and score areas. They had to be somewhere.
I mean, the thing about Freedom that I love so much is just like, Hippo is one of your best multi-access cards because you're just like, oh, this server is open for business and it will never close.
Yeah.
All right. I would love to see what Thomas is up to with his Pravdavost. That's
sure.
5.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any I don't think I've caught any of Thomas's Corp games.
Yeah.
Or maybe we have. Oh, you know what? I think we have. Because I remember seeing a board state and going, there's nothing advanceable here. And like the runner keeps making runs. I feel so bad for him.
Yeah. It was a nice charity that for them to give NBN an advanceable ice. It's a charity that they never extended to my... they never extended to my dear friend Tenon Institute, but what can you do?
No,
both Pravdavost and Tenon are both like, hey, I would love some ice that I can advance, and it costs a little bit of money, you know?
Yeah.
Or cost influence, sorry.
Yes, the other currency of the game.
All right, we got one more game. These splits have been so weird. Like, last round we had all Corp wins, and I think we previously had a round that was like all but one runner win.
Yeah.
I think one thing that is... Do you think... Actually, there's enough, like, little things that sort of upset it, but, like, theoretically you could have, like... I don't know, like, the players who have strong corp, like, are always corping at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, it could happen. I think with large enough player counts, most of the time that won't happen.
And I don't think... There's enough things to disrupt it. And it's also not actually that big of a problem. I think it's just terrible.
Yeah, and it definitely kind of can happen in the middle rounds in small tournaments and end up being a little impactful. But I think that can also sort of happen, like, I think you can get similar effects in other, like, there's always going to be these, like, oh, this isn't quite, if we knew the strength of everyone, we wouldn't want the tournament to have paired the way it is, but the whole point is that we don't actually know the strength of anyone, and that's kind of why we play games.
Yeah, that's why I usually just look at who the strongest players are and just put them in the cut.
Yeah. I was about to say...
go ahead.
No, you got it.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Actually, let's talk about the game because this is exciting stuff going on.
Yeah.
I wonder what this outermost ice is. Maybe something quite expensive. Maybe a Hydra or like a Vasilisa, such that
Yeah,
it's not worth.
whatever it is, they've got a lot of confidence that it's not worth the runner or the corp resin here. So they must know. There's been no deuces, but I wonder if they've just seen a bunch of ice and they're like, yeah, this isn't a code gate. Because there's like plenty of good code gates you want to run in Pravdivos. Like I was playing a game in person on Tuesday, and I was like, oh, I've got like 30 credits in an Aesop's list. Like, yeah, who cares if they have a toll booth, Mestinchevesto, like remote? I'll just run through it. And I just ran through it for like 5 turns and like, wait, I don't have any money anymore. I better win real fast. And so like Pravdivos does have a lot of wants to run some really big code gates. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if the outermost ice might just be like a sentry that like looks bad next to revolver. Because it's hard to think of what else it wouldn't res
is
there.
Vasilisa 1 strength? I thought it was more than that.
Yeah, it's
but...
1 strength.
Okay, that might
no,
be.
it's 2. Maybe.
Okay, it's 2. That's what I thought.
Yeah, it could also be a code gate that or ice wall. No, barrier. That.
Yeah, it can be like an Enquête or something where it's like, it's maybe not worth getting out, or. Though it would be pretty good in this board state. I'm quite curious as to what that ice is going to be. But this may also just be the game. Oh, no, I guess not.
I don't remember how to run a top 4 cut.
4 versus 1, 2 versus 3.
Yeah, and then we just
higher seed picks their side. Winner plays loser. Loser play or winners play trying to balance sides. Flip a coin if they're paired, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just gonna draw it out. It'll be great.
Yeah, I'll get my MS Paint going and.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I will say cut to top 4 is very annoying from a time standpoint because
yeah,
this is just like my least favorite thing for cut to top 4 is like, okay, we have the winners, we have the everybody play, great. Then the winners play the winners and the losers play the losers, great. Then we have those 2 losers play each other while one player just is like, hey, I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
Hate it. It's worse with cut to top 8. Like you have so much dead time in cut to top 8, and cut to top 16 is so much dead time. I hate it the most.
Yeah.
If we ever have cut to top, actually, you've written the you're a big person behind the writing of the organized play policies. What player count do we start doing cut to top 32?
It is very late. It is probably only I either didn't do it or only did it for Worlds. Let me see where I put it because I don't remember. It's one of those things where like I made the document and like people are like, what does it say here? I'm like, I don't know. There's so much here.
Yeah, it's in the document. It is not there. You never get it just says 257 plus.
Yeah,
you're doing top 16. But I'd say
I mean at 160. I just say for single-sided Swiss at 160 plus, you're just doing 12 rounds. Like it's actually just better to do an extra round of Swiss than do a top 32 double elim. Like it's just too much.
I think that's what I'm saying.
I like if I had my druthers like for competitive events, I said that there's always an even number of rounds, but it actually often works better for preventing people from having for bubble math.
There's probably the winning intent. Sorry, everybody. I get distracted talking about how much I hate that.
Yeah, we're doing a classic. I don't know how many people are there, but like late night LCK league broadcast where they're really just recording a podcast while a game is happening in the background.
Get the reference, but I understand the reference.
Yeah.
I like this pinhole threading because if this was a Vladimir, that would stop it from. Ooh, interesting. So maybe it is a Vladimir grid.
Yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, it does look a lot like a Vladisbursk grid. Yeah, there it is.
Wow, that Rashido is perfect.
Yeah, beautiful. Even have a
Right.
click to spare.
Who needs it? All right, let me resolve this.
All right, I'm gonna get my paint
Alright.
ready.
All right. Talk to my players.
Sounds good. Let's get paint up on stream so I can entertain people. All right, so the bracket's gonna look like. Yeep. And then we have lower bracket. How do I draw this one? It's like this. And then we do it this way. Where this is going to be 1, 4, 2, 3. This is L1, L2, L3. And I need to fix this up just a tiny bit so I can write a name out here. Where are we? Oh, that's the wrong tool. Where's my brush? There's my brush. Cool. Fantastic. I don't know what more professional you could ask for. Obviously, you could call this like A, B, C, D, and then you could say L, loser of A, loser of B, yada yada. But this is all you could ever ask for. I don't know what else you could need. All right, I'm going to hide the bracket for a moment. We're going to go over to the circuit opener. We're going to see the final standings after the conclusion of round 7. So we're going to have Deer as the first seed. We're going to have, you know what? I was going to write it out by hand, but let's not. Okay, great. Then we're going to have Rusty Rider. Then we're going to have Analyze Chris. Then we're going to have Jonas. Fantastic. So, I mean, Nisei, hire me. But let's see. No, I don't need to. Oh, actually. Well, I'm not actually showing you guys the paint that I'm so proud of. So let's fix this up. Oop. Anyway, but yeah, as someone was saying, so sports medal seems to have gone really good. I mean, some of this, right? Deer, Analyze, Chris, and Jonas are all people who I think are very, very good at Netrunner, and they all brought sports medal. So I think, unsurprisingly, sports medal did pretty well. I think John Janktivist had to drop. We see Deer actually got in with a court bias. Everyone else got in with a runner bias, just because there were 7 rounds, so there's always going to be a side that people are slightly biased towards. But no one ended up too far out ahead, and basically everyone got most of their points. And literally no repeat runner IDs, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, that's true, Deer in the Headlights. The two of you, like, I'm not actually quite giving court biases right, because in round 7, the two of you didn't really play a game. So the two of you were on 0 bias. It's only Jonas and Rusty Rider who played an extra corp game to get it in. though close to LaRoche actually still ended up playing an extra runner game, and Cold Lava played an extra corp game. So that's sort of the nature of that. Let me go check quickly on Discord. Okay, so we know one thing here, which is that Chris is going to Chris is going to run. Jonas is going to corp. Yeah, Freedom is in. So there is one. Is there a way to just copy this image onto my clipboard? Select. Copy. Paste. Well, is the Freedom ID considered to be the best? I don't think Freedom is particularly good, but obviously Rusty Rider made it work, right? Rusty Rider won all 3 of his Freedom, won 3 out of 4 games with Freedom, which is pretty good. But I generally think Freedom is a little bit tricky to make work. But if you're expecting a lot of combo, then Freedom is really nice at disrupting combo. So, I think one of the something that someone pointed out to me is that Hoshiko secretly, if you're not getting an access, you're just clicking to draw with extra steps. Now, there's lots of ways you can make a non-access worth it, and getting an access and stapling a draw is pretty good. But Hoshiko, like, is good, but like compared to like Max, like there's a reason that Max was meta-defining and Hoshiko was sort of a fringe pick in the end of the meta of pre-Midnight Sun. So I think players are just messaging each other deck lists, so we're just going to hold for a little bit. Oh, okay, they're going to make a thread for deck lists. I'm actually going to grab a drink of water, so I will be right back as we go into the first round of the cut. So let me put the bracket up. We're going to do this for the time being. I'll be right back. working? Okay, that looks better. Fantastic. Okay, deer is going to corp, so we can add that to the MS Paint. Corp to runner. So deer thinks that their sports medal is favored against freedom. I think that's a pretty interesting matchup. It's going to depend a lot on if the freedom, I think, can find the audacities. Let's go watch that table. And we'll go from there. Because I don't think we've seen much of the freedom at all, so it's worth doing. Alrighty. Well, thanks everyone for coming by. This is quite the crew. It's been a very fun day. I think we've got maybe not decks that were on everyone's radar, but actually the great thing is we've got a bunch of tournaments that happened today, so I can make a video tomorrow, and I can talk about why maybe some of these decks are good and what you kind of want to do as your next generation of decks. But I think the round should be starting soon. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. So, the Atom has been a bit unexpected. Yeah. I think the big thing with Atom is probably the HQI interface from the start of the game. And like if you're playing up against a lot of sports metal, Atom is like a really tough matchup for sports metal because it's got so much auto value that sports metal cares about. I think it ends up being a kind of interesting matchup. But yeah, I was not super convinced by the op build. I do think I'm a little surprised that op. Yeah, huge thanks to Sanjay for the great tournament. I think op probably should be played a little bit more than it is for this size of players. But I don't think it's wrong to play like sports metal over op. Like I've been tinkering around with a vegan op that scores out pretty reliably, but I don't know if it scores out more reliably than sports metal does because I just haven't had enough time to play both decks. Oh, okay, Shadow Electric. Was it the same build as you? Like, are you also Cold Lava? And I'm just forgetting that people have multiple screen names, but. Oh, interesting. Simply the Onion. Yeah, how is my vegan op done? 6-1. So very small sample size. Hard to tell much. But this got a turn 3 kill, which is a lot of fun. This quandary should actually, I think someone pointed out, should be a like Enigmas or something.
Oh, for what it's worth, they have started.
Oh, whoops. All right, fantastic.
Yeah, we got a fun matchup here. Freedom versus Sports Metal. That's going to be like everybody getting in everybody's face. Because Freedom is cool, because Freedom has a lot of tools to combat the sort of combo-y nature of Sports Metal. Oh my goodness. First turn, Audacity, what the heck?
This is one of the roughest starts to have against sports, where basically they get to take 2 full turns and be up on 2 points after turn 1. This start knocked me out of cut at OTG back in 2020 or no 2021, I believe. And so this is just a brutal start for Rusty Rider. Needs to really get some value accesses here. And like the game's not over by any means, but this is, I mean, you want to be sports metal here all of the time, even
it's
with
just
4.
a gross way to start. Like,
Yeah.
the Corp is not meant to have 2 points and 6 clicks on their first turn.
No. All right, Botulus coming down early though is great. Botulus is especially good in Freedom because it's a long-term source of virus counters that just kind of tick up while still providing you value on the board. Having to let Sports Metal draw 3 feels... Oh, actually, no. Ending the run, I actually think is the much better play. And
yeah, that's really heads up.
Yeah.
Especially with the... you don't know if D had to ditch any agendas with Audacity. So Gatekeeper could have just rescued them, and that would be not fun.
Yeah. A very small thing for people at home. When Rusty Rider installed the twinning, he didn't use his Paladin Poemu credits. He saved them for his next installment daily cast, so that it would be down when the twinning was down on the board. So, just a good little play pattern to remember. Always try and use your cards the turn that you install them.
I was about to say Rust Rider taking advantage of like a tiny time off from the sports metal list to install some cards and get some econ going, but immediately they sports just scores out Elvigar Bifurcation, which is notably about this card. It's one of the few Norse references in the set. It's mostly like Russian stuff. Sundog is or not Norse, Norwegian. Sorry.
Yeah. So we see one of the big points of the Freedom rig, which is really actually the Imp Consume is going to be like this really big central engine, just kind of powering a lot of what this Freedom wants to do and how much it wants to disrupt all of these combos that are going around. We saw a Hagen get trashed because it's just an annoying ice to deal with and really hurts if you're running into it with your face in this kind of Freedom list.
Yeah, I just love seeing what Freedom's up to here because Freedom has the ability to play on an axis against sports metal that no other runner can do.
Yeah, for sure.
You get to really say, hey, you're doing something and I'm gonna come in and stop you. Everyone else has to say, oh, that's the thing you're doing, that's terrifying. I gotta win before you do it. And Freedom can say, yeah, I don't want to see that. Get that out of here. Yeah,
the ability to trash Audacities is a thing that Audacity doesn't have a trash cost on it, so really you've got very few ways, and Freedom is really the premier one.
Bushi just gave us a little shout that we're streaming.
Oh, fantastic. I should maybe do some more promotion of stuff every now and again, but we've got a nice little crowd here, and as much as I love stroking my ego, it's just great to always have the people we do. So, hey.
Oh, I was gonna.
Dan.
Is Sundog Finnish, not Norwegian? I apologize. This is the second time that my lack of knowledge of that region of Europe has failed me. And Nisei, you could have helped with that. I could have learned a whole bunch more. But here we are.
Yeah, so this is it. I don't actually I don't have the well, maybe I don't have the thing set up at the moment to show deck lists for everyone. But Deer is, for example, only on 7 pieces of ice. So it's a little bit hard for them to build, they can't put stuff out on the board because Imp will just get in and kind of wreck it, I think.
Yeah, Freedom's done a really nice job of slowing sports metal down here, just in terms of the pressure that Freedom was putting on the centrals. Like, D needed to say, hey, I'm gonna I need to like get protected, and they're not even that protected. This Botulus is gonna do some work. Oh, interesting. Rust Rider saying, "Hey, I know your list. Do I need to respect this R&D card? Where
Yes, it does say remote server only.
remote server only.
So that actually tells them, and sorry viewers that you don't see the list, but that actually says exactly what that card is, because there's only one legal upgrade in Deer's list that can go on R&D, and that is a one of a virus.
Oh no!
So Rusty Rider needs to think very like it changes how you play the whole turn here. I think knowing what that is.
Wow.
And
There's
I think
also the thing.
Oh no, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is that in an online tournament, I don't know what the official rules are about it, but like I feel like you want it to just be open notes. Like it's silly for it not to be because there's no way to police it, and like if you have the thing, like you can go look at it. And I wonder, like when you're playing, it's actually like a really hard thing to do when you're in a cut and it's open deck list and you're tired because it's the end of a tournament and they give you this list and you have like 2 or 3 minutes to like take in everything important from that list. You miss stuff, and being able to double check and say, okay, this is a virus, is a lot. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Presumably another 2-pointer.
Oh
no!
no!
Oh no! Okay.
Wow, I'm surprised. I feel like I mean, like maybe you're just as Deer, you're just saying, you know what? I have another 1-pointer. Like I have an easy to score. I've got 2 more Elvigar bifurcations in my deck, so I have scoring patterns where I can still get to 5 and just score 2 more agendas and do okay. So I don't actually need the extra point for Mega Pre, and I'd rather just score whenever I can before I lose the ability to do so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was about to wonder, like, is it ever worth purging just to deny Rusty Rider credits? But I think the answer is pretty much no.
Yeah, like I think the moment you told me that was a virus, my eyes just went to that fermenter.
Yeah.
And I think D's restraint in not just saying, wow, that's a lot of annoying viruses. Let me pop this right now. And waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike is really good and really commendable. And that's probably why they're in the top cut.
Yeah, as I say, I'm like going back and forth on the argument, like, well, but what if instead of Rusty Rider having this turn where they're on 11 credits, got to put down a Gachapon, like, what if they put down this Gachapon and had 3 credits, right? Like,
yeah.
Because like now we do actually get to go and break this this gatekeeper, and that would have been literally an impossibility before.
True. Actually, with the with these friends, there's a Black Orchestra in the bin. Oh no, they already have a twinning. So what do you get here? DreamNet?
Yeah, I would think or maybe the Yusuf.
Yeah.
Though actually your MU is going to be a struggle here.
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
you're.
Well,
I guess you.
lose
No.
Limp.
Yeah, you lose the imp because it's gone now.
And it is worth, the Botulus is worth a little bit because it does save you money, even if you do have a
Oh, okay. They're just doing a bit of an undo to clean some stuff up. Not sure what exactly is going to be different here. They're installing the DreamNet instead. Oh, I guess because they didn't want to lose any of their cards in their grip. So maybe they have a Knobkery that they're looking at putting down at some point.
yeah, or a Friday chip? That works, right?
Oh yeah, Friday chip would also be another option. Though I feel like Yusuf would be slightly better for, well, maybe there's no 1 costs. Getting the Vitruvius is really good though. So Rusty Rider only shows to access 1 additional card Which, like, I almost wonder if there's this game where you're like, maybe I should just access 2 additional cards, even though there's only 2 cards in HQ, so that I can handle better the draw situation.
Oh, that's very hard to anticipate.
Yeah, and like maybe the corp just takes 2 credits there, but maybe you're actually happier if they do that. We also see a bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say it's quite infuriating that you just swept every card in HQ, and there's 2 cards in HQ you haven't seen.
Yes. Yes.
Like, that's one of the ways you can beat this deck is if you take a few R&D pokes every once in a while, but mainly just say, hey, those cards, those agendas in HQ, you don't get them. You can win like that, and it's so hard to do. Oh my goodness, yeah. We haven't seen archives.
Yeah, so there was a lot of cards, and it looks like Rusty Rider got pretty unlucky in that it was just a superconducting hub, which Deer is super happy to see. I'm actually pretty surprised that they didn't draw cards off of it, but it does take them to 7, so they were threatening to Biotic out 2 more points.
Now, does this deck play 5/3s? Or is it just a bunch of 2 and 1 pointers?
There is a single global food.
Nice.
And then, yeah,
I wonder,
3 Hyperloops, 1 Luminal, 3 Mega Prees, 3 Vitruviuses, and 3 Bifurcations.
So it has, like, I wonder how good it is at scoring out, fast advancing a 5/3.
I don't think it has a way to do it outside of ice.
Biotic.
It needs to have stuff on the. It needs to have stuff on the table because, like, I guess maybe if your hand is Biotic, red level Bass, or like Biotic, install, advance Audacity, maybe gets you.
Yeah,
there.
I guess we're describing on it. Oh, I guess Audacity's hard when you're describing these ideal hands that involve using every card in your hand.
Yeah, they involve the runner stealing a bunch of points on the previous turn mostly, so that you can get this you can get like a 12 card hand size and then do this massive combo. All right, so we see 0 coming down. This is a big piece of, like, this is probably has always been an incredibly important card for Freedom and has gone in and out of Anarch lists basically along with the ban list because it's just such a such an important tool where it's basically a Proco, but it goes down for 1 credit instead of 5. I guess you could argue it's instead of Baby that goes down for 1 instead of 2, but I want to whine about Shaper cards being weak, so I'm going to compare it to a Proco. Alright, here comes the Knobkery. We're going to run at HQ. Because this is a new piece of ice. We got Overwrote the Gatekeeper. It is likely either the 1 drafter. There's only 3 pieces of ice left in the entirety of Deer's deck. Which is pretty wild. So we see 2 extra accesses on HQ, which makes sense. Twinning seems quite nice against Sports Metal most of the time. And an Elvigar Bifurcation goes, so I suspect Deer's going to draw twice here to try and get some kind of threat going. RLC also got trashed by Imp. Then we see a Biotic Labor. There's not enough virus counters, so Deer can potentially get to 6 agenda points here, which starts to be threatening. And there's 3 Spin Doctors left, so there's lots of opportunities for Deer to go back for the final 2 points. But it could be a little bit tricky. Let's see, but yep, I think we're not actually sure what the holdup is. Maybe it doesn't look like I've disconnected from the internet, but it's definitely a possibility.
I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic.
It looks like the game is still afoot. Tied at 4. 4 is just such an awkward number to be at as sports medal because
Yeah.
you're very close to winning, but you're still 2 agendas, and you've scored 3 agendas. That's impressive.
I think Rusty Rider was thinking long and hard about what to do about the Trickster Taka. That's what it was.
Understandable.
Yeah.
And they're taking the tag.
I think, you have to trash the twinning here as Deer.
And trashing Trickster Taka, oh my goodness, that's...
Yeah, trying to just take that econ out. And such worth, there is a Mavirus in the list. It's already in archives. I think it'll be interesting to watch back the replay. There was a turn where Deer could have used the Mavirus at the start of the turn and purged out a Fermenter, but instead used it later in the turn after the Fermenter had been clicked, and that gave Rusty Rider 8 credits, which may end up proving sort of the pivotal linchpin of this game. It's easy to say that, like, if Rusty Rider goes on to win, but I think this game is still very up in the air. I think I would give the slight edge to Freedom, but losing the twinning, one in the heap and the other removed from the game, is tricky. So goes nearly broke, but does break open HQ here. It's going to get to put a virus counter on the Imp. Sees a Tranquility home grid. You're not too excited to trash that, but it's there. So, I mean, at the very least, you get to go in again, and you get to go in with your Imp counter again, and you get to trash your Rashida. You're going to trash that with Imp, I think, because getting extra counters doesn't matter. Oh, no, paying 1. Okay. The nice thing about that, in particular, is that you prevent an Audacity, though I don't know if there's 3 Audacities in the list. There's only 2 Audacities in the list. The twinning is often how Freedom's going to win, though Freedom in this matchup has abilities because of how the interaction between Freedom and the Sports Metal game plan works. Rusty Rider is not by any means lost just because they lost their twinning. I think the twinning put them incredibly far ahead. But they're, with this Imp, Knob Curry, and Freedom ID ability set up, they've got plenty of outs here. And, as I've mentioned a couple of times, Deer only has 7 ice in their list. 1 is on R&D, and then another 5 are in archives. So Freedom's going to really have a field day here, presumably, assuming that he's able to get in for meaningful accesses. And he does have a lot of econ, probably 1 to 2 clicks away, by running into HQ, putting a counter on Imp. Here the Yusuf comes down. That's a huge tool for Freedom because it gets viruses on every successful run, not just runs on centrals like a card like Leech or Data Sucker if you're a bit of an older player. And it's going to make the open HQ even more challenging. So Deer needs to stop and think about, do they spin ice or do they spin, you probably want your Biotics and Audacities back in the list as well so that you can actually have a scoring out plan. Because there's 2 Biotics, there's actually 1 in hand for sure. But maybe you want those scoring plans over wanting to protect HQ, because Freedom's only going to ever be able to trash 2 things, though honestly that's more things than you're drawing per turn naturally. So it's a tricky choice for sure. I think if you're spinning back, I might look at 1 Audacity, 1 Gatekeeper, potentially. But this was by no means an easy choice. So we see an Audacity selected.
Minor update on the Only Connect front. We have 2 players tied for top score with 2 points. It was a hard quiz.
It was a hard quiz.
And
interesting.
We'll do I love getting the Audacity back.
The audacity in the red level's really
Oh
interesting.
no, another Vitruvius. That would have been big.
Yeah, that would have been really big.
The red level is really interesting. It makes me wonder about, like, do they have a Chiriboga in hand such that they want to turn that on as a fast advance piece?
I
Do they
think
just wanna
maybe the
accelerate?
idea is that red level breaks you through a pseudo lock because you can clicklessly draw 2 cards, so that you can kind of get through freedom just trashing 2 cards a turn out of your hand.
Now I'm gonna proctor a quick tiebreaker between this game and the next game. If I hope the top player.
Yeah, that should be all fine. All right, so it's both players are pretty much on game point here. There's technically one agenda that one agenda, 2 copies of it that Deer can score that wouldn't win them the game on the spot. But most agendas are going to win for Deer here. Rusty Rider doing the correct thing, paying to trash. They're just going to try and trash 3 things out of HQ here. Access the RLC. That's going to get Yusuf'd away, I have to imagine. Or rather, freedomed away, but, say half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. Biotic Labor is going to get imped, and now that's the whole turn. So Deer really needs to either find the last piece of ice, which is this is either the drafter on R&D, or they've got 1 drafter left, or they're going to have to pull some kind of miracle out here. This is definitely a board state where freedom feels very, very good against this sports field. And Deer's just going to spend the whole turn drawing. I guess the interesting question is what do you do if you draw an agenda here that you can't score? Do you hold it in hand? Do you leave it in archives? You've got some interesting choices for sure. I think Deer probably didn't draw a Spin Doctor because that would have gone down on the board because that eats a click. And that's Hyperloop, and that's the game.
Okay, so next pairings will be Deer versus. Let's see. So we got Deer Corp. Let me just.
Yep. And what was the result of the other game?
Great question. I believe Jonas won.
Okay. So that actually works out nicely. So because everyone actually played opposite sides. Because Jonas.
Actually, do you mind?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Jonas...
mind posting that in the?
Yeah. It's gonna look janky as all get out, but.
I love it.
Actually, you know what? Let's make it a little bit less janky. I was gonna write in the names in a dumb way, but let's put them in a different way. And I will analyze Chris Corp. We've got Rusty Rider Corp and Jonas Runner. And I will make this visible to the stream and then also to the people that actually need it. All right, and let's get that paint up for the stream.
Good.
Okay.
Chris already is on it.
Oh, did Chris post it somewhere or have a beautiful spreadsheet that makes me look silly? Cool. So we've just got 1, 2, 3, and potentially a 4th round. Oh, Analyze Chris is already in the lobby. I see. Makes sense. This is double limb after a 7-round single-sided Swiss tournament went to gone. So this was the standing after 7 rounds. Deer and Analyze Chris, actually the favorites or the top 2 seeds, are now in staring down elimination. We have Jonas and Rusty Rider, the other 2, making the cut. All of them a clean win ahead of the rest of the field. It was a pretty runner-favored meta. Obviously, everyone's going to be winning a lot at the top, but across most rounds, I think, like round 7 is actually fairly close to even. Round 6 was all corpse. Round 5 was all but 1 runner win. Round 4 was all but 2 runner win. Or no, this was even. Okay. Round 3 was all but 1 runner win. Round 2 was all but 3 runner wins, or 5 out of 5 and 3. And then the first round was also 5 and 3. So a fairly runner-led side on the day so far. And there's going to be a brief quiz runoff because Deer made a...
actually, so we're going to skip the quiz runoff because Seb extremely kindly has said, hey, Sanjay, maybe you don't want to ship a playmat internationally. So I'll concede to, which is, I was prepared to do that, but I'm happy not to.
Yes.
So, yeah. So our co-champions, but our one winner is Cold Lava, with a score 2, because it was a hard.
Yeah,
okay,
that was
so
hard.
we can.
All right. You cut out a bit at the end there. Okay, great.
Oh,
We can go
sorry.
on to-
Let me just make sure that everybody knows what's going on.
Yep. I figured maybe we'll watch the losers bracket, because that way we get to see everyone have a final game before they depart from this field for today. But if people would rather watch the Rusty Rider Jonas game, that's something we can do instead. But we'll have at least one more opportunity to watch both of them. So. Let's see. So we're just kind of waiting for things to get started. Okay. So here we go. Another sports medal up against Captain Padma Ispista. And I suspect this is a sports medal favored matchup, but I don't know what sort of tech is in this Padma list. I don't think we've seen D's list in much detail here, so let me go see if I can find it real quick. So D is on one of Clot, one of Simulchip, and
then looking at the stream, it looks like the very nicely made cut is obscuring some of what's going on.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I don't want to overrule the Nisei pronunciation guide, but I would say Padma instead of like Pud, you know?
Yeah.
Like Pod.
Padma. Yeah. Padma Isbister.
Yeah, I can't comment on Isbister, but I can comment on Padma.
Yeah, it feels weird. It feels very Boston-y to me to drop the at the end of the name.
Oh yeah, let's say Padma Isbista.
That's
like
actually what the guide says for
Oh,
pronunciation.
does it? It's Bista?
It's
All right.
Bista.
You know, the thing that's tough is that, like, you know, you can, like, you don't know, like, exactly where the captain has been. So, like, how to pronounce her name. All right. Stuff's going on. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We've had a bunch of things happen. There was an overclock to trash a Maryland, and then a Rashida slipped through, which then led to a Biotic Labor to score the Luminal. So not quite D's turn 1 Luminal Audacity play, but still, you know, a turn 2 Luminal score is a lot of forward momentum for the Corp. So, or for Sports Metal at least. And then just building up servers, we see D just, you know, cantripping their Stone Ship chart rooms to just become a click to draw 2, so the card basically replaces itself. So it's sort of, in this sort of situation, it's thinning down the deck pretty nicely.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about this card is that it's a tech card when you want it. And same thing with No One Home. Like, when you're up against, like, a kill deck or a card taxing
You mean
deck.
No Free Lunch? Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, what
You said No One Home, which is another tech card.
Oh yeah. So
but
yeah, like
versatile.
No Free Lunch and No One Home and No Free Lunch and Stone Ship Chart Room both are like these tech cards that if you aren't up against the matchup that cares, you get just the consolation prize. You're like, hey, yeah, don't worry about it. Oh no!
Yeah, tragic there for D. That was the Spin Doctor and not like a 3-1 or a Rashida that would often get thrown out in that same situation.
Thankfully, their economy is not so poor off, but that is devastating. Especially when they're trying to, you know, get that boat going. Actually, Endurance is a really fascinating card in this matchup because if you can afford to get it down, it's very nice for the kind of ice that Sports Metal is going to put up against you. Because you're just making one or two runs a turn very efficiently. But gosh, you don't want to spend 8 when you're in this situation.
Yeah, Chris, similar to D, is on slightly more ice, but not that much more ice. It looks like 3 Gatekeepers, 2 IP blocks, 3 Drafters.
Oh no.
And one of those Drafters is going to go through, and that's a big deal for Chris here. I guess there wasn't that many great targets left in Archives, but you're basically forcing D to spend a click to go and get that Rashida. So you're trading 3 credits for 2 clicks, and getting some stuff back potentially.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, I actually quite like all the people that made the cut. They're lovely people, but I think I was rooting for D the most because D is the most local.
Yes, and the newest of all of these faces.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Though they have plenty of
at this point
competitive feathers. Yeah.
At this point, they've been one of the strongest players for a lot of stuff they've shown up to. So
yeah, and they won my little trivia game when I was spoiling Evic and Hyperbaric. Importantly.
Yep. And also importantly, that Hyperbaric is now in the bin because it's not needed in this matchup.
Oh my goodness.
You're not getting it to 6, and you're probably just boating through everything.
Yeah, it's actually not bad against probably. How many code gates are they on? Are they on? Is there only code gate Gatekeeper?
Yes.
Because I was thinking how miserable it must be to try and get your Hyperbaric up to strength, but it's already, you know, breaks through Gatekeeper if you need it. So it's not as terrible as it might be in some other matchups where they're going fast and you're like, oh, how do I get past the Mausolus? How do I get past, etc., etc.
Yeah.
They're in trouble because they don't have the money for a cool Hyperbaric or a cool Endurance.
Yep, and we see, wow, a Mega Pre, a GFI, and a Vitruvius all go back into R&D here, which just gives Chris a lot of filter, because there's almost certainly more agendas in HQ here. Okay, so they...
Vitruvius. go back. It suggests to me that the HQ ice is not anything Chris is excited to res at the moment.
Yeah, so D actually exposed it with the Deuces Wild, so we know it's an IP block. Which is not like an unreasonable include, especially if you're expecting a lot of Amakua. I wouldn't be too shocked if Chris is holding back one Vitruvius and a fast advance tool, like in particular an Audacity, and wanted to clear out the hand of agendas so they don't end up in archives.
Yeah, I think that was what Audacity or the shuffling away a 3/2 makes me think of Audacity big time, because I haven't played. Actually, you're very well versed in sports metal, so you can comment on this. But my impression would be that the 3/2s are like what you want to see, what you want to dedicate your resources to scoring, so you don't shuffle them away that readily, I think.
Yeah, scoring your 3/2s is where a lot of your value comes from. It's really what gives you the advantage. Is the runner has almost no control over how they accumulate their points, but you have all of the control over how you accumulate your points.
Really lovely way to think about it, because you get to really say, hey, interesting. So they're not audacitying another 3/2 they have. It could also, I guess, it could also be that they just drew a lot of agendas, and they're just looking at their hand like, look, even though agendas are great, I don't need this Vitruvius ballad.
Yeah, and we do finally see the endurance comes down, which does, basically this says, oh, now this draft, one ice per turn, just completely blank. And if it's on R&D, it doesn't even cost D. Effectively, the ID and the endurance mean that D will always stay at the same number of total boat counters.
And rigging it up means that it starts pretty strong. So they're already ahead on one card.
Interestingly here, D did choose to charge the Earthrise instead of the endurance, which actually I think is a pretty reasonable play to make.
Yeah, I think optimistically, I think if you're a pessimist, you could say, oh, I don't know if this game's lasting 3 turns, but it probably is lasting 3 turns.
It most likely is, especially if Chris is going for plays like this.
Yeah, there's a tough thing in Netrunner when at a certain point you look at the board state and you're like, do I actually install this daily cast? Will I get paid back for it? And knowing whether it's correct to install a daily cast can be really hard.
It really can be.
And this is the exact same calculus. And, I just had a kid. And I think when you have a kid, when you choose to have a kid, it's kind of this optimistic thing about the future. Like, I think it's not so... I mean, and it's a little bit... it's very optimistic, but you're like, hey, I think it's conceivable that the world will be one such that you could have a good life. And that's what I hope for my kid. And I think it's the same thing when you put a power counter on Earthrise Hotel. I think this game will last another 3 turns.
Sanjay, mixing the profound and the mundane in a truly beautiful moment.
Thank you.
And this is sort of what I mean, to anchor us back in a little bit in the game in front of us. This is what I mean about sports metal having a lot of control over what the agenda score looks like. Putting out this Hyperloop extension is a huge just win for the court, because either the runner runs it, in which case you basically get a Rashida fired for you in exchange for 1 point as a single agenda, and often basically it still means Deer is probably gonna have to seal 3 more agendas to actually win this game, and so that's a great trade for you as the sports metal player. And you can just say, oh, instead I'm going to score the super valuable 2-1 so that I can get in threat to just close out the game on the spot. And the runner isn't left with a lot of choices.
Yeah. Interesting interaction here that isn't relevant in this matchup specifically, given the credit totals and the fact that there's a giant stinking boat. The bifurcation can de-res your gatekeeper, which is sweet. And actually, had D not just gone on campaign trashing spree. You might have seen like a Maryland campaign getting flipped to get even more credits on it.
Yeah, or the Nico campaign, yeah.
Yeah, it's Nico campaign, sweet. You already gain a credit from the first time you res it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually a slightly better target usually because you're up a credit the first time you use it, and then you get up more the second time.
Yeah,
around.
derezzing your Maryland is like similarly optimistic about the future.
Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing, when I did the math on it, it's like, oh, I'm going to get so much extra value from rezzing and re-rezzing. It's like, no, it's actually the same thing as if I installed a second one. I don't actually get more from it, and I do make it more enticing for the runner to trash. So, sort of like how if you run pad campaigns, no one trashes them, but if you run refuge campaigns, everyone trashes them. It's probably... Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't double that res cost, huh?
Or that trash cost, yeah.
Oh yeah, trash cost. Yeah.
Yeah, as Cold Lava is shouting out, it's the runner not trashing a 15 credit Nico campaign. It's would be quite something. All right, so we see D just kind of saying, I spent a whole turn trying to clean up the board. Let me try and reset my economy a little bit. With Chris only on 3 credits, it's a little bit difficult for him to score out.
Yeah, you do have to be asking yourself where are the audacities, because install a non-agenda from hand is not what you want to see. That's the scary one. Oh, it's just Spin Doctor. Interesting.
Yeah, I think this is the can I draw an audacity and win the game kind of line.
Yeah. I don't want you to out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I don't want you to out, testing group secrets, but I do feel like sports metal has been like a thing that y'all have had in your back pocket, like that y'all have just been like working on, and it's so like it's always exciting to see like a group of people hone something. Like there's a lot of choices in this deck that are not obvious. Like even the way that the play pattern of just like throwing out these campaigns, because it's like, I'm not defending this Nico campaign, but it's going to cost you a click and 2 credits, and like you might not have that kind of time. We see here that D's betting on the future has paid off. They've gotten a bunch of cards from charging their Earthrise Hotel. Good for them.
Yeah, it's super huge in these matchups. It's like one of the reasons that Adam is often so good into sports metal is because it's getting so much free draw and like a free HQ interface. And so getting these like free additional values is a big part of how you actually gain some leverage over these sorts of corps. I wonder what D's drawing for here. It's not exactly clear to me. You know what? It's Clot. Clot's what they're drawing for.
Oh, that's nice.
But it looks like they didn't find it, which, is what's going to happen sometimes. I think that trash is pretty reasonable. You know that server 5 at this point, by process of elimination, it's not an agenda. It's probably a Bass Chernboga. So keeping Chris below 3 credits is probably relevant for some combination of scoring patterns.
I assume Chris is on some number of Maviruses?
Chris is on a singular Mavirus. So that also could be what's in server 5. That's a good point.
Oh, that'd be devastating if D goes to all this trouble to get the Clot, and it just... Well, even asking Chris to pay 3 to...
Yeah, it's very relevant, right?
Yeah. But this is what's so elegant about the sports list. Everything you check is... You have to be very intentional about it, because you only get so many runs before sports metal closes the door.
Okay, so now we do know. D guessed that it was that Mavirus. It in fact turns out to have been the Bass Chernboga.
Oh, and that's on the table, which is scary. An interesting thing in Netrunner when you're using your falsified credentials is sometimes you don't want to guess what you most think it is. You want to guess what you worry the most it is.
Exactly.
Because you say, "Oh wow, if that's a virus, I could use some extra credits to go deal with that."
Oh, interesting. Chris pops the bass to then purge and arc lockdown, so the claw is gone for good.
Whoa.
I actually, for what it's worth, think this is maybe a slight misplay, because there is
Yeah,
a single simul chip in D's entire list.
Which
so,
they
like,
don't currently have.
They don't currently have on the board, and they need to get a program down anyway. And I don't think D's got much beyond if you look at their bin, like without even looking at the list, a propeller, 3 Rizekis, a hyperbaric, a Gauss, and an Ika. I can't imagine what other programs they're even running.
I guess it could be Chris making the calculation saying, "Hey, you're on 2 points.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find this a way to score out my last 2 points, but I just need that out of the way. And if it's out of the way, I've got this."
Yeah, I can simplify the game in a bunch of ways, and I'm not gonna lose because I took an extra 2 turns here. So let's make sure I never have to deal with some shenanigans.
Yeah, the alternate explanation is that Chris has put this garbage tech card Arc Lockdown in his deck. He's been holding on to it all day, just like, "Oh, I'm gonna get their clot. Oh, I'm gonna get their conspiracy breaker. It's gonna be so good when I do that." And just like it's burning a hole in his pocket, he's like, "Finally, I get to Arc Lockdown something relevant."
Yeah.
Also a reasonable explanation.
I very briefly saw him Arc Lockdown a paperclip in one game.
That's sick. This is another opinion, not the official opinion of the Centigrade stream. Just this opinion of the guest. Anti-Arc Lockdown. Card's terrible. It's good, but you just play it, and it's never. You just hold on to it, and the very turn you discard it. That's when the runner goes ham.
Yeah. No. As soon as it hits the bin, the runner goes kind of crazy.
They don't even know you discarded it, but they just are like.
They just know somehow.
This is a good turn to discard 3 black orcs.
Yeah, this looks to me like D's probably going to go for their deep dive, which I think is a pretty reasonable way to handle sports metal. So it'll be interesting to see what Chris does, but.
Interesting thing about the virus is that we actually don't care anymore.
Yes,
about it.
We don't actually care anymore.
Now, if this is a deep dive run, you can trash it so that you can access an extra card.
Yeah, but it looks like Deer decided that this is not actually going to be their deep dive turn.
Yeah, the tough thing about it being a deep dive turn is that we haven't checked server 5. And that's one of the maddening things about this deck. Like, they just put a card on the table, and all of a sudden you have to panic.
This is definitely one of those, people have been playing Netrunner for 7 hours at this point. Installing an Earthrise with 2 cards left in your stack is probably not worth it, even if you're going to career fair it.
Yeah, fair.
But that's okay. This is the hard part about 1-day tournaments is there's just so many decisions you have to make, and you're gonna start getting really tired by the end of the day.
I think you're just hoping that the sheer ritziness of the card intimidates your opponent.
I see what you did there. Chris really just trying to find, it looks like, any number of audacities to seal this deal here, I think.
I would say that with an 11-card hand size, Audacity is very fun. You're really committed to it.
Really committed.
I feel like D hasn't taken a lot of HQ accesses, and I don't think they've had a lot of time. But after all this card draw, it makes. I would love to get some HQ accesses right now. One problem with Deep Dive is that with Chris being, with what you were saying. The runner having no control over which agendas they see. and Chris, D is very far away from closing, and that's a big deal because you can't be making like a Hail Mary to ooh, interesting. Presumably there's nothing in archives. Oh,
No.
there's a spin doctor. Maybe there is.
Yeah, there was probably
Hyperloop.
stuff in there for last. A Hyperloop, though, does not surprise me to be left behind. Yeah, I mean, like, as a sports medal, this is just gold, right? This is you gave the runner 3 points, and in return, you got 6 cards and 9 credits. That's it's a deal you'll take most of the time.
Now, we're in a situation where D could just run R&D, steal an agenda, run HQ, steal an agenda, deep dive, win the game.
And that honestly looks pretty plausible here.
Oh my god.
It's
Oh my
actually,
goodness.
I think odds are probably in their favor here because only one Vitruvius is out of the deck, so there's 2. They access the Mega Pre. Now they just need any agenda, and that's going to be the game. D sneaks it out. I feel like Chris just didn't draw an Audacity for like 6 turns and loses the game because of it.
That's incredible. What a way to get knocked out of the tournament. Chris is such a good player. I'm very excited to see D continue, but wow.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
This is the second time on stream I've seen Chris lose this way.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one agenda. No, there's two. D, very elegantly not taking the 2-pointer, doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Wow. funny comment from Chris. What was more buried, your cloud or my dad's? Because both of them were digging for the card they wanted to find. Wow.
That's wild. That's a rough loss for Chris. D made it through.
Way to play to your outs there.
Yeah, for
D
sure.
He did a great job of keeping the board under control. All right, let's see who. Now we're watching the winners. Like the people who won their last games play against each other. So they both are on 0 losses. So you need to lose twice before you get eliminated from a double elimination cut. So whoever loses this game is going to be. Oh my goodness, we tuned in at a exciting time.
An exciting moment. Yeah. So. There was a double advanced card in a remote. This has been a La Costa CTM. Jonas pays to avoid taking the second tag so that he doesn't die to boom. That might be a spin doctor, though there's 2 out of the game, but that could easily be the third. I want to see if there's actually a boom. We see the ice on archives, which does suggest that there's a winning agenda in there that needs to be stopped.
When you're the runner, and they put that agenda on that ice on archives, you just start salivating.
Yeah, for sure. There's actually no boom in this list. Interesting. The tag punishment is Market Forces, Psychographics, and Self-Growth Program.
I love it. I need to have that discipline. I'm so sad to be playing boom. What a crude. What a crude card.
Yeah.
Win the game with psychographics.
Attitude adjustment coming in clutch here.
Whoa!
So the tomorrow's headline in archives goes back in the deck.
If
very
Jonas
clutch.
does not end up winning this game, he's going to be wondering, what was that ice on archives?
Yeah.
Could I have just waltzed through? He was only on 5 credits, so the chances are not very high that he would have been able to steal Bologna through that, but...
Yeah, given the ice that's in the bin, the 2 turnpikes, ping, and IP block, there's IP blocks, endless EULAs left, toll booth, and a white space that would have stopped him.
I guess given what we know, there's... Yeah. I mean, I think Jonas is going to be... players of this caliber, Russ Ryder and Jonas are going to be taking, the good lines, not the, hey, maybe I do this and I win.
Yeah, it's like Jonas is not going to lose by not having run and stolen that, trying to steal that agenda, but might lose if he does something like run at that archives, gets blown up, like gets hit with something big and like gets a tag from a ping or something like that, or even like gets traced out on an IP block and gets market forces and stuff like that.
Now we've also seen that Jonas is on 2 of the cool quest cards, Apocalypse and Deep Dive.
Yeah.
And that's got to be terrifying for a Rust Rider to know that they're on 0 points. So they're not close to closing this game out. And the next time Jonas makes 3 successful runs on central servers,
it's going to be the game. Almost certainly.
Yeah. If it's not, that's crazy.
Yeah.
If it's not, where are the agendas? Who knows? Because you shuffle R&D. It's actually one of the things that's like a minor. You don't always appreciate it with Deep Dive that when you whiff hard. Because a lot of multi-access, if you whiff, quote unquote whiff, like you access a bunch of cards and don't see any agendas. Like the corp initially is like, oh, you didn't steal my agendas. But if you're on a conduit run and you access like 7 off the top and you don't see anything, it's actually terrible because the runner now has 20,000 turns to recover. Ooh, white space, good card.
Yeah, it's cute here where Ngolo is pretty expensive to get down. I almost wonder if Jonas, if you just leave this here, you say, you know what, I lost 3 credits, I made 2 credits, you're not going to get 3 credits, we'll just call it a day. But Jonas going in, getting in, I think we'll probably just clear the tag, click the telework, and paying in, that works too, right? It's the same total cost, and now you get to go and trash the Nico campaign and just kind of have a crushing economically now that Rust Rider committed to wrestling that Endless Eula as well.
Yeah, and probably now Jonas is in a situation where he's only going to break that Endless Eula once.
Yeah.
Because that's all he needs because he has Deep Dive in his deck. We'll have to find it, but he's got so much time because Rust Rider on 3 credits and no agenda points will take a little bit of time to put a win condition in front of the big unit 3000.
Yeah, no, it's it's going to be tricky for Rust Rider to push something together here.
Not to mention, in terms of round time, there's still 7 minutes in the round, which is decent, but not forever. And so the fact that if this game goes to time, Jonas wins, that's tough. And actually, Jonas wins regardless because even if Rust Rider got a tie, Jonas has the better Swift result.
Yeah.
So that's the factor too. That it's going to be really tough to tack all this together.
Yeah, and this does look like it's probably going to be the Deep Dive run, because this is probably 9 credits, and I don't know, as Rust Rider, do you pay into this? But it's like, oh, if I pay into this, they pay in 2, which is not a ton. Maybe that does something that I'm not thinking about. So
it might just be a
4
little cheeky
plus
thing
6.
too. If there's an agenda in archives, I would pay 2 just to make them be like, what?
Yeah.
Because you can't pay 9, you can't pay 11 into it because then they'd be like.
Well, I'm thinking if you paid, so Jonas is going to spend 6, 8, like he's got 8 credits of guaranteed costs between breaking the Endless Eula and playing the Deep Dive. So if you can make it so he's below 5 credits when he actually does the dive. Oh, well, never mind. The artificial crypto crash was an HQ.
Successfully prevented the Deep Dive, but unfortunately that's all that happened. Okay, so that means that Rust Rider is going to be up against D. They both They both done. Wait, is that true? They both done.
They've both done it an even amount of times because everyone actually balanced out.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna head to the main lobby.
Sounds good. So I think you'll have to flip a coin for them. And we'll have Jonas waiting in the top cut. All right, let's do. Actually, I'm gonna fix this a little bit. I'm gonna fix Rusty Rider's name because it's actually Rust Rider, not Rusty Rider, and I've done this every single time he's come onto my stuff, and I am grateful that they are a good sport about it. Okay. Copy. Paste. And we'll get this up on stream as well. So Analyze Chris comes in 4th for this tournament. And then we've got D and Rust Rider playing for 3rd. Or the loser gets 3rd, and then playing Jonas for... challenge Jonas for the crown. Okay, we're just going to wait for a little bit while we get the two of them into a table. Oh, I don't know all the bot commands. Jonas has to lose twice to lose. That's correct. Let's see if I can go to bot spam. Okay, here we go. Found it, found it, found it. Where are we? Where are we? Okay. Okay, this bot's not quite working the way I want it to. It also seems to be picking just runner. Bot spam, bot spam, bot spam. Pick sides. Pick sides. Okay, it does pick Corp sometimes. It just picked Runner like 8 times in a row. So, that's all it takes. Okay, so I can update my paint. Bot spam. Though it has picked Runner a lot more. Okay, so Deer is going to run. Rusty Rider is going to Corp. We're going to... Remember how language works. All right, can I... Oh. Please let me move you. There we go. Does anyone care about that but me? No. Does that matter? No. All right, so a mere 7 hours and 20 minutes later, we're in the semi-penultimate match. So hopefully there's no bracket reset.
Why would there be a bracket reset?
I don't know.
Okay. Just Wentagon making us panic. Thank you so much, by the way, not only for streaming, but offering some absolutely wonderful logistical support. I think usually TOs do not have this much backup, and it's amazing. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, it's happy to.
Oh, I love that Rust Rider is also summoning the power of the Delmarva of Delmarva. All right, so this matchup is. Oh, this should be fun to watch. I have no idea.
Yeah, this is Amani Sinai CTM against Endurance, which I feel like should be a slight CTM favored matchup. Because you're probably having to trace to protect your Endurance like at least 3 times, probably more like 4 to 5 times in the game. But Deer does have like regular breakers that are pretty solid. And also, because this is open deckless, know that there's no real kill threat, so it has some actual kind of flexibility there.
Quest is not a card I associate with traditional CTM, and
no, I think it's
we're seeing some cool innovation here in this deck list.
Yeah, no, it's this is the like why I kept saying and hearing people say like CTM is a cockroach. Even if all of its cards go, people will probably find a way. And I think this CTM build from Rust Rider is definitely looking interesting and has very clearly, you don't get to the top of a cut with this many fantastic players in it. And without having a very solid list. So yeah.
So Suchworth, so CTM cannot get at the console with Retribution, but they can do something even worse. They have Amani Sinai, which is a card that says when you steal or when the corpse steals, when the runner steals or the corpse scores an agenda, trace equal to the difficulty of the agenda. Or
yeah, I'm trying to go find it. Give me a second.
Yeah. so you get to trace, and if you succeed in the trace, you get to bounce a card on the table to the runner's hand. Especially during Katara cycle, they leaned into this cool ability of NBN to bounce cards, and Amani Sinai is one of the most interesting sort of return to sender cards that.
I'm going to ask this.
NBN
I don't expect you to know this, Sanjay. Do you know which pack Amani Sinai is in? Oh, never mind. I just found it. Okay.
No, I don't. Let's say Sovereign Sight.
I actually already forgot. Don't know which. Devil and the Dragon, actually. But
That's what I said.
Yeah, that is what you said, right? They're the same thing.
Yeah.
Let's do. There everyone goes. There's Amani Sinai.
Yeah, so if they steal Bologna, you get to trace 5, return a thing. So yeah, and if you get to bounce something that they paid 8 to install, whether you win the game or not, it's going to help you win the game. But whether you win the game
For sure. It is this econ thing, and then as Jonas is calling out, even though there's no booms or exchange of information, there's planograms, self-growth program, which is another way to bounce those big boats into hand. Psychographics and market forces all mean that if Deer chooses to float a lot of tags, they're in for a bad time. And so floating the tags is not really an option for Deer's list.
Yeah. Interesting. It looks like they are going for a deep dive run.
Yeah.
Even
I mean,
though
I think if you... Yeah.
Ooh, and they could even deal a Bologna. So this is an interesting choice. They can take a Bologna. They're going to go pretty low on credits. They could take it to tomorrow's headline, and then they're going to have 2 tags at the end of the turn. Now,
I would take the Bologna 100% of the time here.
Yeah.
But
I think if you take a Bologna and not... They're taking the tomorrow's headline. Interesting.
Yeah. Surprising to me.
And here's the advantage of knowing that they're not on boom. Lacosta GTM, I love it.
Yeah, I guess to me, I would rather have taken the Bologna there because you'd much rather get to the 3 points, and even if you get hard-hitting news, you're going to drip for 6, and so you can just spend the turn clearing back down, and you'll still have a solid econ package to go. But
there's an interesting situation here where D is going to drip for 6 credits at the beginning of the turn, and since they're tagged, Rust Rider can do something about that. So it's going to be pretty expensive.
Yeah, it's really hard to figure out if a click and 2 credits is worth 4 of the runner's credits. It is probably worth 6 of the runner's credits, but I don't know that it's worth 4 of the runner's credits.
Market forces!
Oh, I missed the market forces. That's huge in terms of the tag punishment, and really swings the economic a lot.
I will say I am still rooting for D, but I love market forces. Amazing. What a situation.
Yeah, this is such a weird board, and I suspect Deer is going to be looking to figure out if they can get to 7 without having to ever install the endurance, which is a weird thing to do when your deck is mostly built around it. So.
Love the optimism. Shuffle that market forces back in. Coming for later. I mean, there's only 2 cards in archives, and I think they're both they're better off in R&D, but I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is a
card. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, if this is a Beal or a Bologna in server 1.
Oh. And getting the 2 tokens on there is so powerful. There's an interesting thing in terms of scoring patterns where as a new player, you just have these bizarre scoring patterns where you're like, I'm going to advance this once, then I'm going to advance it 3 times, then I'm going to advance it 1 more time to score out this 5-3. And when you get better, you have the very I'm going to install, advance, and then I'm going to advance. But then when you get to be a really good player, then you go back to the bananas scoring patterns, where you're just being like, oh, I'm going to put 1 here now, and you'll see these obacadas doing on a Lacosta grid for turns and turns and turns. Because it's I don't need it. Ooh, DJ Fenris, what are we getting? Nice.
So we're getting back Steve for the value. I guess in theory, at some point, DJ Fenris might even get returned to our hand, so we can get it back and hit up our friend Sable later in the game too.
Yeah, actually, a question. I know you just put Amani Sanai off the table, but is Amani Sanai optional, or do you have to do it?
So Amani Sanai is actually optional. I was shocked to learn. It's you may trace 5.
Yeah,
Or trace
it's probably
X.
still, yeah, it's probably still worth it to bounce the DJ, but it's funny to think that you might be like, well, I don't want them to reset their DJ and get a new.
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely played as if it was a non-optional bounce, and sometimes come out ahead from the runner as doing that. But
now here's a tough situation where D put out a very reasonable looking Steve Cambridge, and now that Rust Rider just responded to that by putting 2 ice on HQ, which might not be very trivial to get through. That's a tough swing, because now the same question, like, would Sable, just as a way to close the game, have been better? And before those ice went on there, Steve just looked great, and now that maybe you're not going to get a lot of Steve triggers, you might be missing that end of game thing. Fascinating, like really some fascinating stuff in terms of like, and then you think, did Rust Rider think, oh, I'm going to hold back HQ Ice to bait the Steve, or is it just a coincidence? Or, there's a lot of interesting things going on here. I've been monologuing for a while, Jeff. Sorry about that.
no, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I think it's, I was, what was my thought here? It's very opportunistic, and as D, you're probably not too upset to have the Corp invest 2 of their not that many ice in the list on HQ. Basically, you said, oh, Steve is going to draw me a card, or it's going to get me a diesel back, and then eat up 2 of the Corp's actions. Yeah, you want a much higher ceiling from this card, but it's not unreasonable, and you will get value from it at some point, though with the way that Deer is letting Rust Rider's econ kind of roll here, there's definitely going to be some options. No links, we're paying through with Propeller, go through the IP block.
Of course, yeah, this is extremely cheap. 1 credit to get through. This is 3 credits to get through.
Yeah, less cheap, but still a possibility.
I wonder what you get back. Maybe just for gamble.
Yeah, I feel like gamble would be what I'd be looking at here.
You could ask for a Dirty Laundry or a Deuces Wild.
Yeah,
actually,
you could probably.
Deuces Wild is sweet, because
you
can
could also
run
do
through the
double
turnpike
casts,
D-tag.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like double casts, I might like, because you're like, oh, this time I can be pretty confident the game's gonna go on 4 more turns.
Yeah.
It does probably leave you somewhat vulnerable to hard-hitting news, but maybe you're not as worried about that. Okay, so we're showing Deuces Wild and Dirty Laundry.
I like that, because both of them, Deuces Wild, I'd probably prefer Deuces Wild, and that's exactly what D doesn't get. Because Deuces Wild lets you run through the turnpike and then D-tag, which is pretty rude, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 5 credits to go through that turnpike if you're going to Ika it, which you're probably not going to do. Are we just going to go through R&D and go for another deep dive? It looks like it.
I dig it. I think, especially, thinking about it, there is a problem here where, gosh, actually this works great, because as long as
you're going to get...
The problem is the white space, because you deep dive here, you can get through the
Oof.
So do you take a Bologna or do you take a BL?
I want this Bologna here, because then I'm on by the next agenda I touch guarantee wins me the game.
Okay, so they're taking one of the 2-pointers.
Yeah.
And because the thing that's exciting here is that they are Steve, like we talked about, like I was so skeptical of. But they're Steve, so now they're gonna put back they're gonna put the deep dive into the heap, so they can run HQ, run R&D, run archives. They're guaranteed to have a deep dive because they can Steve it back, and they can just deep dive again very soon.
That's a really good point.
Yeah. Now the Rust Rider pointing out that if this was a multi-access card where you actually access more than one, they are showing a lot of points here. 9-point reveal.
Yeah.
So D's got to wonder, like, how do I close here? Because I can take the Bologna.
Yeah, I think they're making the right call here. Of taking the Bologna.
Hopefully this rewinds perfectly. It should. Nice.
Yeah.
Good job. Look at Janet.
I know.
It's easy to notice when Janet does a terrible job. And it doesn't often. And, like, that's so... Undo click is beautiful.
Yeah. The biggest challenge here for Deer is if this is the HHN turn, they might lose access to that Steve to recur their deep dives, which is that other part of the plan you've been talking about.
Right, because if they want to get that deep dive, they have to go now, and that is not going to be easy to do with 1 credit.
Yes. And I'd be pretty surprised halfway through the deck if Rust Rider's seen no HHNs, and there it is.
Yeah. And we know the psychographics is in hand, so if there's a Beal, and we haven't seen any Beals, they can just Psycho a Beal for 7 advancements, and that's 4 points. Now, a minor out. If D looks at the table and says, look, there's nothing better I can do, they can just run places. They can run R&D, and, maybe the top card of R&D is a agenda. It would be incredible if it was. I do wonder, actually, I'm thinking the Ika cost a lot to break this turnpike. I wonder if it would have been... If you're going for that double deep dive, if you're trying to deep dive as soon as possible, maybe you should just go tag me.
The problem with that is you lose your Steve. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's the challenge here.
HQ, and they have to get into HQ to even contest, or to even get the deep dive back, and they have to have... So they're quite a few credits short because they need to lose 3 to white space and have enough to get in. So
someone was asking earlier if you should trash the fully loaded daily cast, and Deer having 6 more credits here, I think makes this game look very different.
Yeah, this game would maybe be...
It wouldn't be a done deal, but it would be very different for sure.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah, the interesting thing is, like, if D is worried that is a Beal, and they don't know that whether it is or not, they have to, like, because there is a line here where you just say, okay, I'm just going to run R&D, I'm going to run archives. Maybe there's an agenda in either of those places. The archives run's really optimistic. But if you know that the game's over, all right. So D is saying, "Hey, I want to take a poke at R&D. The game might be ending right now. Show me an agenda on the top of R&D. Let me just win." Giving themselves that out. At this point, maybe you check archives. It seems pointless to check archives, but you can. All right. Is this the Psycho for...
Going to 7 would get you... Yeah, that would get you 4 points, so that would be enough.
Yeah. I guess in retrospect, they might have... Oh, it's just the crypto crash. And I say just the crypto crash, but that gotta feel lousy.
Yeah, that feels pretty lousy. Here's Deer for sure.
So what do you even do here? Also, you know that Psychographics is live, so anytime Rust Rider finds any agenda, the game's over. It's a tough situation to be in. I assume D is looking for maybe an answer to...
I mean, I would assume maybe a
Whiteblade?
creative commission just to get some econ back again.
Oh, that would work, yeah. Now, the ICE on R&D, the other ICE on R&D is currently boiling the hopes of just getting random accesses off of R&D, which is not a great way to win the game, but if they're feeling dire enough, then you just say, like, all right, just give me some, let me see some cards. Interesting they have the Simul chip to get a clot back, but getting a clot back doesn't win you the game if you can't go get
Into the
agenda.
surfer, yeah.
Yeah, so like, I think it's maybe worth installing the Simul chip.
Yeah, I think you just pop the Ika. You just pop it here because the Ika's not doing anything for you.
No, you're already tagged. Yeah. You might as well, I think. But this is not exciting. What is exciting about it actually is that. So they're saying, yeah, right. All right, so they got it. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think it
because
changes
you
the
don't-
outcome of the game in most cases. Because like, if this is an IP block, probably on R&D, that's maybe actually it's probably not enough to keep you out for the single, but like a toll booth or something keeps you out. Or an endless EULA, yeah.
Okay, so Rust Rider has corpsed twice. Does that mean? Jonas
I
corpsed
believe
first?
that means that Jonas corpse first.
All right.
Though someone may correct me. Maybe I will go take a very quick look at the organized play documents, but I don't.
have it up.
I'm pretty sure that you just play to balance out sides rather than giving top seed pick.
Yeah. No. Well, I think you never give top speed pick again.
Yeah, I think it's just in that first one.
Yeah. Let me search for progression cut.
Let's see. Event structure. Elimination rounds. Yes. So it is just in subsequent round, each player plays the side they've played the least. If a paired opponent have played the same side, whoever has the greatest differential plays that side. If both players have the same differential, sides are decided at random. So here, Rust Rider has the greater differential than Jonas, so they play the side they've played the least. And only in the first elimination round can they decide which side they want to use.
Yeah, and we still have a little bit of time, so we don't need to... Actually, I think I forgot to put a timer on this round. Oops. I don't think it went to time. It was really neat to see how Deer adjusted their play style to, like, knowing what they were up against. They weren't like digging for the endurance because they're like, this endurance I could really lose a lot of money sinking them into. I think we didn't see the Amani Sinai, so like as it happened, like I don't know if D had a rigging up endurance play that they elected not to do. That's hard to.
It's hard to tell because I feel like if you're going, I think you could go for the rigging up endurance play in a couple of points in that game, because if CTM's only playing in 2 remotes and one of them you can see is a daily quest, you'd have some.
Yeah.
You can have some flexibility to be like, look, if that isn't the -9 in the remote, that means they're not scoring, so it's not as big of a hit. And getting through their ice for 5 credits is pretty solid for me.
Yeah, you can also say that like it's just a pretty expensive double boomerang. That's fine. Like you're paying 5 to get 2 boomerangs that you can use wherever you want. Not bad.
Yeah.
Finals are still timed, right? Is that
No, I believe when there's no one waiting, finals are untimed.
Okay.
But let me go see if I can find the rules for that. Once only 2 players remain in elimination rounds, there are no time limits. In the case of extreme slow play or venue closing, a tournament organizer may impose a reasonable time limit on the final games.
Well, my baby already went up for bedtime, so we already missed that, and I think the venue is staying open otherwise.
Yeah. Man, yeah. Cuts do really drag out tournaments, right? It's going to be...
I know, this tournament ended at 4:30.
But oh well. I mean, it's still a decent ratio, all things. Well, it's going to be almost like 2/3, 1/3. So, all right. So once again, we've got Freedom versus Sports Medal. So we'll have to see. I think this version of Sports Medal has a little bit more ice, so we'll have to see if that poses any challenges for Freedom in the way the first one didn't. I imagine they maybe have played this match in the Swiss. Let's take a quick look. Let me see if I can find it. It would have to have been fairly early, I guess. There's Jonas round 4. Jonas round 3. Doesn't look like they've actually played this matchup yet, which is almost surprising to me. Oh, no, they did. I'm sorry. They played this in round 2, and Jonas won. So, it'll be interesting to see if it swings the other way this time.
I think there's a little bit of a psychological thing where playing your matchup you're feeling less good about in a cut, in this situation where you have to beat them twice, actually feels kind of nice because you're like, look, if I'm going to lose this game, let's just get it out of the way.
Yeah. So the big difference we see in Jonas's list, which I know the stream can't see, is this Sports Medal list has 2 Fairchild 3s in it, which makes the ice much chunkier. It's 3 Fairchild 3s, 3 Gatekeepers, 2 Magnets, 2 Hagens, and 3 Drafters. So, like, by the standard of the Sports Medals we've seen so far, this is almost a glacier list.
Yeah. Does Jonas not know how many 6s? It's very high.
6 is so much money. I see sometimes people joking about, I should show while we're waiting on a tough mulligan, and, like, totally understandable to take some tough mulligans here.
Isn't 6 what Big Deal costs? 17. Might as well.
Yeah,
be the
6,
same.
17. Like, what's the difference, really? It's pretty close. So we see Jonas just go install, play a hedge fund, and Rust Rider kind of returns by Sure Gamble, Cass, and Earth Rising. Jonas gets
getting that Earthrise and Daily Cast down is like really correct, but also like, gosh, if I'm Freedom, like the siren song of open central servers is like hard to resist.
It really is. And I can imagine this is why Rust Rider really spent a long time thinking about this mulligan, because it is actually, this is the hand they mulled into. Wow. I mean, if I mulligan into this hand, I'm pretty happy. And here we go, Rust Rider going, should have checked their notepad, probably to see what could be in the remotes. Because not every Sports Medal does run Rashidas, because they can be hard. If you're really light on ice, the runner just spends a click and gets them sometimes. But when you've got this much ice in the list, I think you're always going for them.
Yeah, it does seem like in this matchup specifically versus Freedom as Sports Medal, having a chunkier ice suite is very welcome.
Yeah, for sure. So we see Pad Tap and the Twinning come down. So Rough Rider's slow on their econ start, but has some of, like, as I say that, the Cast and Earthrise generate a lot of value, and it's turn 3, and it looks like Sports Metal's going to get their first point here, which is, honestly, if I'm Freedom, I'm relatively happy about that.
Jonas not opting for the cool play of derezzing the Maryland campaign, too much of a coward to get more credits. That makes a lot of sense because he probably wants to clear out this server.
Yeah.
And
at some point,
whenever he
you wanna
finds
put
something better to put behind his ice, but still pretty disappointing. Pad Tap is interesting here because it's kind of very analogous to all the campaigns that Sports Metal is playing. You know, it's just a card you put on there, like, hey, this is going to give me money until you deal with it. And you can deal with it; it's not a problem. Just pay 3, but maybe you don't have the time. It's interesting how powerful those cards can be, and I think there's like more of an appreciation for how powerful they can be in Runner than in Corp.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess
oh, go ahead.
Oh, good. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Rough Rider taking a long think, because if this is a Fairchild 3, you want to have the 3 clicks. Drafter here does hurt. Hedge Fund gets added, Rashida gets installed, and if you hit that Hedge Fund, you'll feel pretty rough. Elvigar Bifurcation, though, not too... I mean, like, you'd rather see other stuff, but not the end of the world by any means. I almost wonder, actually, if you're Jonas, if you put that Rashida in server 1 instead. Just say, you know what? This Rashida is better than the Maryland. Let's go.
Good about that. I mean, maybe Jonas isn't too excited about drawing 3 extra cards when they already drew a bunch of cards, but still seems always so sweet to fire Rashida, no matter how many cards you have in there. It's why, like, you know, if you play Gatekeeper and you play against somebody who's played Gatekeeper for any amount of time, they don't even think. It's like, well, you know, it's up to 3. You don't have to draw all 3. And they're like, yeah, give me the 3.
I think I've once drawn less than all 3.
And there was 2 cards in R&D, and you went in the tank thinking, maybe.
Yeah, something like that, I think. Actually, I think it was pretty close to that. It's like, well, if I draw too much, R&D is going to be 100% agendas, so I have to, like, draw less than that.
Feel good though.
Yeah.
Moshing. Love to see it, especially when you discard a Steel Skin Scarring to just go draw. What a cool little synergy. It's nice that you feel clever just for drawing cards.
Yeah, it's one of the, like, it's hard to print economy cards because, like, they're usually pretty boring, and Steelskin Scarring is sort of an economy card in that it draws, but you feel clever for using it. And, like, you know, probably in a year we won't feel as clever about doing it this way, but it still will always have that little lever.
Yeah, and from a card design standpoint, it's tough because if it's too clever, nobody wants it.
Yeah. If it's too difficult to trigger, it's just not worth it.
I'm thinking of a card that I'm very endeared to, environmental testing, which I love because you just get this random flash of 9 credits that you weren't, they come out of nowhere. But not surprising if, like, it doesn't end up being like a top level tournament card, just because hey, that's a few hoops, and what if I just clicked this liberated accounts or whatever, different factions, so you know.
Wow. This could be a GFI score if West Rider doesn't have a plan here. And this is sort of the cool thing. This is almost like, this is where you're a hybrid fast advance and just a rush deck with all this ice, where you just get to present the runner with these problems and say, you know, come at me.
Also, if this is a GFI that Jonas is pushing, he played in a way, seeing what Freedom was doing, saying, hey, I'm going to give myself a little Glaciery out, because, that last turn he installed Advance, but the only reason he was able to do that is because he's been setting the table over many, many installs to have this Glacier threat.
Yeah.
Really neat to see.
It is very cool to see. The Epic Win saying, "Don't give up on your enviro testing dreams." I'm a bit as a apologist for environmental testing. I'm there with you, Sanjay.
I'm paying. I didn't end up playing very much today. I played 6 influence. I'm paying 6 influence for environmental testing out of Steve.
Oh, okay. You did Steve over as.
Yeah.
Are you on? Is it like a Q loop style list or?
Yeah. Chesvas and Q loops are so fun together.
Yeah, that seems like a really fun one.
I can't. I haven't done enough testing to endorse. Oh, they're good together, but they are so fun. You just
all right,
get
it
stuff
is
free.
the GFI. A card is going in server 1 that's probably Tranquility Home Grid, but could be a Mavirus, I believe.
Yeah, we know it. Yeah, we know it's not a asset or agenda.
Oh wow, Jonas is actually on 2 Maviruses.
Disgusting.
That's
Also,
so
like
rude.
the thing about how fast sports goes is that them just getting 3 points the old-fashioned way is devastating.
Yeah.
Like usually. Ooh, whoa!
Whoa! I missed that this was in the Freedom list. That's such a fun include.
That's so good here.
It's so good here.
Wow.
Spin Doctor.
Yeah. Oh no, there's only 1 click to take it. Oh man.
So the question is, does Jonas have an ice to throw in archives here?
I mean, Jonas knows about the Spin Doctor, or knows about the Sneak Door Beta. So
that's true. I have.
Yeah, it was a huge surprise to us, but not necessarily as much as.
Yeah, it's a huge surprise to us, people that are not as good at Netrunner as these two. But for them who seriously are looking at these deck lists.
Jonas has a different counter to Sneak Door Beta.
Which is.
Oh, you want to access HQ by running archives? Well,
have fun.
You don't need this 4-cost 2 Mew console to do that. You just run archives.
Yeah.
That's where I put HQ. I suppose you still check here.
Yeah, I feel like I might have not put down the Paladin and done a line where I like run arc. Ooh, that Mavirus stings.
Oh no! Get the Mega Pre. That's nice.
Yeah, and now you get to Sneak Door HQ.
Oh, that's true. You do get to Sneak Door HQ. I wonder if I think it's there's probably a tiny temptation to just take credits here, but actually you probably don't want to take credits here.
I think if you don't take credits, Jonas can just throw an agenda in server 1, even with no fast advance tools, and just be like, you're not getting in. I actually wouldn't be too surprised if Jonas just like draws twice if he doesn't get the winning agenda here and just slams it in server 1, because there's so many outs for him here. And once again, Freedom's on 2 points to 6. It's going to be an uphill battle for Rust Rider to make it back from the losers bracket here.
Wild thing here is that, to some extent, actually, how many icebreakers is Freedom found? None. Okay, so a lot of ice on server 1 needs to be respected. But there is the extent, like, you look at how Rust Rider has been running. Fear of, like, Fairchild 3.0 has been a huge factor. It's a big reason why Rust Rider face-checked that drafter, had to run first click instead of, like, finding a Botulus.
Yeah.
It's a scary include.
Yeah, interestingly for Jonas, there are no IP blocks. So he so it actually that makes it a bit harder for Rust Rider to get through compared to like Chris's list, where like, oh, if this was a Fairchild IP block server, technically you just need some credits and some clicks to get in. You don't actually need your breaker. But we see Jonas going for a pretty rude play of just install 3 cards out on the table.
Yeah, especially being on 6 points. Like, if those are all agendas, that's actually a really tough problem for Rust Rider to deal with.
Yeah, it really is.
Chances are they're not all agendas, but like, imagine if Server 6 and Server 7, one of them is an agenda, and you just have this 50-50 if you don't check them all to lose the game. That's
yeah.
And all Jonas needs to do to make that a threat is give up a few 1-pointers.
Yeah.
And we did see in the game against D that, or in D's game against Analyze Chris, that if you leak enough 1-pointers, you can add them up to 7. But still,
Yeah, we don't have the
fair
deep
enough.
dive here to kind of sprint a bunch all in one turn. But okay, so those are
and
both
Rush Rider
Maryland's. And
and
just
Rush
gonna
Rider
say,
had
if
to
you
respect it.
yeah, if you have it in server 1, you have it. But no, it's the Spin Doctor.
Oh no.
Which is still
And I
not
mean,
good
that-
for Rush Rider here.
Yeah, and that just prevented Freedom got no central accesses that turn because
Yeah.
because Sports Metal just put enough nonsense on the table that they had to respect it. I mean, obviously, with Sports Metal on 6 points, Freedom's on a gigantic back foot because they both have to respect every single card that gets put on the table, and they need to get accesses immediately before Sports Metal fast advances the win.
Yeah,
Out of nowhere.
and Jonas is not taking the credits off of Tranquility Home Grid. 11 is enough for the rest of his game plan. It's just here about going through and scoring out. Taking the credit here, because I guess he's happy enough with his hand. He doesn't want to discard any of these cards.
He also has enough credits now that if he draws not on the, he can draw, find an agenda, biotic audacity it if that's nothing's
Yeah.
lined up.
You see a 0 come down. Feels a little bit late, honestly, to me for the 0. But I think maybe Rush Rider is saying, my out at this point in the game is that you don't win next turn, so let's play for that line where I still have a game in a turn.
Yeah, which is very, very reasonable. Trank Grid, interesting.
I'm actually pretty surprised that he didn't go for multiple accesses there. I guess he's going to do it on this run. Yeah, okay. That's perfectly reasonable too. Get your Freedom trash in, or get your Imp trash. And I didn't actually catch which one was which.
Yeah, you see here using. Oh
That's
no!
rough. The Audacity survived, and the Rashida sneaks through on the remote. This might be all she wrote. Looks like it. That's it.
Oh, it didn't even need. Well, it feels nice not to miss on the Audacity because there's a bifurcation on top. But
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have a champion.
We have a champion.
Should we invite people onto the stream if they want?
Yeah,
Or
but
do you want
it's gonna be
It's
gonna be real quick because it's been. Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah,
it's been.
They got to do an interview after Worlds. They don't need to come talk about winning a circuit opener.
Oh yeah, these two were both
yeah.
both top 4 in Worlds. So.
Yeah. Go live your life. Thank you so much for streaming and for all the assistance with the tournament. That was really lovely.
Yeah. Let's. Oh, hold on though. I gotta do Jonas one little solid here, which is. Pull up my paint. So here we go. Let's copy paste. And I will put this over to always be running later this evening. Actually, maybe I could do it now. We can figure that one out.
But yeah.
But-
Actually, I can do that, right? I wouldn't mind figuring it out for myself.
Yeah, I think if you go to the tournament number and then type .json after the on aesopstables.net, you can just go. It's like /43.json. That gets you the JSON. You can download that and upload it onto ABR, and I'll let you.
Yeah,
I'll let you figure out how to do the top cut stuff manually because I actually don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah. I'll just enter it in manually. I think there might be a way, but
Cool.
yeah.
All right.
Thanks
Well,
so much.
thanks everyone, and hope everyone who was on the stream enjoyed it, and I'll catch y'all another time. So, and thanks again, Sanjay, for stopping by
All right, bye.
and for running the tournament. So.
Yeah, I'm great.